Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Lincolnshire. Welcome to Paul Fletcher International for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Day 1 of another double-header here. And it's more than just a double-header because we've got 3 different platforms in action this weekend at PF. The IAME X30s, of course, it's their 5th round of their championship for the Honda Cadets. They are back 6 days after we saw them at Lark Hall. They have got their first doubleheader this weekend for rounds 3 and 4. And we welcome the MightE Bambino and Cadet categories for a guest round. It's the O plate for the Bambinos. It's the Cup for the Cadets. My name is Andrew Mather. Great to be back with you once again here this weekend. And look, he has returned from overseas. He is back, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Henry Billett.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Good to be back. Good to be back home in lots of ways. The home of British karting. I'm just getting over that fantastic intro package.
Yes.
I thought the intro video, they're always really good, but I think that the guys, the Alpha crew, James and the works, they really did that one justice. A big thank you as well to the marshals. It's great to see the marshals getting involved as well. So yeah, fantastic to be back. I've been away and abroad. I've like I said earlier, I've been on an international global aura farming mission. And yes, it's good. But here I'm back, where anyone who wins here has plus 1,000 aura, 1,382 meters, 10 corners, 10 named corners, plenty of elevation into the bowl section, the home of British karting. What a weekend. The weather is superb. This is what I like to see. Sun, not a single bit of light drizzle. No,
Nope.
not this weekend. It does bear in saying, though, to everyone in the paddock, please keep yourselves hydrated. Sun cream, I know I'm a good one to talk about that, but please look after yourselves. It's 2 long, hot days, especially for the youngsters, the Waterswifts and the Bambinos and the Cadets. Please keep them full of water, out of the sun.
And thankfully, it's not as hot as it was yesterday. We went full Euro yesterday. It felt like we were back in Italy or Spain or somewhere like that. Well, it was mid-30s in the old thermometers. A very tough day. We're not alone this weekend as well.
I can beat that very, very quickly. I can beat that 42 degrees last weekend in Campios and 48 degrees the other month, about 3-4 weeks ago in Abu Dhabi. There we go.
But as I say, we're not alone this weekend. Let's go down for the first time this weekend to Nicole Sutherland.
Woo.
Thank you very much then, Andrew. I'll be down here in Parc Fermé and roaming around the paddock to get you guys, the audience at home, those stories and really show you what's going on in the paddock, what's happening pre and post race. Like the boys have just told you then, we're in for a treat. The weather conditions out here, very, very hot indeed. A bit of a difference from what we saw last weekend when we were at Lark Hall, braving that wet and windy rain. I think there were some raincoats out this weekend. You're not going to see that this weekend from our drivers, though. You're going to see some very tricky racing out there. There's a lot of grip that has been placed down on that circuit, so watch out for drivers really having to deal with the slide, really having to demonstrate some good kart control. Dramas already, as we would expect from some of our classes. We've had some drivers get caught out in qualifying, and you're going to see some drivers really have to pick up some places throughout heats. We're in for a treat then, not only from our drivers, but like the boy said, Henry Bobillette is back in our commentary box all the way from America this weekend. Henry, what's our first race?
Well, thank you, Nicole. Our first race is Waterswift, race 1, heat 1. But before we get to that, how about we have a little look, a bird's eye view of this circuit. Now, you'll see the drivers all down in the dummy grid area. How about we do that lap? What's it like when you leave this pit lane and have to get some heat into your tyres? And our chauffeur was Nat Johnson for this lap. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, you can see already the grip. This was yesterday, wasn't it, Andrew?
It was. It was during the 4th set of free practice sessions. Everyone was on a second run of these tyres. It was very, very tricky conditions for everybody. Almost a case of too much rubber down on the circuit. This is the run into hairpin 1. We're going to see this be a hotbed of activity across the course of the weekend. Exit crucial as well for hairpin number 2. Plenty of overtakes can be done in and out of this corner. The Fullerton S's are next. Drivers are going to be threading the needle through this part of the course. Bobby Game corner looks easy on a track map. It's anything but fast right-hander. And then into the Mike Wilson complex, arguably the most difficult part of the course, particularly on a weekend like this, where the karts are sliding around a fair bit. That is your full lap here at PFI.
And it was great to see there. I mean, Nat sort of missed the apex for hairpin number 1 very, very slightly, and it cost him, and it took him the entire lap. He had to wait until he got back into the slipstream coming off the final chicane to make that ground up. We are live, as we always are, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on the Karting UK YouTube channel. We have both sets of live chats just in front of us, so please let us know where you are watching from, who you're supporting as usual. It's even more of an international flavour to the entry list this week than usual, with the addition of the Bambino and the MightE Cadet classes, but also with several drivers here getting and testing and using this round as a bit of preparation for a certain event that takes place at this circuit on the first weekend of August every year.
Absolutely, yeah. Kart Masters prep is ongoing. We'll talk more about that, I think, during the seniors. There's 2 international drivers with us this weekend who were here for, the club round last week as well. So, that's going to be an interesting aspect.
Your first Kart Masters this year.
Yeah, which seems a bit wild in a way. It's always clashed with something for me. So, no, it's been great to be part of the team for later on in the summer.
Oh, yes, we can't wait to get you involved in that one. Watch out on the Alpha Live social media sections for the promos for that, because it's a full international broadcast crew on hand for that one. But, of course, that's in a few weeks' time. There's 2 weeks to go. That we've got a event. I've got to be in 4 or 5 different countries before we get back to Kart Masters the first weekend of August, Andrew. As have you.
Yeah, a trip to Denmark coming up as well before we get to Kart Masters. Hello to Taylor Orridge. What time is seniors? Seniors first race will be at 11:35.
Taylor, are you? I mean, it's a shame you're not here. Number 1, it would be great to see you here. Number 2, a man of your condition, i.e., pale and ginger, are you somewhere indoors and helping yourself? Please let us know. The concern is real. The concern,
it's on his face.
Hashtag pray for Taylor in the live comments. I have been aura farming abroad, yes. My travels. First of all, can I say that a big thank you to everyone who wished me well.
Yes.
After I wasn't well at Dunk as well. But that's enough of me. How about the drivers, 33 of them, about to go out in Waterswift. It's Heat 1 coming up now.
Here we go then. Let's get racing action underway for Event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Waterswift kickers off. This is your grid. George House on pole position from TQ earlier on this morning. Christian Kobe alongside on the front row. Austin Newstead and Colby Patterson making a very international in terms of experience front 2 rows. It continues. Oscar Kenny and Alfie Davidson are there on row number 3. Knight Measures and Henry Clark complete row 4.
Your top 10 is rounded out by Chester Fawkes and Mason Hibbert, with Austin Gibson and George Clark on row 6. Joseph Davis and Mason Brooks are up next. Then Daniel Ferguson and Margaris Kovetskis.
Ilya Sami and Andy Stewart go from 9. Orion Meta and Nathaniel Hodges complete the top 20. It's Ethan Robinson and Johnston Stewart on row 11. James Roots and Jensen Ackerman are on row 12.
And it still keeps on coming. Charlie Clough, Jack Harney, Ifan Owen and Luca Narroway. One of the drivers that Nicole was saying got caught out in qualifying. Sophie Campbell, Alessandro Salas, Ruben Sagu and Danny Dempsey, with Ada O'Brien rounding out the field. Look at this, 33 drivers. Beautiful blue skies here in Lincolnshire. The grass turning slightly bleached under the baking sunshine. Not a cloud in the sky. The only thing more of than go-karts we have here are wasps.
Indeed. So it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all of these heats. Remember, it is a full complete championship round today. Everybody will race in 2 heats and then have their final later on this afternoon. Can George House get his title bid back on track? Austin Newstead is your championship leader heading into this weekend. We are go at PFI, and it's a good start from both drivers on the front row of the grid. George House will lead through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time in this one. Under the bridge, round the bowl. It's a solid start for George House, but here comes the championship leader, Austin Newstead, straight down the inside there. Henry, a brilliant overtake for the lead.
Yeah, and the season so far, a microcosm of it, and then the first couple of corners, XL versus Fusion, and who's this coming right around the outside?
Colby Patterson.
That looked like a fast starting number 124 kart of Colby Patterson, but the inter-team battle's going on. The number 148, that OMS Racing kart, the green and white livery machine of Oscar Kenny, also there in the top 6, 7. In fact, there's a trio of OMS karts. Henry Clark and Night Measures also in the mix.
Well, you've been talking about the Fusion karts, the Excel Motorsport team as well, not just in these British Kart Championships, but in Europe as well. Keep an eye on these green and white OMS racing machines.
Yes.
They've had a bit of a turnover. Danny Curl now in charge of that team, and they have looked pretty quick so far this week. So, end of the first lap. Newstead leads from Patterson. Patterson got that move done in sector number 3 on his teammate last time around. Here come the Fusions. Kobe is there. Alfie Davidson is there. Alfie Davidson is on a roller coaster of a British Kart Championship season so far.
Yes.
Needs to have a good round here today to get his seeded plate chances back on track. But right now, into hairpin 1. Oh, that's all getting a little bit tight, and George House is involved. George House was on the outside of a 3 wide. The 138 of Chester Forks was also caught up in all of that. There was another driver as well, but that's 2 big hitters in this race. Henry out of contention in Heat 1. One of them is your pole sitter, George House. Chester Forks unlucky there as well.
And I've got to say, unfortunately, Craig Monroe watching from Edinburgh, saying he was supporting George House. Well, George has got back underway right at the back of the field, along with the number 138 kart of Chester Forks, who is the last kart away out of everybody. It was just a simple case of one driver diving in a little bit too late going into hairpin number 1. 2 or 3 karts on the outside. The action still going on up front. Somebody else off at the top of the screen on the bank, on the bowl section. I've got to remember, it's not the banking anymore. It is the official PFI bowl now, as we've got more action going on at hairpin number 1. The top 4 have made a breakaway. Colby Patterson is surrounded by Fusion karts.
Indeed, was 4th in the club round last week that a lot of these drivers used as a bit of preparation for event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It was very different conditions one weekend ago, similar to what we experienced up in Scotland for event number 5. But a lot of these drivers at the front of the field there is Chester Forks and his dad as well. Chester out of this race. It's been a tricky season so far for Chester, stepping up from the restricted category, was a double podium finisher here at PF in May last year.
On the podium in every round.
He was indeed.
Last year. An incredible record, but you find that same with Alfie Davidson, an up and down season. He was the champion, won 5 races, won 5 finals last year in that class, and suddenly the step up is great. I think it really does a good job of justifying the restricted class, because of course the drivers, you might get a bit disillusioned if you're a youngster and you're constantly getting pounded around. At least you come into the class having, I can win one of these races. I'm successful. As we look down at the field coming through the Terry Fullerton S's. And there's the first of the BMR restart karts. Daniel Ferguson in 9th place. But I think we got Nicole Sutherland who's watching down there. What can Nicole tell us possibly about the demise of Chester Forks?
The retirement of Chester Forks then is because of the front end. It's a front bent track rod that pushes Chester out of the race.
Thank you for that, Nicole. Well, the work will commence to get that kart repaired and back out for Heat 2 later on. No cut-off for the drivers today, so at least everybody knows they will have a spot on the grid for the final. It's a total field of 33. As battle for second place there. Alfie Davidson trying to find a way past Colby Patterson. Austin Newstead is streaking away here. What a special place, this PFI, for the Patterson family. Colby's mum was singing the national anthem here back in September for the World Championships. This is a different matter, though. This is a key fight for second place in this first season. Look at Night Measures at the back of this group as well. The first of those OMS machines. Night Measures, who wasn't at the last doubleheader in Wales at Glannygores, but seems to be back on form here, and so he should be a top 5 last week in the club round.
Yes, Sean Patterson, voice of an angel. Colby Patterson, face of an angel, but he's driving like the devil at the moment, and he has to, because he's got a train of them lining up behind him. Mason Hibbert has slipped back a little bit. Where has Mason dropped? Because his grandparents are watching. He's down in 20th position. His grandparents are watching Cape Verde at present, which is possibly only slightly warmer than here right now. There's a move from one of the OMS karts, and that was the corner that Danny Curl dispatched, I think, Lorenzo Traversinuto to win the 2017 World Karting Championship at. Also, I mean, on a more serious note, ex-British Championship Minimax competitor Aaron Fall, car crash yesterday, but he's okay. We send our best wishes to Aaron, who used to, he was a podium finisher in Minimax back in 2020 or 2021, I believe.
Heat starting to rise here at PF International, 90 seconds on the clock. Newstead's lead is 1.23 seconds from Patterson. Patterson's got a good gap now. Tonight Measures there in third for that great double overtake from Measures 1 lap ago. There is the 199 of Christian Kobe. Christian Kobe had a little chat too during the build-up show yesterday, feeling very confident. The higher temperatures, more rubber going down on the track. This is a kind of weekend where those drivers who've been racing in IAME Euro Series, their experience of tyre management could be a really, really key factor. Christian Kobe is one of those drivers, but right now he's got his teammate Ozzie Gibson to deal with. Here comes Gibson. That's got a little bit close off of hairpin number 2, and through will come Daniel Ferguson. Daniel Ferguson, who's changed teams, of course, is now on the move down the inside for third place. Ferguson brilliantly through there, has got 3 positions in the space of about 3 corners.
Yes, indeed. The number 115 kart, the BMR restart machine of Ferguson. This will put him into P3 as they cross the line. Night Measures gets a warning flag as we look back down the order. The best privateer, Nathaniel Hodges, is technically classed as a privateer. Now, is he one of the Daily Motorsport? No, Daily Motorsport have got their teams on there. So I've got to say, a nice number of privateers. I think that maybe in the all-black kart would be Nathaniel Hodges. Easy to spot amongst the group. We've got several teams here. We've got Fusion, XL, BMR, OMS. We've got the Daily Motorsport team as well. Evolve Motorsport. Luca Narroway's come from 28th to 18th at the moment. Alessandro Salas for the Jade Racing team is out there. Jamie Green Racing. Mason Brooks, number 184 cut off. So it's not just about XL versus Fusion. It is really good to see a third team with multiple drivers up at the front. And of course, you also have BMR Restart up there as well. But that all-black kart, Nathaniel Hodges, number 193. It's been driving very, very smartly. It has to be said, needs a bit of help from some of the multi-kart teams now as we get into the final lap of this, the opening heat race of the day.
Joseph Davies trying to get involved there as well, another one of the Excel Motorsport runners. Austin Newstead clear by 3/4 of a second. Here is the fight for third between Daniel Ferguson and Oscar Kenny. Ferguson through by the looks of things there into hairpin number 2 now. Is there going to be a bit of a switchback possibly on here for Kenny? Kenny's going to draw alongside, may have the inside line for the Fullerton Essers. Doesn't need the inside line for the Fullerton Essers. Has got through by the time they've got to the apex of the corner. Now Kenny has to defend. The leaders coming through the final couple of corners now. As Ferguson brilliantly gets back down the inside there for P3. Checkered flag is out. Austin Newstead continues the form that we saw at GYG. Takes the first heat of the day. Colby Patterson home in second place. Ferguson wins out in the fight for third ahead of Kenny, Clark, Measures, Hodges, Joseph Davies, Mason Hibbert and Austin Gibson. Good recovery towards the end there by Mason Hibbert, showing once again won the club round here last weekend. Has good race pace, pulled his way back through. We should also note as well, biggest mover in that race.
Yes, I was about to
Luca
say.
Narroway, 17 places gained for Evolve Motorsport in 11th.
Yeah, just saw his dad Lee out on the banking, you know, that'll keep Lee happy. Nathaniel Hodges also gaining 13 positions. So, when Nicole mentioned earlier about how qualifying caught a few drivers out, it wasn't a case of, you know, Nathaniel Hodges being out of position up at the front and then just hanging on. No, he's driven up through half the field to get there. That is very good news. Well, Christian Colby going the other way, 12th. I mean, it's a very, very, very hot day here. I mean, let's not over-egg the pudding slightly, but of course, you know, these drivers, the younger drivers, they will be getting tired. They will be getting hot and bothered as they go around. So thank you for all your comments. Margaris Kvetskis finished with the Lithuanian flag next to his name, 17th. So yes, not a bad opening.
Let's run through the provisional order then. Newstead, Patterson, Ferguson, Kenny, Clark, Measures, Hodges, Davies, Hibbert and Gibson all in the top 10. Narroway, Kobe, Ilyas Sami continuing the good improvements we've seen from Ilyas, both on a national and continental front the last couple of months, was 13th. Jensen Ackerman as well, up 10 spots to 14th, ahead of Alfie Davidson. Charlie Clough, Charlie mode this weekend, even though it feels like Europe, he's not Charles this weekend, he's back to being Charlie. P16, Margaret Kvetskis on the Apollo, 17th, Andy Stewart, Henry Clark and Alessandro Salas. All in the top 20. James Roots on return, P21, ahead of Ethan Robinson. Ethan Owen, Danny Dempsey, decent drive there from one of the Irish contingents, up to 24th, ahead of Sophie Campbell. Ruben Sagu, Mason Brooks were into the ones who had problems now. Johnston Stewart, Orion Meta and George House, all in the top 30. Ada O'Brien, Jack Harney, 32 finishers from a starting 33, the one retirement, of course, being Chester Fawkes.
I've just got to try and show my age here, not called Charlie Clough, Brian Clough. Now then, young man.
I'm more of a Nigel Clough, that guy.
Well, I know, it shows you. Speaking of history, let's have a little look. We have got the number 199 Kart. Let's have a look. Or have we got Nat Johnson missing for the next race? Let's have a little look. I'm getting told we got race number 2. But yeah, speaking of what happened 40 years ago on this day, we'll tell you in a minute.
So we turn our attention to the X30 senior category for the first time in race conditions here this weekend. Let's take you through the grid. It's a familiar sight at the front of the field. Gus Lawrence on home soil is on pole. Morgan Moore due to go from alongside on the front row. Tristan Powell, great qualifying there for MDL, is on grid 3. Harrison Mackey starts on row 2 as well. Freddie Lloyd and Gabe Still, they go from row 3. Aaron Brown and William Antrobus, they go from row 4.
It's Zach Green on the inside of row number 5 alongside Harry Cottrell. Then it's Rhys Newburn and Harrison Whitacombe, who has been on a tear in this championship recently. Jack Buckley and CJ Bennett are next. As we look down the rest of the order, we've got Joey Brown, Theo Lestrange, Otto Pickenen and Sam Lewis. Otto, one of the Finnish drivers that is here.
Laith Khan had a big
Yes.
off yesterday, but is back fighting fit on row 10 alongside Archie Tillett. Thomas Gray, welcome to the championship for the first time this season with another newbie, Liam Karabelov, that's row 11. Jack Nettlesip and João Castro on row 12. Luca Mann and Mo Hilal on row 3. Harrison Morrow looking to find some pace is on row 14 alongside Michael Gray. Oliver Harris and Dylan Patel on row 15. And some surprises towards the back of the grid. Sam Branston and Lewis Bird, row 16, another of our wild cards, getting ready for Kart Masters in a few weeks. Roxanne Lantinga, problems ahead of qualifying. She did not set a time, neither did Bird. Keep an eye on those two flying through the field. And
we do not have Morgan Moore by the looks of it. Morgan Moore, number 3160, Irishman. Not out there. You can see Gus Lawrence has got Harrison Mackie alongside him, or is that number 388, Tristan Powell? Everybody has moved up a position as we get heat number 2 underway. Good start then for Gus Lawrence. Harrison Mackie straight up into P2 as well. Keep an eye on Gabriel Stilp trying to get down the inside there. It's had a really, really good recovery after. Oh, there's a problem. Is that Joey Brown, one of the Fusions, in trouble? It's the 311. Yes, it is. Who else is in there? It's one of the wild cards. It's the 626 of Otto Pukkanen. So Pukkanen, the Finn, who's been having a strong season in the IAME Euro Series so far this year, is another preparing for Kart Masters. Well, they're going to fight on. They're going to have a battle, but it's going to be all the way down for 32nd place, Henry. And I fear that the rear bumper on Joey Brown's Fusion kart, if it isn't touching the rear tyre, it's a whiskers width away. Up at the front, though, Gus Lawrence, who has been out winning big bucks in the USA in a number of different championships. He is picking up where he left off on home soil and pulling away. And of course, you know, Gus, he's nearing towards 20 British Championship podiums. And here's a move that did it happen? Oh, side by side. No, the driver there who made the move initially, the Fusion Motorsport machine, they're getting elbowed wide a little bit more. The number 7 kart of Aaron Brown, the Vismo International kart as well, looking good. But Nicole Sutherland has news down in the pit lane.
Now then, Roxanne Lantinga, a driver in this grid, joining us this weekend from the Netherlands with Croc, actually failed to put in a qualifying lap. I watched Roxanne get through the gate for quali with 1 second to go, and I actually think the mechanic failed to do up the wheel nuts, and that's why she didn't get that lap in. She had to retire at turn 4, I think it was. But watch Roxanne now in this, boys, because she's absolutely on a charge.
She is indeed, as is Harrison Mackie. Mackie down the inside takes the race lead away from the reigning British champion. This is a statement move in the early stages, and they're doing it again. It's these three who we enjoyed at GYG a few weeks ago. Fast Freddie Lloyd there in 3rd place, the number 2 plate from last year. Freddie Lloyd was on a charge in North Wales, but he knows he's going to have to up his game another step this weekend to beat the likes of Gus Lawrence on his home circuit. Mackie as well, who's liked these conditions. He's been lightning quick in IAME Euro Series the last few rounds. This takes me back to the recent win he had at Wera, which was in very similar hot conditions. Can Fusion Motorsports, champion in the junior category last year, start his weekend off with a win?
Doesn't it just make you feel nice when you say, in similar conditions to Wera? That's nice. Now, we talked about the lack of a Morgan Moore in the race. Harry Cottrell and Lewis Bird have also not started. Now, I can only imagine they have missed the grid gate for something. I mean, was it wet tyres that they were thinking about putting on? Who knows? But they're not out there. Hope that all is okay. Which means that we can concentrate on the drivers on our screen. I've got to say, I'm impressed by Tristan Powell.
Yes, very.
Here. This is a good drive, not just for Tristan, but for the MDL Motorsport team. Mark and Dave Litchfield. Mark, sort of, the MDL, Mark Dave Litchfield team, sitting there in 4th position. They pulled away from Gabriel Stilp and Harrison Whitcomb, a 5-second penalty for number 363, privateer driver Oliver Harris. We have a new leader. Oh no, this is a new battle for 5th position. Here comes Whitcomb, trying to battle past Stilp. Whitcomb to the inside, should get that move done. And indeed he does.
Yeah, it's a good return there for Harrison Whitcomb, who will not have forgotten that the end of the weekend at GYG was arguably caused by a bit of a get-together with Gabriel Stilp. Zach Green just behind there as well, who was very quick in free practice yesterday. Aaron Brown there as well. Not just a driver, also an engine tuner, is doing a lot of work, not just for that number 7 kart, but across the field as well. A couple more notifications from race control coming in. The 340 of Dylan Patel is the latest to receive a plus 5 second in-race time penalty.
Yes, and that was because Dylan did something. And, our eagle-eyed producer, James Fitzhugh, just reminded me that the last time out for this category at GYG, Gabriel Stilp and Harrison Whitcomb became somewhat well acquainted with one another.
Through the carousel.
And maybe won't be writing each other Christmas cards this year. Judging by, again, aggression meets aggression, and net gain, none. Net loss, 2 for Whitcomb, 5 for Stilp. Yes. Now we're into the thick of the British domestic season. The rivalries and partnerships and storylines begin to shape themselves even clearer than usual. Now,
a little bit of news from further down the field. Now, there's something that we say, our good friend Anthony Jordan, when he's leading things for the IAME Euro
Well,
Series.
not what he said the other day, hopefully.
Well, we'll go over that.
You would have seen the clip, yes.
Lantinga, the name of Lantinga, it holds a special power of overtaking. Roxanne Lantinga up 14 places in this one. That's pretty much par for the course for them.
Is Lantinga Dutch for overtake?
I think it is.
Roxanne pass, Roxanne overtake.
Yeah.
Roxanne has got plenty of waft. Roxanne, I can sing. Oh, what a joy. You don't have to stop for the red light. Just go green, up you go. Oh.
So yes, no, Roxanne doing some good stuff, and if Kevin Lantinga is watching, come on, Kevin, this is a brother-sister rivalry. Anything you can do, I can do better. Let's get you on the grid for Kart Masters as well, if we can. Right, back focusing at the front of the field.
Yep.
It's a 4-way scrap for first position. 60 seconds to go. Mackie leading it from Lawrence, Lloyd, Powell. Mackie goes defending down the middle of the road. Oh, here goes Freddie Lloyd round the outside, 3 wide off of turn number hairpin 1, and he's going to have the inside now for hairpin 2.
He's thinking
Freddie Lloyd, we tip our hats to you. That was brilliant.
The first Slim Shady of the day. Nanny June is watching Harrison Mackie back on the keyboards for this weekend. Nanny June watching that. Taylor Orridge is supporting Tristan Powell, who I've said is just that. He's doing a very smart thing. You know, he is the least experienced of the 3 at the front in terms of where he's running at the level he's running at. So yeah, take a race. You've got a good qualifying position for both heats. Yeah, watch, learn, study. Yeah, if something happens in front, pick him a position. Don't risk it just yet. You've got a long day ahead of you, you know. Mackie now has the advantage. Lawrence, and here we go. We're going to try and do 2 Slim Shadies in 2 laps. Can Tristan Powell do it? Not quite. Gus Lawrence, a wily campaigner. He does make the move up the inside. Lawrence crosses over. They try and go 3 wide. And watch out for Zach Green. Closing in behind as well in that Jamie Green racing machine. And yes, it's a defensive all the way now for fast Freddie Lloyd as the clock strikes 0. And last lap board comes out. Now I'm interested. The 5-second time penalties, are they applied on our screens?
No,
they're not. Okay, so we've still got to do some manual calculations. And look, well, that's a great example. How much defensive driving can slow you down? I said half a lap ago, look out for Zach Green. Zach Green is now there and overtaking Tristan Powell.
He's having to go down the inside for P4. Should be a fairly straightforward overtake for Zach Green. Well, not if Tristan Powell gets a good exit from hairpin 1 like that. This has been really good stuff from the MDL Motorsport driver. Takes good speed through hairpin number 2. Holds on to his 4th place. It's a rookie, remember. That's why he's got a black or dark grey background on your timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. He's going up against some very experienced drivers. But for Harrison Mackie, though, this is a very nice start out of the final corner. Mackie will take the first heat in a hot one at PFI, looking for his first win in the championship this year. He has won in the X30 senior category. As I say, that was at Wera earlier on this season, but he's looking for that breakthrough Wera Tools British Kart Championships round win. That's a pretty good start for him. 1.2 from Freddie Lloyd. Gus Lawrence, solid points there in 3rd, but I don't think he'll be fully satisfied with that result, Henry.
Well, what you're trying to say is that he's already won in Europe, but the Wera Tools British Kart Championship is harder. Harder. There we go. There is a look at your top 10.
And there's the rest of it. So Mackie from Lloyd from Lawrence. Tristan Powell, a very good P4, continuing the form that we saw at GYG. Zach Green, P5. Harrison Whittaker fights through to P6. Needs a big day here. Needs to get his title bid back on track. It seems quite a while ago since he was dominating things at Warden Law. CJ Bennett, P7. Good drive there for another of the MDL drivers. Up 7 spots. Antrobus holds 8th. Aaron Brown, P9. And Jack Buckley as well for Mick Barrett Racing. Up into the top 10. Keep an eye on the MBRs, particularly when we get to the junior category.
Yes.
Page number 2 in 11th place, Theo Lestrange. Jack Neckleship on the rocket ship. The privateer had a strong GYG and a decent start there, up 11 places to P12. Archie Tillett's back this weekend and starts with the top 15. Also in that top 15, Sam Lewis and Gabe Still. Roxanne Lantinga was your biggest mover. Not a surprise for the Lantingas. Up 17 places, though, to P16. Very good stuff. Laith Khan, Reece Newburn, Thomas Gray, and Liam Karabelov, all in the top 20. We've got to go down, though, to Nicole Sutherland.
Good first race from our seniors then, and a good first race from the likes of Harrison Mackie. Interesting one between Lawrence and Lloyd. It looked like Lloyd was actually more bothered about sitting on that white line, putting off Lawrence, than he was to catching up to Harrison Mackie. But let's take a look at some of those race highlights. Let's see how it actually played out.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good stuff there. From our seniors.
Well, we could talk you through the highlights. You know, close your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Let myself and Andrew Mather paint a picture. 30, well, not all 33 drivers started. Well, luckily for you, here we go. We had 30 karts take the line. Good start from Gus Lawrence from pole position. Got a little bit tasty in the infield section. The Stilp v Whitacombe battle was there. Stilp, Whitacombe versus Aaron Brown battle. That's the move that Harrison Mackie, his nan says, whoop. Yes.
Good stuff indeed. As I say, that was the key moment for Mackie. The rest of them fought behind. This was Whitacombe versus Stilp once again, sweeping under the bridge there.
But look how far Jack Green was behind the battle. There's Stilp. There's Stilp returning the favour at Whitacombe. And, Green was able to... He's nowhere to be seen there. Nowhere to be seen. But then, of course, Lawrence, Lloyd, and like Nicole said, Lloyd looking to defend. That allowed Mackie to pull away. His margin of victory at the end was pretty spectacular, I have to say. And that allowed Zach Green to just catch up on 3 seconds to make it a battle at the end. But just goes to show. So at the moment, there's Mackie. A lap later, he's, 50 kart lengths in front. And there's Green. And then half a lap later after that shot, Green is in the mix. So the drivers need to be very aware of that.
Next race out on circuit, it's Junior X30 for the first time in race conditions this weekend. Let's take you through the grid. Archie Owen, brilliant pole position earlier. Nat Johnston alongside on the front row. Riley Cranham and Aaron Richardson are at the front of the field for Fusion Motorsport. Sugmani Kira and George Edgar is row 3. Mayan Patel and Harley Musk on row 4.
Row 5, Finley Lines and Singapore's Isaac Say. Ty Buckley and Maisie Creed are next. Max Ewell, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Kian Bernard in the Wera Tools sponsored kart, and Oliver Meek.
Jacob Backler and a returning Jarlan Sayer are on row number 9. Also back, Rockley and Shenton and Rory Armstrong for DMS are on row 10. Max Endicott and Zach McDonald go from row 11. It's Charlie Wolford and John Foley Jr. on row 12.
Alfie Brown, Oliver Vaux, Jack McLaughlin and Aaron Meta with Rashid Hilal and Ian Nair. Now, I said earlier, what happened 40 years ago this weekend? It was Live Aid. And what happened this morning for the first time in 644 days? Wales won a rugby match. The omens are good for Archie Owen. Here we go. We're off and racing.
Into the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time then, looking pretty clean so far from our X30 juniors. Owen leads. Riley Cranham's had a good start from grid 3 as well. He's already up to second place. Is he going for the lead on the bridge? Down the inside. They're going to be side by side once again down towards hairpin 1. This is what we love to see in junior X30. Richardson's there as well in support, going side by side with his teammates off of hairpin number 1. It's a bold start from Archie Owen. Richardson trying to go around the outside there. And George Edgar's on the grass as well. Had a brilliant weekend, our driver of the day from GYG. Archie Owen is holding this lead, but it almost looks like it's the last lap, not the first lap, Henry.
The performance of Mick Barrett racing at GYG, that was the first time that they had 2 drivers on the same podium in Junior X30 since Rowra 2020, the opening round of the 2020 season. Been a long journey back to the front for Mick Barrett, but they're there at the moment, not just with Edgar, as we have now got a new leader. There goes the number 252 of Aaron Richardson through on Archie Owen, and Aaron's teammate, the second of the Fusion guys, Riley Cranham, going with him as well, the O-plate.
Yeah, good stuff there at the moment from the Fusion boys. It's a bit of a repeat of what we saw at Warden Law for the first weekend of the season. Edgar on his teammate Johnston down the inside, takes P4. He's got the attentions of the likes of Mayan Patel and Sukhmani Kieran there. Keep an eye on Finley Lines trying to force his way through the field as well. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Into the Mike Wilson complex go the field.
Something just came flying off a cart coming out of the Bobby Game corner. I was just about to say how good it was to see Finley Lines, showing what he could do. It may have been something quite trivial like a visor strip. I'm not sure, but there was something yellow that just came flicking off one of the carts. It would have been a visor strip, I don't think, because that was a Wera Tools visor strip. We will have to see. Nobody has stopped, which means whatever it was nothing important. Let's have a little look back at the Alpha Live replay. Now, it's in this group of carts coming through here. Let's have a look. What gets kicked up? Just off to the right there, or maybe it was my eyesight completely. It looks as though, just across the thing, you can see something yellow on the screen there. Who knows what it was?
Driver number sticker?
Could be a driver number sticker. But anyway, it wasn't important enough. It just caught my eye, and that just means that I'm glad I can still see stuff. I just saw something there. Richardson running wide.
3 wide into the Bruno Ferrari S's, and look at Mayan Patel on the charge there, down the inside, the number 10 seed from last year, as that Isaac Sayer was recovering. There's another driver involved, it's one of the MBRs, it's the 287 of Archie Rogers Tyler, who switched from being a wild card, is now a full championship entry, but that's not good news for the driver from South Cadbury. He's going to be down the field in the order for this one. Now,
4.5 minutes ago, explain to the viewers the difference between the main championship contenders and the wild cards. The wild cards have all got carts beginning in the number 600s. They're still scoring championship points, however, yes?
Not necessarily,
no,
as I
not
say.
necessarily.
So it's where it gets very complicated with the abacus later on in the season. But yes, wild cards drivers with a cart beginning with 6.
Yes.
They're here for a one-off round. We're not expecting to see them for the full length of the season. That can change, though, because, as I say, Archie was a wild card last time out at GYG and had an okay run up in the top 20. He's gone, you know what, I'll do the rest of the season, so become a full championship entry.
Now, does the points he scored at GYG then become championship points? I believe
so, yes.
Okay,
yes.
So there's a bit of backdatery going on. As we look at a move there, is that Tithe Buckley? In the second of the Mick Barrett Racing
Looks like
Kart.
It was, yeah, in the 215.
Again, fantastic podium for Ty last time out, passing the number 281 of Finley Lines. Because Rory Armstrong, of course, it's a rare appearance in X30 for Rory Armstrong, usually associated with the Rotax engine brand, but he is here racing in the IAME Army arm of the British Championship. Charlie Wolfett, likewise, the last time I was here at PFI, Charlie Wolfett had a very large gold chain on, which so he nicknamed Gold Chain Charlie. Nicole, what information dost thou have for us?
Drama then for Isaac Sayer and Archie Rogers. Tyler, I can see Isaac now pulling into the pit lane, but Archie is off. The kart will be on the mechanics stand very soon. Both drivers are out.
A real shame for both of them, but we've got a battle on at the front of the field. Cranham had to defend there into hairpin number 1. You can see him checking over his shoulder to see how he needs to deal with Mayan Patel. And George Edgar's right there as well. Cranham to the middle of the road once again. This is a good scrap in the X30 junior category. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. That's plenty of time for Mayan Patel to find a way through, but this defensive work is going to bring others into play. Archie Owen's still there in 5th place now. Nat Johnston has got ahead. There is Isaac Sayers, 2:32. Out of this race. A real shame for the driver from Singapore, as up the inside goes Edgar, takes P2 away from Patel. Is this Cranham trying to build up the numbers? We've been talking about it a lot through 2025 in karting, how a race leader can build up the pack behind, have them scrap for second place and then bolt off the front. It's a very, very hard tactic to do, but can be very effective. Defensive again goes Cranham into hairpin number 2. Edgar is right there. Edgar has a little look. Half in attack, half in defence. He's got Archie Owen on his rear axle now there in 3rd, and more drivers into play. Ty Buckley is now part of the front pack. Brilliant drive at the moment from Jacob Backler as well. In the 269, up 10 places now to 7.
At PFI, that tactic is known as the George Russell tactic. He used the tactic perfectly. Back them up to win all 3 of his Kart Masters titles here. And it was coming into the second hairpin. The second hairpin on all 3 occasions was when George stood on the anchors, waited for the love tap behind. Somebody spins in the background. It's a red and white kart. It's a Jade Racing entry. That means it would be Rocco or privateer driver on the Birrell ART kart. But yeah, coming into this corner here is where George famously, in all 3 of his Kart Masters wins, just literally backed the pack up, waited for the tap from behind, went and left the rest. By the time he got to this corner, had a 10 kart length lead, game over. Into the Mike Wilson complex we go, still 2 wide behind Ty Buckley there. Jacob Bashler, Aaron Richardson, Rocco Leon Shenton is not... he didn't lose lost a few places. Archie Owen, our pole sitter, has slipped back to 7th because, of course, look at did you see the wheel lift there from Riley Cranham, giving you an idea of just how much grip it is. The racing line almost looks shiny, like it's wet, with so much rubber laid down on it. And I've got to say, I saw pictures yesterday. The marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club were out sweeping, in between practice sessions. The marshals were out sweeping the circuit instead of taking shelter in their marshal huts.
Just to note as well, really good. It's Mayan Patel. We'll come back to that because Mayan Patel has somehow made a near crash going down the inside and taken second place away from George Edgar. Ty Buckley's getting involved now, and Nat Johnston. So it's a 3-4-5 for the Mick Barrett Racing crew at the moment. Keep an eye on Charlie Wolfett as well in P9. new livery on that one because Henry Gregory has become a team boss. Henry Gregory Racing in their first race have gone from outside the top 20 and are now P9. That is a magnificent job from Henry. I've got one problem though, Henry, with the livery. He likes his green and white, but it looks like a Jamie Green. Oh
dear, I'm going to have to, Greg's on legs, I'm going to have a chat with him later in the Paddock show. There may have, there was an incident, mentioned Charlie was here, driving for MLC Motorsports a couple of weeks ago. Another championship at PF International had an incident with another driver with the same graphics kit on his kart. I wonder if that has led to a split, as we have got the checkered flag coming out, and lo and behold, by the time it's all said and done, Riley Cranham, he backed them up, pulled away. Well done. I've got to say, second position, Mayan Patel. That is a great drive from Mayan, but also the Litchfield Motorsport engine program. They have been working very, very hard in junior and senior, because that's 2 top 4 results for their drivers in the team. But also here at PFI, it's all about the waft, as you know. So Mark has been beavering away feverishly and has come up with plenty of the good stuff for his drivers. Patel in second. As you're looking down the order, Edgar, Buckley, Johnson, Richardson, Bartlett, Maisie Creed up to 8th, Archo in 9th. Then it is our newest team, Henry Gregory. Greg's Motorsport, what's it called? Henry Gregory Racing, that's rubbish. Henry, leave it to us. We'll have a new team. We'll have a new team named for you by the end of the day.
11th place for Finley Lyons, 12th for Sukhmani Kira, 13th for Rocky Lee and Shenton after that little moment. Jolith Sayer on return in 14th, Max Ewell completing the top 15. Let's head down once again to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Story of that race then, Riley Cranham showing once more why he has been unbeatable this year. He did get stopped at GYG, but he's back on top so far this weekend. Archie Owen, who put in that last-minute lap during qualifying, has gone backwards so far this morning. How did it play out? Let's look at those highlights.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights for Junior X30. Early stages, always going to be busy in the middle of the pack. Richardson went down the inside on Owen. Cranham worked his way to the front of the order and looked to get another heat win. Of course, the championship leader looking pretty good at this stage of the season. George Edgar looking for another strong set of results like he had at GYG a month ago. Got up to second place, had to deal with the likes of Mayan Patel and his teammate Nat Johnston. Brilliant overtake there by Patel, put him up to second place. Meanwhile, further down the order, there were plenty of scraps going on, but it would be Cranham's victory. We'll see the juniors out again later on for their second heat. Coming up after this short break, it's Waterswift Restricted.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Apologies, I got ahead of myself. It's not quite time for IAME Waterswift Restricted. That'll be coming up in a bit. For now, though, we've got one of the free practice sessions for the MightE Bambino category. It's their O-Plate here this weekend. This is the youngest set of drivers here in the Paddock, drivers from the year of their 6th birthday up to ages of 8 in a championship that continues to grow and grow. Out on circuit, we've got, I think, around 15 drivers this weekend, and some names from not just around Britain but around the world. Just for the notes and those looking at the lap times, 1 minute 22s being set. In fact, make that 1 minute 21s. For our drivers. In fact, scratch that as well, because Felix Tandy's just put in a 1 minute 20.9. We enjoyed these drivers, or this category, last year as one of the guest rounds for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I want to remember back at Wilton Mill, I think they had one of their plate races last year. But Henry, you've been watching a lot more of these young drivers.
Yes.
On your escapades. What do you make of them?
I've got to say, the MightE Bambino class, it's easily the most electric, easily the best electric class I have seen, certainly with Bambinos. There have been others that have made appearances. This one has, they've got the MightE, the people behind the series have got it just right. The driving is excellent. Yeah, the Kart Championship holds the official Motorsport UK British title for this category. And what is interesting is that, you've got Heath Smith, who has done extremely well. Felix Tandy, of course, the son of Nick Tandy. Now, we were here the most recent round of the Kart Championship at PF International. The same weekend that the Le Mans 24 Hours was running. And, of course, Felix and his mum were here and his sister were here. Dad, Nick, was racing his Porsche hypercar at Le Mans. And we had Le Mans on the big screen in the paddock area. Felix was a bit concerned about what was going on. I spoke to him. He said, "I'm not sure how much sleep I'm going to get tonight." Mum Tandy was a nervous wreck, and Sister Tandy was just here to play with her friends. Didn't really care what was going on at either race circuit. But yeah, there's a lot of young talent. Of course, Ralph Martin, who has now moved to Micromax, he was the champion of this last year. He was the first ever driver in the UK in any motorsport discipline to win an official Motorsport UK British title in any form of discipline in an electric powered vehicle. So he made a little bit of history there. And of course, we have with us this year Zain Sofawoglu. I'm sure you mentioned the young driver from Turkey, the son of Kenan Sofawoglu, multiple world superbike winner, stroke champion. expect an awful lot of Turkish flags to appear in the live chat when Zayn is racing. They have been responsible for huge viewing figures. There is Zayn. I think Zayn's mum is here with him. I saw Zayn, and maybe I think younger brothers and sisters saw them this morning. Expect. I started having to learn Turkish.
Wow.
Yeah. And not just lines out of the film Snatch.
Just over a minute of this session to go. This is just free practice at the moment. We will have a bit more from them later on, including their timed qualifying. For all of these younger drivers in the MightE classes, this is their first day. They weren't here yesterday whilst the X30s and the Hondas were practicing, so they're quite literally getting to grips with the circuit.
And of course, as of 2026, this will be the only official Motorsport UK Championship for Bambino karts. The Coma C50 engine Bambino category is still running this year, but it's the last year for it as an official Motorsport UK Championship. They can still carry on racing, but it won't be for an official MS-UK title. I've got to say, the drivers, the families in the Coma class this year in the kart championship have done a wonderful job. At least half or 5 of them, 5 of the families have liveried up their karts like classic Formula One cars. So we have a JPS Lotus, a Nigel Mansell Cannon Williams, complete with a red number 5. We have a Martini Brabham. We have a McLaren, a Lando Norris McLaren, and Sebastian Vettel Red Bull livery karts out there. So the families really get into it. And of course, we did have one race where it was the black and gold JPS Ayrton Senna Lotus scheme racing the Nigel Mansell Red 5 Cannon Williams scheme back and forth, which was wonderful. Just shows that, that even the youngest members of the paddock are, learning a little bit about the history of the sport. And of course, you've got the sons and daughters of so many people in this class. So we already talked about Nick Tandy, his son Felix. We've got Luca Pede. He's the son of Ed Pede, former single-seater racer, raced in Formula Zip. My mate battered him at around the British University Karting Championship at Clay Pigeon back in 1999, but we'll brush over that fact. We've obviously got Zayn Sofawoglu as well. So the second and sometimes third generation drivers are now coming into this. Karun Chanduk's son raced in around this as well. So it really is the place where, obviously there's environmental issues. It's very attractive to a lot of people for that reason, but the thing that attracts me most is the racing, I have to say. You get the racing right, which they've done, and everything else follows, into place.
And I've just gone back to remind myself of the last time that we saw this paddock as part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock. The numbers are going in the right direction. We had 12 drivers on the grid for the first one of these races as a guest round back in September last year. So we're up to 15, and of course we've got the Cadet category as well, which we didn't have at all.
Yes, that's new.
Last year. So good to see. The results from that one, Jack Harper fastest. He was one of the drivers at Wilton Mill last year. Luca Pede second. Arthur Thompson third. Logan Edwards and Felix Tandy all in the top 5. Nico Rezlovsky in 6th place ahead of Frank Pearson. Elliot Hitch, Teddy Smith, Heath Smith, that was your top 10. Zayn Sofawoglu in 11th ahead of Oakley Howlett. Briella Stevens in 13th ahead of Sam Tester. And Ocean Owen there in 15th place. That is the running order for FP3 in MightE Bambino. And
I think we had at Shannington earlier this year, we had about 28 of them, which is really good. So there's lots of karts out there. Being driven by some very, very talented young drivers. But so yes, of course, you just obviously there's no sound, but apart from that, Motorsport Magpie makes a very good point. So Felix Tandy, Felix may not be here at Kartmasters, but it's the same day as his dad Nick is racing the IMSA race at Road America, a circuit that I was at a couple of weeks ago. Beautiful place, the kart track and the racetrack. Kartmasters Finals Day, and we know which one you will all tune into. Well, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's here at PF.
Kartmasters.
Let's throw down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Good to see our MightE drivers out in full force this morning then for morning practice. All drivers putting some good laps in, I would say, one of which we've got Felix Tandy. Felix Tandy is one of the Wera Alliance-backed drivers for 2025. He was picked up by Wera Tools Championship sponsor. His car there in the background supported by RCE, David Richards' team there. He's an E-plate driver. Felix, one of those drivers out there, looks like he's enjoying the PF circuit. Looks like he's making the most of the grip that's out there, but also having some fun. There you can see Felix just talking to some of the competitors. RCE then are out in full force in the MightE class today. That's a team that we see throughout the Rotax classes. Dean Powell is one of the RCE drivers. So actually it's good to see teams mixing it up, switching it up, moving into all sorts of categories, and especially with the MightE class pushing ahead in that sustainability that we want to see motorsport really grow into in the future. Like we said, only practice for MightE so far today. Their qualifying and racing will come up later this weekend. Through Parc Fermé, then you can just see the drivers starting to leave. They head back to warnings, keep themselves nice and cool, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of drivers enjoying some ice cream as well because it is heating up. It's around about 30 degrees out here now in Parc Fermé. We'll head back up then, still a short break to go until we head into our next rotation of heats.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great to see that Wera Tools livery. I have one downside. It does mean that beautiful Napa Racing UK livery that Felix ran last year is gone. Maybe someone else can hopefully pick that one up. We'll be back with more here from PFI in a short moment after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Thank you very much for your continued support of the championships. Welcome back to some live pictures at PF International. FP3 for the mighty cadets out on circuit, so they've got a bit of time to prepare themselves, get acclimatised. They're qualifying. Their main bit of the day is up later on at just after 3:30.
But of course, this is a showcase. This is they're racing obviously for a reason. It's the O plate for the Bambinos, but of course this is one of the first times. It's probably the first time that many of our viewers would have seen the MightE. The MightE power unit, can't call it the E word, the MightE power unit on a cadet-sized chassis. But what is impressive, Andrew, so there are two things that have struck me as being very impressive. Number one, RCE. Every round they send us a media package. They send us a media package with all the information about their drivers, what to look out for, things that have been, mentioned, or drivers, what the drivers have been doing, and how they've been in recent rounds, which is very, very professional. And if more teams did that, because it's a fantastic tool as well, to make sure that you get your drivers mentioned more, any bits of interesting snippets and things like that, the history of the team, how many drivers are out there, or what they've been doing, and facts about all the little drivers, their favourite racing drivers, their heroes, things like that. Obviously, it gets plenty of sponsor mentions in as well. For example, we now know that William Crombie, his idols are Lando Norris and Lionel Messi.
I like that, different sports. You often see, you just say quite a few Landos and Maxes in there and all the rest of it, but Leo Messi on there. Also, I'm going to be straight away warming to William. I've seen William race before. He's raced for a few years, but of course he's from Yorkshire.
Yes, he's from York. There we go. Got good strong Yorkshireman. And he's also got 22 wins, and he's lost count of the amount of podiums. But again, that media pack, and a big thank you to RC for sending it through every round. That is something that I'm surprised that more teams don't do. I'm hoping to create a job for somebody here, because it is very, very useful. The second thing that's impressed me, has impressed both of us, is the number of different wagons. Not the amount, not the quantity, but the different variety of wagons on display, which is really important for the future of the class, because it shows how compatible the MightE power unit is to lots of different chassis brands, does it not?
Absolutely. I think we've got in total 7 different brands on the grid. I'd say RCE we've been talking about a lot, but you've got a couple of Synergies out there. We've got a Croc out there in the hands of Zachary Parr, an OTK, because we've got to have an OTK.
It's a Lando Norris chassis in Dan Holland Racing livery.
A Gold Kart as well for Alfie Hennell.
Old school.
A Paralin for Jacob Emis, another Synergy for Jack Swank, and a Sodi as well for Chase Wilmington. So a good array.
Yeah, and that is really, really impressive. Henry King is watching on the live chat. We'll be seeing Henry in the next couple of weeks at various events around the world. Driver that participated in the O Plate at Wilton Mill, based out in Dubai, is Henry King watching on. Hello, Henry. How are you? But now, we're going to say again, just very, very impressed. What other little fun facts have we have we got for the people?
Well, we've got to mention that currently Harry Stinson is fastest now. His dad John is obviously very, very, very involved with MightE because he's the managing director. Of MightE Things, but he sent
Northern
some
Ireland
notes through as well. The driver from Almar is a rising talent, of course. Currently a 1 minute 6.58 the bench time for these drivers. And again, lots of interest in hobbies. Harry there in the number 78 out on circuit also likes his football and is always on the go. Lots of information that which we'll drop in over the course of the weekend. Other things that are new I mentioned this. I was doing a little bit of the rounds in the paddock earlier, Henry, because I always like to do that, particularly if we've got a new group of drivers. Some of these drivers we did see previously in the Bambino category, and they've moved up. But I'm going to put this out to you. I don't think in all my years of karting commentary I've ever commentated on a Terence.
That is very true. I mean, there was a TJ Nelson.
Yeah.
His name was Trevin J. Nelson, not Terence. But yeah, we were talking about that. But he doesn't like to go by the name of Terence, does he?
I mean, likes to go by TJ. So TJ Mackay in the number 70 machine.
It's a 1980s American cop show.
It is. It feels like something out of Life on Mars.
Yeah. Walking the streets of Detroit in the 80s, TJ Mackay.
Pretty quick as
One man.
well. P4 for Mackay. So very competitive field at the moment. Top 6 covered by a second.
Chase Wilmington getting an awful lot of support online. Pam Wilmington, Gary Austin, all supporting Chase. Henry King asked the question, when am I coming back to Dubai? The start of the season. Henry, don't panic. Don't panic, Captain Mandarin, don't panic. Yes, I'm going to be wintering in the Middle East now.
That's the way forward. 35 seconds of this session to go. Through in the foreground there is, I think that was number 15 of William Crombie with a distinctive bright green helmet.
We know that
suit.
because we've seen the RC media pack with his race suit in it. So again, we know this about William. Also, Harry Stinson. I was about to talk about there's a pair. I think they're sort of an Irish sort of folk pub group. And of course, but I was going to sing a song for him, but then I realised that because he's from Armagh, he likes the ga, the ra, da, 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 da. He's a right from South Armagh. And I realised there was a naughty word in it, so I thought I best not.
Maybe not.
No, best not.
Indeed. Checkered flag is out, and Ansel Murray went quickest just at the end there with a 1 minute 6.03. So another one of the RCE drivers.
You mean 9-year-old
from
Ansel,
Oxford?
Yeah, that Ansel Murray.
That one indeed.
Who's been racing for 4 years whose idol's Lewis Hamilton. And who's making waves on the track since his very first season in 2021. Not that we're reading from the RCE media pack or anything. Hint, hint, hint. Other teams, it's joking aside, it's extremely professional. Have to say, RCE 3rd year of existence. Very impressive indeed.
And the performance on the track as well. Of
yes,
course, we saw with
and off the track.
Last week at Lark Hall.
Yes.
And earlier on in the spring at Dunk as well. I will also just drop this one in.
Go on then.
The media pack provided by RCE.
I haven't mentioned it before, but no.
Ansel's, what a eclectic mix of different sports that the Murray family have been involved with. Obviously
please,
now with
tell.
karting with Ansel, but his grandfather played international cricket.
Very good.
That's a big topic at the moment with the test match going on.
Yes.
Between England and India. It's been a cracking series so far.
It has.
His great-grandfather was an Olympic track cyclist.
Wow.
And he's got 2 great uncles who've raced motorbikes.
Superb.
What a talented family.
But okay, so if Ansel's grandfather played for international cricket for India, then we should be able to find out some statistics upon him.
Full test match special.
We can go full test. Where's the Duckworth-Lewis method when you need it?
And we
superb.
can do that other TMS tradition as well of
cake. Cake in the commentary box.
We've
Although
not
it might
had
melt.
any yet so far this weekend.
No. Can we swap cake for ice cream because it's rather warm?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that this weekend.
Who'll be Tuffers and who'll be Aggers? Very good.
So that's the mighty cadets all done for the day. Sorry, I just got distracted by the Nat Johnston fan club.
Well,
what is going on here?
This dates back to, I believe, Kartmasters last year, where we neglected to interview Nat Johnson primarily because he wasn't doing very well. But we won't go on about that. But we will do our best. Nicole is down there now. Of course, he's got to do well, so have a word with him. But we will try and get a Nat Johnson. I can't promise.
What I will say for the Nat Johnston fan club: keep an eye on the social medias.
Oh yes.
I'm going to give a little bit of a taster and a spoiler.
Okay.
There's some good Nat content coming up.
Excellent,
Let's head down to
excellent.
Nicole Sutherland, though, who I believe has the multi-talented Murray family, represented by Ansel. Murray fastest in that session. Nicole, over to you.
Done and dusted with our first MightE Cadet practice then, and I've got Ansel Murray with me. Ansel, you've raced in the British Kart Championships before, but in a different class. This weekend, you're in the electric category, you're in the MightE karts. What's it like?
It has better handling, it's got better speed around the corners and a lot better grip.
And do you find then, Ansel, because it's electric, when you put your foot down on the accelerator, the kart really goes?
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to keep it on track when it's wet, so you can wheel spin a lot.
Well, it doesn't look like we've got any wet weather this weekend. It's very sunny out there. Ansel, how are you keeping yourself nice and cool? How are you dealing with that temperature?
My friend put a towel around their neck to keep them cool. I just hung about next to them.
Well, good to speak to you, Ansel. Good luck for the rest of this weekend. It looks like you're having some fun out there. We'll head back up then into the commentary box because we've got our next rotation of heats coming very shortly.
We have indeed, and if I'm going to check my timetable now, just to make sure that I don't get it wrong again, it should be IAME Waterswift Restricted coming up next, and it is for the first time this afternoon. Welcome everybody to live coverage of Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Hello to you round the circuit as well. Now, we can't see many of you because I think everyone's just sheltering in the shade at the moment, or maybe up in the lounge or places like that. But hope you are enjoying the day. Hope you're enjoying the conditions and staying hydrated out there.
Yes. Now, one driver that didn't have a great start to the main Waterswift category this morning was Chester Fawkes. But last year, he was on the podium in every single round of Waterswift Restricted. That race is coming up next. So why don't we have a little gander at what it's like to take a lap of this circuit in a Waterswift go-kart? So, out of the pits, and of course, so instantly you can see brand new set of tyres. Watch the hands on the steering wheel as Chester, try tiptoes through the Bruno Ferrari S's. But yeah, now trying to get some grip into the tyres, trying to get those, just get a little bit of the sheen off the tyres. You can see it does take time, does it not, to catch up to get the grip levels up in these karts. But again, Chester's doing a good job. But of course, this is the main Waterswift class. We're going to see any slipstreaming or drafting. It's probably not quite yet, but it does give you an idea of just how much grip is on. Don't forget, all the black lines there, that is just rubber that's been laid down.
Moving to the Mike Wilson complex then, a little bit of oversteer for Chester Fawkes through there, out wide onto the curb, through the final chicane to complete a lap here at PF International in the IAME Waterswift category, the IAME Waterswift Restricted category coming up next. Let's once again, though, throw down to Nicole Sutherland.
On the grid then with Ricky Williams, Louis Williams' dad. Ricky, performance so far, what are you thinking? Are you happy?
We had a tricky practice yesterday, so that's why we're back here basically, but hopefully we'll get things sorted as we go through the day. So this heat one, we'll see how we go.
We'll see how you go. Yeah. Head back up to you then, boys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We've got an interloper in our commentary box who's apparently meant to be on holiday.
That was my pigeon impression. It's the PFI pigeon himself.
The PFI pigeon has flown in.
Anthony Jordan, have a sweaty set of earpieces. Go on then.
We'll just get Anthony on comms. Mate, you're back.
I'm back, mate. Yeah, I only popped in to say hello, and you've put cans on my head. Why have you done such a thing?
So we get you for free on this occasion. No, it's good to have you back, particularly for the IAME categories, mate, because obviously we've been talking about them a lot together in the X30 in the Euro series. How impressed have you been with some of the drivers this weekend in terms of it's a baker this weekend. I've been mentioning it feels like it was when we were in Wera a few weeks ago, but they all seem up to the challenge, whether they've been out there or not.
And you've probably heard this time in and time out, the heat in the UK is drastically different than the heat in Europe. I don't know why, it just feels hotter here than it does anywhere else in Europe. So the fact that these drivers are doing such an amazing job still in these conditions, they're all great.
Next up, Heat 1 for IAME Waterswift Restricted. Okay, here we go then for IAME Waterswift Restricted. It's heat number 1 of 2 here today for the first part of their double header. On pole position, it's an all Excel Motorsport front row. LBJ Stubbs and Bodie Batch looking to continue their form from Glanigors a month ago. Harry Chapman and Dimitar Uzanov on row 2. Uzanov stepping into the restricted category. Corey Lyons and Jaden McElhenney for the DMS team continue their inter-team battle on row 3. It's Ollie West and Arthur Bowers on row 4. Toby Biggs and Logan Hodgetts go from row number 5 ahead of Freddie Baker and Benjamin Schlivar, who was a whisker away from a podium last time out. Patrick Wood and Louis Williams-Mabs there on row 7. Reggie Peters and Harry Murphy on row 8. Frank Morris of Wales completes the 17-strong field for this one. It will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap as ever. The IAME Waterswift Restricted drivers ready to go in the sunshine here at PF International through the final couple of corners. It's the XL Motorsport boys on the front row. Bodie Batch, the Argenti back driver in this one as well. Away we go then. Green lights on our screens. 8 minutes underway. Good starts for Stubbs. Good start for Harry Chapman as well there, who's been in good form in preparation for this latest round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He's immediately up to second place. On the move as well there was Toby Biggs in the number 46, who has joined the ranks of Excel Motorsport in recent weeks. Down into hairpin 1 for the first time. Stubbs goes a little bit deep there. Always is a problem for the number 99 of Arthur Bowers, a new driver in the championship here this weekend. But Chapman challenging Stubbs in these early stages. Anthony, it's a good start from both of them.
Yeah, indeed. It's a nice getaway for some of these young drivers in the Waterswift Restricted class. And again, here at PFI, as all looking to the inside there, going into Bobby Kane. That's a very close one there for Harry Chapman, just to see what he could possibly do here on the O-plate. Albert J. Stubbs, who is at the moment in control of this one. But as they exit out of the final corner, this is where you're going to start to see that different dynamic between two drivers now. Could they work together? Could they break away? Because they've already got a 4-kart gap from the likes of Dimitar Uzanov, who's there in third place.
Yeah, it's a good start for both of them. So Stubbs leads from Chapman, Uzanov, but for how long? Because Bodie Batch is trying to fight back here in a very good run in the club round 1 week ago in very different conditions, but Bodie Batch moves up to third place. There's one of the bright blue DMS machines coming through. Looks like it's the number 14 of Corey Lyons, who had a bit of bad luck last time out. There's the other DMS machine of McElhenney. McElhenney steps to the inside and is up to 5th place with that move. Brilliant stuff from Jaden McElhenney there. This is what we love about IAME Waterswift Restricted Racing, isn't it, Anthony? It's always very tight and compact. Great place for drivers to develop racecraft.
Oh, no, 100%. Of course, all these drivers, they're very early on in their careers. Of course, this is the restricted class. This isn't the full open class of Waterswift. So, again, a lot of these drivers are still in their early years of racing, still developing their driver tactics, what they want to deploy on circuit. So, a lot of things will still change between these drivers over the course of maybe a season or their entire racing career. But it's a really good start for them in this one to really showcase what they can do. And Bodie Batch there now, fastest lap of the race, is working now with Uzanov to try and close into these two up ahead. And I've got to say, they look just that fraction faster.
They do indeed. If we can keep this pace up, we could have a 4-kart scrap at the front of the field, a little bit further down the order. Good progress for Benjamin Schlivar in a really breakthrough performance. We'll come back to that because this is Corey Lyons looking down the inside of Ollie West. Ollie West, who was the driver of the day, voted by you, the kind British karting public. That was back at Warden Law. West continuing to race very solidly in that fight for 6th place with Corey Lyons. Toby Biggs there as well with Patrick Wood. Wood's had a good start, up 3 places and into the top 10. Likewise for Benjamin Schlivar. Oh, unfortunately, a notification on our screens. Corey Lyons plus 5-second penalty. That's an in-race time penalty, which at the moment would drop Corey all the way down to the bottom of the field. Just over 4.5 minutes to go. Then Stubbs leads from Chapman, Batch and Uzanov, the chasing pack. Does look like they're just closing in, a tenth or two faster that time around, Anthony.
Yeah, certainly so. Pushing ever closer and making it a group of 4. Quick ganders at the live chat, doing Henry's job here. Now on this one, Courtney Williams comes in, says Reggie Peters' mum and baby sister are watching live from home. Welcome one and all. Your lad's doing not too bad. He's there 17th place right now.
Yeah, one of 2 new drivers to the championship here this weekend. Reggie Peters with the Evolve Motorsport team. You know, on a first weekend, I think the focus will be progress. It's good progress at the moment. 1 minute 7.0 last time around for Reggie as a PB. Only 1.5 seconds off the pace of the drivers in this top 4 who have been racing throughout the course of the season so far. Batch and Uzanov continuing to close in. 3.5 minutes to go. We look a little bit further back into the pack. I think this is the group around Arthur Bowers, Harry Murphy, Frank Morris, the 13th, 14th, 15th battle. Frank Morris with that very distinctive black and, well, it's a black base on the livery, but lots of different paint colours on it. One of the privateers running out of Wales. Back with our race leaders, though, and it's definitely a 4-kart scrap now at the front of the field, Anthony.
It is, and the question now remains who's going to be the first to pounce on this fight, because, again, if you're in 3rd place, you're in a really difficult spot. If you go for that move, you lose the leader. Yes, okay, it's the restricted category. There is a chance you could get that slipstream, you can catch back up, but that's very difficult with the time they've got remaining. If you're in P4, you've just got to wait. It's all down to what Harry Chapman does here now in this situation. If Chapman goes to the lead, it's game on for all 4 of them.
Absolutely. Chapman has had very good pace throughout the course of the season. He's a little bit further down in the championship scores going into this week, and that's mainly because he had a technical exclusion from one of the races at Warden Law on that weekend. But, you know, he can still fight back. He's still got a mathematical chance, particularly if he has a strong weekend here at PF International. You're watching live coverage of Event 6, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in IAME Waterswift Restricted. We've got a fight for 3rd place as Uzanov tries to get down the inside. Had to be patient with that one. Did it round the bowl, onto the bridge, takes 3rd place away from Bodie Batch, but that's allowed a little bit of a gap to develop, and this could be Chapman's chance. Chapman down the inside of Stubbs, takes the race lead. Nice reading of the race there, Anthony.
Yeah, beautifully timed. He knew that the overtake would have happened behind him. He may have had someone on the sidelines to say, go for that overtake. And yeah, you can already see the communications coming in. Now that both of those overtakes that's happened, that's kept the group of 4 still the same. But like you say, Chapman now leads. But it was a beautifully timed overtake. And I've got to say, for some of the youngest drivers that we'll have racing over the course of some of this week, and not the youngest, but some of the younger ones, great reading of the road.
Absolutely. 2 times so far this season, Harry Chapman has been the top driver through the qualifying heats, and both of them have been Saturday rounds at Warden Law and GYG so far this season. So could Harry Chapman repeat that feat here for round 5 of the championship? Uzanov looking for 2nd place from LBJ Stubbs. Not quite that time able to draw alongside as they go over the bridge. Downhill now, such a tricky corner, that right-hander coming off the bridge and down towards hairpin number 1. Chapman has good entry speed through that part of the course, retains the lead. A little bit further down the order, who else is progressing? Well, we talked about Schlivar and Wood earlier on. They're now both up 6 places in this race. So Schlivar for the SFR Motorsport team, but a very strong run last week in the on the other side of the fence in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. That's, of course, Event 5 at Lark Hall. If you missed any of the coverage from last weekend, you can watch it back at your leisure. And ends up to 6th place now is Schlivar. Wood now P7. Louis Williams Mabs also on the move. He's up 3 places in this race. We heard from his dad with Nicole before the race, and it's looking like a potential top 10 at the moment for Louis Williams Mabs. He's there in 11th place, but not too far behind Freddie Baker. Not much change at the front of the order here, Anthony. Still Chapman from Stubbs. Stubbs trying to develop that gap to Uzanov.
Yeah, he is, but we are getting into that closing stage of the race now, and this is where it can get a little bit interesting at the front of a grid. As soon as that last lap board comes out to the drivers, something clicks in their mind. They will have obviously seen the timer as they've gone across the line being about 10 seconds, so they know that board is coming up very soon. But it's a case of, again, who pounces first in this situation. Again, you've got Uzanov who's there. He's already got that overtake done on Batch earlier on. That's why Batch is there currently in 4th place and still trying to hold on to this lead fight. He's still in for a fighting chance here, especially if these guys open up a little bit. But again, it's going to be a close one. Chapman's been looking really quick here. So is Stubbs, so is Uzanov. It's a 3-4 cut battle. No one knows who's going to take it.
Indeed. Time is up. Last lap board will be out in a moment's time. Harry Chapman is still your race leader in Heat 1 for IAME Waterswift Restricted. LBJ Stubbs following P2s. Good pace for both of them through the Bruno Ferrari S's, but this is the part of the course where Uzanov is strong. The tighter, twistier, flowing corners here at PF International. Off the bridge once again. Don't count out Bodie Batch there as well. Still running nicely in 4th place. As here goes Stubbs down the inside. Can he get it done on the brakes? Yes, he can. Great stuff from the championship leader. LBJ Stubbs closing towards another victory perhaps, and Bodie Batch also closing the gap to this top 3. Chapman, Uzanov both check over their shoulders to see the proximity of the Argenti Academy backed driver into Bobby Game for the last time. Stubbs has got to defend, has got to cover that inside line. The job isn't done yet, though. Through the Mike Wilson complex, Chapman's trying to draw alongside. They're going to be side by side. Oh, they get very close there, and Uzanov's going to step down the inside and potentially take the race lead. He will take the race lead and the victory. Dimitar Uzanov out of the final corner takes Heat 1 from Stubbs. Chapman 3rd, Bodie Batch 4th, Anthony Jordan. What a finish.
You know what? I could see that happening a mile away. When you've got 4 karts like that in such tight proximity to each other, especially here in that final sector at PFI, it always ends in something like that. You always find that driver who is not really pushing for the lead usually ends up finding a gap, sending it through, and it's exactly what we saw there with Uzanov.
Thank you, mate.
You're welcome.
I'll see you in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to give this back to Henry now.
What a race for Anthony to step in on there. Dimitar Uzanov wins it from LBJ Stubbs. Harry Chapman and Bodie Batch in the top 4. Jaden McElhenney comes home in the top 5. Patrick Wood, P6. Benjamin Schlivar, P7. Another top 10 for Benjamin there, ahead of Ollie West, Freddie Baker and Arthur Bowers. Good run there from Arthur Bowers. First race in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and in the top 10. Toby Biggs P11 ahead of Louis Williams Mabs, Logan Hodgetts, Harry Murphy and Frank Morris also in the top 15. Difficult race for Corey Lyons, P16, and also has a +5 second penalty, so we'll swap positions with Reggie Peters. All 17 drivers who started the race finished the race.
Yes, and great to have Anthony back, even just for one race only. He's now gone to nest underneath a bridge, like usual.
Or visit we've got some new ones directly below. I'll show you at lunchtime.
We've got another pigeons.
Not pigeons. I'm not quite sure what they are. They're a little bit smaller, but they're little
baby pigeons.
Maybe baby pigeons. We'll investigate later on.
But yes, going back to, for those of you that aren't sure, if you watched Kart Masters last year, there was a pigeon nesting under the bridge that was named Anthony Jordan. We haven't got the photograph, unfortunately. We'll get it back for Kart Masters. Nicole Sutherland, back to some sanity, Nicole, down in the pits.
In my opinion, that was an absolute last-minute but well-perfected move by Uzanov, who has just pulled into the scrutineering bay to get all of those technical checks. That is what you call exciting racing, so let's watch some highlights to see exactly how he pulled it off.
Indeed, this was earlier on in the race. The early stages, Stubbs and Chapman both broke away. It looked like it would be the battle between those two, but that was a key move there. Bodie Batch down the inside for 3rd place. They would close in. Good scraps in the midfield as well, with the likes of Jaden McElhenney, Ollie West in that group. Batch and Uzanov worked back to the front. Uzanov went for a move for P3. Chapman took the lead in the last couple of laps before Stubbs would go back down the inside through hairpin 1 on the final tour. We weren't done there. Chapman having a go through the Mike Wilson complex, side by side, pod to pod between the two race leaders. That was the opportunity for Dimitar Uzanov to step down the inside and take a heat win for the Jade Racing team. Very busy part of the year, of course, for the Jade Racing team. More on that later. We're going to get ready for the next race. Honda Cadet out next, less than 7 days since they were racing in Scotland. Here's how they form up for the first heat of their first doubleheader. Archie Loveridge and Riley Blakemore continue their battle from Lark Hall. They're on row 1. Elliot Bourke, great qualifying ahead of Luke McGall. That is row number 2. Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon go from row 3. Edward Rye, strong qualifying as well on row 4, ahead of an improving Harry Grant.
Jerry Duffy, one of 2 racing Duffy brothers. Only one of them, Reggie, is further down the order. Jerry starts 9th. Sam Dixon in P10. Aidan Donnelly and Luke Jardine on row number 6. Then there's the second of the Duffys, Reggie Duffy, alongside Jayan Prakash, who is returning from a shoulder injury. Luca Bicocchi and Jack Cope are next.
Carl Kerr and Oliver Ratton on row 9. The grid is completed by Shaylin Srikantan, the second of the MJR Racing drivers there. And a big thanks to the Honda Cadets.
Yes.
I asked last week, more Hondas, please.
And
We've got more Hondas.
They listened.
But I'm going to be greedy and say I want more Hondas. I want.
More?
Can we break more?
You want more?
Can we break 20 for the
easily.
last doubleheader of the year?
Easily.
We'll wait and see on that one. Championship scores heading into this one.
Yes,
so,
please.
of course, these are fresh off the press from Lark Hall last weekend. Archie Loveridge is the championship leader on 254. Very close between Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon there on 241 apiece. Luke McGall had a great day. A little bit of bad luck in the final, but was very impressive at Lark Hall. He's 4th in the championship on 233. Bourke and Blakemore next 5th and 6th. Jane Prakash, after a really good weekend where he was nominated as your Honda Cadets driver of the day, could well be your whole championship driver of the day. We'll wait and see on the results for that one. P7 in the championship, Carl Kerr, Shaylin Srikantan and Harry Grant completing the top 10 in the championship scores as we stand.
Every single driver, apart from Edward Rye, is on either a Project 1 or a Zip kart, which is good to see. Plenty of engine builders as well. As there's our first shot in action of Dan Ashton waving a green flag for your viewing pleasure, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go then, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Standing start, of course, in Honda Cadet, and we are away in racing for Heat 1, round 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for this category is go, and it is a good start for those from the front of the field. Riley Blakemore takes the early lead from Archie Loveridge. Luke McGall there in the Ayrton Senna tribute helmet that he had good performances in last week. He's up to 3rd place, down the straight into hairpin number 1. Blakemore had a fair amount of bad luck last week. The results that he got were not reflective of the pace that he had in Scotland. This is a positive start for Riley, leading in the early stages.
Yeah, Riley Blakemore, who is being run by Tim Parrott. Is helping out running Riley. Saw an incident there. The driver of the orange crash helmet race suit, Harry Grant, was forced a little bit wide up at hairpin number 1. Very interesting. You mentioned Elliot Bourke with the Ayrton Senna tribute crash helmet. It was in again, 2 weeks ago. Road America, Elkhart Lake, for a round of the US PKS Championship. And there's a team from South America called Orsalon Racing, and they've got drivers from all over, and 2 of their drivers have got Ayrton Senna tributes. And one of the mechanics said to me, he said, Ayrton has been gone for 31 years, and still every single grid in the world, every kart meeting you go to, there is at least one Ayrton Senna crash helmet. He's been gone 31 years. Sometimes you can only really judge the legacy of a driver, whether they passed or whether they're still with us, you know, in the decades after their achievements. And again, you do see Michael Schumacher crash helmets, you see Lewis Hamilton crash helmets, but considering that there is not one driver racing this weekend who was born when Ayrton Senna was still alive, and yet still you see the crash helmet, which is a tribute to the legacy of the man and just the impact that he had on not just Formula 1, but the psyche of a racing driver.
And of course, his history in karting as a sport spoke for itself. It's actually on the road. Luke McGall took the checkered flag first, but then it was a plus 5 second penalty now. My memory was kicked into gear that dropped him down to 7th in the final standings. And you mentioned that about the Senna helmets in the wet as well.
Yes.
We had 2 on the road takers of a checkered flag, because Benedictus Matsioukas also had a Senna helmet on last week at Lock Hall as well.
In the week, you know, it's incredible. And of course, you know, 40 years ago this week, we were at Silverstone for the Formula 1 British Grand Prix, with Kiki Rosberg setting the qualifying lap of 160 miles an hour average speed. And of course, Senna was racing on that day as well. We were also watching Live Aid 40 years ago today.
That record that stood for many a year. 4 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go. It's got into that classic Honda Cadet rhythm, a breakaway of 4.
Yes.
All knowing right now, particularly round this place, that you've got to work together, keep the numbers down. For the latter stage of this race, it's Ronnie Jones, the O-plate holder for MJR Racing at the back of the field. We'll try and pop up to the MJR warning.
Yes, we should,
today,
because they have, after much ridiculing on my behalf, they have now got the MJR race suits. So you've got a battle for the race lead. So Ronnie Jones in his brand new MJR race suit. We should really, you know, because again, it was a great achievement for Ronnie at the start of the year to win the O-plate, and. Again, he's now settled into the sort of the rough and tumble, but the grind of an actual championship season. But it is very good to see him back on form here.
Now, I've got a little challenge for our camera operatives around the circuit.
Go on then, love a camera op challenge.
Because we didn't talk about this at Lark Hall.
Did we?
You will notice 3rd and 4th place, the engine covers are a slightly different livery to the others. We've got quite a few RPMs and Tornadoes out there.
Yes.
Those are 2 runners on the Motorsport UK pooled engine set. So this is a new initiative that the top 3 in the championship, per the technical regulations now, have to run one of the engines selected by the technical commissioners and the scrutineers. This is to ensure fair and safe racing within Honda Cadet. So you can see there, Ronnie Jones and Archie Loveridge, both in the top 3 of the championship. That's why they're running those engines this weekend.
But it's not just the engine, it's the exhaust cover. It's the airbox cover as well, all in that, and you can see beautiful there, you know, ask and thou shalt receive. You know, the Alpha Live camera ops, like, yep, what do you want us to do next lap? You know, come on, set us a challenge. But yeah, that is, very significant indeed. So if you, now, if the championship positions change after tonight's round, because this is a double header, you may find a driver who is, say, 4th in points like at Luke the moment, like Luke McGall, who will could end today 3rd of the championship, pour exemplaire, and then he would have to, you know, use a Motorsport UK pooled engine tomorrow, and the driver he replaces could go back to use his regular engine builder. Correct?
Absolutely. That's
correct.
That is spot on there. 2.25 minutes to go then. So it's Jones and Loveridge who've broken away from the field. They've worked together very, very nicely. The number 77 is under investigation. That's Luca Bicocchi, who was racing, of course, on home soil last week in Scotland at Lark Hall. Really impressed with Elliot Bourke so far in this race. 3rd at the moment in this one. Was on the podium last Sunday and looked really, really happy to be there, which I always like to see. The drivers in the 2nd and 3rd with a smile on their faces.
Yes.
Sometimes we don't always see that, but Elliot has taken that performance from last week in those torrid conditions in the final. If you did not see it, it was absolutely bouncing down at Lark Hall. You could not have weather conditions as different as what they are dealing with right now. But Bourke now looking good in the heats. This we didn't quite see last week during round number 2. And he's holding off Riley Blakemore.
A little bit further back from the two drivers, the S plate of Archie Cannon, of course, the son of former Wera Tools British KZ2 champion, Ryan Cannon. Archie, the last time he was here, had a nasty accident under the bridge. Spent a couple of days in a local medical facility. So, he's obviously, he was on the podium last weekend in Lark Hall. But obviously coming back to, he's fully recovered, but again, coming back to the scene of that accident, you can be forgiven for being a little bit tentative, perhaps. Have to say that in my, when I'm spending most of my life sitting either on National Express coaches, in airport waiting lounges or on airplanes, I do a bit of studying. And I look back, every single time the Wera Tools British Championship has been to Lark Hall in the modern era, whether it is in the IAME classes, the TKM classes, the Rotax classes or KZ2 classes, every single weekend we've been in Scotland, at least one Scottish driver has been on the podium. And that trend continued last weekend as well. Riley Blakemore has dropped a thought. So this is a good advert for the Motorsport UK pooled engine programme, tis it not? Because their engines are first, third and fourth? Second.
First, second, I think them all in the top 5 at the moment. Down the inside, that's a move for third place, and that's Blakemore going through past Elliot Bourke. Luke McGall's going to have a go now into hairpin number 2. This could give an opportunity to Bourke to get back down the inside, but at least hold on to 4th place. Yep. Harry Grant's still there in 6th. Good to see Harry back up into the top 6. If it could have gone wrong last week for Harry, it did go wrong. I said to him earlier this weekend, well, hopefully that was all the bad luck, all in one round. Get it out of the way. New tools as well for his dad,
New
Solly.
Wera Tools?
New Wera Tools.
Oh, well, then he's going to be a lot quicker.
Winner.
A lot quicker. Guaranteed.
He gives me a big smile every time I see him. Say, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's amazing what we've received. Final lap board is out. Jones and Loveridge 1 and 2. 1.7 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. Blakemore now up to 3rd. Bourke and McGall holding that top 5. A little bit further down the order, just to note, Aidan Donnelly is through past Jack Cope for 15th place.
Yeah, again, showing that drivers, the battle is a matter of it's first or last. Here is the battle for first. Jones, again, sticking to the middle of the track. There were a couple of races earlier where I sort of raised an eyebrow as Loveridge has a nibble at the inside, side by side, wheel to wheel. Jones on the inside, Jones on the outside, Loveridge on the inside. Oh, well done, Ronnie Jones. Well done, Archie Loveridge as well, for giving him racing room. Still signalling, I think, Ronnie, I think the chances of Archie working with you, that ship has sailed. It's now going to be a drag race to the line. It's all about Ronnie Jones's exit off the final corner. He moves to the inside, Loveridge stays the outside, Loveridge is closing, but Jones hangs on.
0.07 of a second between those two, and really good racing and good work by the technical team as well. They'll be very happy with the parity of that. Two karts, both with pooled engines, less than 1/10 of a second between them after 9 laps. Jones wins again. Like we saw at Wilton Mill at the O-Plate earlier on in the year, hasn't actually had a 65-point championship score so far this season in the championship, but that could well change here today if Heat 2 goes in similar fashion. Loveridge and Blakemore again in the top 3. We saw a lot of that, of course, at Lark Hall. Luke McGall continuing with that good form in the top 5 with Elliot Bourke. Harry Grant's back into the top 6. We saw that earlier on in the season at Warden Law. It was missing in Scotland, but good performance there. Archie Cannon, Edward Rye, Luke Jardine and Sam Dixon all in the top 10. Good drive there from Sam Dixon, who will be very pleased with that. The Duffersey's back. We didn't see them last week in Scotland. 11th and 12th, Jerry ahead of Reggie. Shailen Srikantan up 6 spots, was your biggest mover in that race, up to 13th. James Prakash solidly in the top 15 there, ahead of Jack Cope, Aidan Donnelly, Karl Kerr, Oliver Ratton and Luca Bukocki. And very good to see all 19 drivers who started that race finished it.
Ratton with a very, very smart livery go-kart, which Nicole Sutherland will probably get a bird's eye view of shortly, but Nicole is down in the pits now.
Well, that proves it then. Our Hondas haven't let off from last week when we saw them at Larkhall. That momentum, that pace and that racing skill has been pushed into this weekend, and it's good to see our drivers out there making the best of that bumper-to-bumper action. Let's take a look at it right now.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of those highlights from race number 5. Classic Honda Cadet stuff. It went down to the wire with Ronnie Jones getting to the front of the field, and again continuing to have some really good racing as we saw 7 days ago.
Yeah, and again, Archie Cannon. Just slipping a little bit back, what we said, he's finishing 7th in that race, but again, you could be excused for being a little bit tentative in your first race back. The last race that Archie had here, he left in the back of an ambulance, so you can understand him being just a little bit on the tentative side, but good defence from Ronnie Jones. Good racing, because there was a couple of opportunities. This is the run now. Okay, Loveridge sends it at the inside, doesn't force Jones off track. Jones doesn't come back and defends. Jones still ahead, leaves Archie just enough room on the inside, but to give Archie also credit, Archie backs out and lets them go through. And again, it's for a heat win. It's not for a main event win, but still good sporting driving from them both.
Very good stuff indeed. That brings us to a conclusion for the morning and early afternoon session. Big thanks to all of our marshals and track workers out there, because it has been very hot. Air temperature 27 degrees as things stand. More racing to come here at PFI. We will get going again. Race start time 1:35 local time for heat number 2 in IAME Waterswift. But between now and then, if you missed it last night over on the Karting UK channel, here's
why did you miss it?
But here's a little replay of the build-up show, our preview for the whole weekend from yesterday during free practice. Enjoy.
Nat Johnson's fans especially.
Hello everyone, welcome back to PF International. First time we've been here, I think since the O-Plate meetings at the very start of the year. Build-up show, thank you for joining us. Our preview for all things Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, the Wera Tour British Kart Championships, of course, on what, if you haven't noticed already, what a difference to 7 days ago, is an absolute scorcher. I cannot remember, personally, conditions being this hot at a UK meeting. We've gone very Euro this weekend. Track out there, it's actually quiet at the moment, so we're just in a little bit of a break. From what I've been told by the drivers and the teams, they are struggling for grip. It is so hot out there that the tyres have almost got too warm out on circuit. So yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for the drivers, including the likes of Jarlath Sayer in action this weekend with the XL Motorsport crew. We'll have a little chat. Jarlath, a very, very quick word. I've just been talking about track and how hot it is out there. You've got plenty of experience of racing in Spain and Italy and hot places like that. Do you think that's going to be to your advantage this weekend?
I mean, hopefully we've got a bit of experience, so I hope we can get the best out of it.
And am I right in saying that everyone's sliding around a fair bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how does that feel on the tyres?
Obviously it feels a lot different to the abroad, but I've got used to it now and I think we're going quite well.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us. We'll have a little chat with you later. Of course, we're at PF, so let's start off our roundup of the teams and how they've been getting on with PF International Karting. Gus Lawrence, of course, in action this weekend, looking at fastest in FP3, second in FP2. Archie Tillett back this weekend as well, so we'll keep an eye on how Archie's been getting on. S8 Racing, there's for quite a few of the teams, this is effectively a home race. S8 Racing down there, the importers of the TB karts, they've been looking okay. Harry Cottrell, Reese Newman have been in so far this season. Thomas Gray in for them this weekend as well. They'll be hoping to get some top 20s as the weekend goes on. I think we want to head down this way, and we'll head to Jamie Green Racing. As a bit of a catch-up as well, obviously we were last weekend at Lock Hall. If you missed any of the action, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live and Karting UK channels. This is an IAME weekend, so of course it's a double header. Full round on Saturday, full round on Sunday for the 4 IAME X30 categories and Honda Cadet as well. It's the first time this year Honda Cadet have had a double header. And not just that, we've got the MightE, Bambino and Cadet categories racing with us on a plate race this weekend. So plenty to get our teeth into. Plenty for Jamie Green Racing to be excited about as well. Let's have a look at their results so far today. Very good days for Zach Green, the senior 353, fastest in FP4. We'll actually go and have a little bit of a chat with Zach. Not only because he's sat down, but there's a spare chair here as well, which means I can rest my feet as long as I don't break the seats. Young Mr. Green, very quick earlier on, fastest in FP4. You happy?
Yeah, so far so good.
And coming into this weekend, PF International, it's a circuit a lot of people know well, but it's going to be an added challenge this weekend with the conditions.
Yeah, very hot. Yeah, when you come in, you're just sweating. It's not very nice, but got to deal with it, so it is what it is.
Will there be any changes in strategy through the earlier parts of the day to try and conserve energy, you know, the machinery, the materials as well, or is it still gung-ho straight out there?
I think, yeah, in the races maybe there might be a bit of having to save the tyres, but apart from that, I think just push, yeah.
How's the wider team feeling as well? Isaac's been having a very good season so far.
Yeah, I think he's been going well. I think we're all quite confident and looking forward to the racing.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time. We will swiftly move on. Come on, James. Come on. It's time for us to walk outside. Come on. No more sitting down. That's why he wants to sit down. He's got a beautiful. It's the coolest part of the whole paddock. But also for Jamie Green Racing, as I say, Ethan Owen looking very quick in FP4 in the intercategory in Waterswift. So yeah, I think as we've kind of become accustomed to now with Jamie Green Racing, plenty of reasons to be confident as the weekend goes on. I was talking about the MightE E's. Some of them will be up towards this part of the paddock come the weekend. As I say, they're not running a full 3 days. Their qualifying will be tomorrow. We'll bring you a little bit of the news from that, and then all of their racing is on Sunday, but definitely hope you can be with us for that. We'll turn down towards this next part of the paddock and go through who we've got for this next part of things. Hondas, as we mentioned, they're back in action this weekend. It's effectively like a double header for them with their racing at Lark Hall less than 7 days ago. And as I say, with the weather conditions, what a contrast it has been for them so far today. Drivers to keep an eye on in that part of the world: Riley Blakemore in the top 3, consistently in the top 3 so far today. His number 68 is just here. We should note as well, this was in play for last time out at Lark Hall. This number 68 hasn't got one on at the moment, but pooled engines are in play for the Hondas, the top 3. So if you see not an RPM engine like the one there for Riley on a kart, if you see a little bit of red and blue and the Motorsport UK logos on them, you might be wondering, well, what's that about? That is one of the pooled engines, in fact, right on cue. Thank you, Archie Cannon's S-plate. That's what we're talking about. So top 3 in the championship now to ensure fair racing, parity across the board, make sure everyone's doing the right thing. if you're in the top 3, you run with one of those pulled engines. I believe there's a lot of about 6 engines, and then 3 of them get pulled out. And with it being a double header as well, there is potential for who has the pulled engines to change over the course of the weekend, depending on how the Saturday round goes. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Actually, just to mention Archie's pace from earlier on. Fastest in FP3, 4th place in FP4. So again, looking pretty good for Archie, who had a strong weekend, of course, at Lark Hall. Evolve Motorsport, how have they been getting on? Solid results, particularly for Ollie West, consistently in the top 10. That's, of course, one of our drivers in the IAME Waterswift restricted category. The number 24 there of Ollie West has had a decent run so far this season, so we'll definitely keep an eye on them. A new driver as well, in the form of Reggie Peters, is on the novice plates, but great to see. We'll have a little chat with Reggie. Reggie, welcome to the paddock. Welcome to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. You excited for the weekend?
Yeah.
What's the hope then? What kind of result do you think you can achieve this weekend?
Like a podium or top 10 or something.
And have you raced this circuit before?
Yeah, only last week though.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see how you get on out there. A lot of the drivers who weren't at Lark Hall, as James has just nearly crashed into one of our new team bosses, by the way. He said last weekend that he doesn't like being on the spanners, but now you're a team boss. Are you going for that? Well, it was an open spot at Red Bull, and then they filled it again.
Yeah, I think I've always wanted to go down that route since I was in junior and cadet. So now I've successfully started it. Got the likes of Charlie Wolfett this weekend, Harry Chapman this weekend also. But yeah, next year looking to be a bit bigger with a couple more, two in each class. But yeah, for a starter weekend, just then we're topping a board with Chapman, top 3 for Wolfett. So not too bad of a start really.
I've got one big question though. In a paddock where you've got 2 commentators whose eyes are getting worse, why have you picked green and white for the colours and look like a TB car to a JGR?
I just gotta be honest. Green's my favourite colour, and I think blue and red's just too common. Everyone's got a bit of blue. I think the teams that do, well, it's bright for starters, and I think Evolve's one of the ones that stand out the most with their green and pink. But yeah, it's just green and yellow, favourite colours. I couldn't really pick much else.
Good stuff. We'll let you get back to business. Thanks, Henry, to having a little chat with us. Let's have a chat with Ollie as well. How are we doing today?
Good.
You're looking very warm. How hard is the work out there on circuit?
Really hard. Really.
Is there anything enjoyable about these conditions? I'll take that as a no. Hopes for the weekend. What are we hoping for? What kind of results?
Podium.
And what's going to make the difference of making the podium this time around?
Just driving well and getting all the lines right and getting all the setup right and for it.
Fantastic. We'll see you later on and catch up with the IAME Waterswift restricted. Say Ollie West there, who was our driver of the day, of course, earlier on in the season. Right, let's move on. Boom Racing. We had a chat with them last week on the Paddock Show. We will have the Paddock Show tomorrow evening, of course. They're playing music again, so we can't go in, but they're looking to move up into the top 10 in TQ, the first of those TQs tomorrow for the Honda Cadets. Mick Barrett Racing. Big weekend for Mick Barrett Racing. A very, very good run at the club meeting last week, and a new suit for George Edgar, so that's got to be worth at least 2/10 a lap. George was your winner in the club round last week, and it was a 1-2, as I say, with Nat Johnston, and they have continued that form here today. George was fastest in FP3. Now that's important because that's the one where they all have the new tyres on, so that's a good indicator for timed qualifying performance. Nat Johnston, as we say, was also in the top 10. Other drivers to keep an eye on this weekend, of course, Tyke Buckley was also another driver in the top 10. Max Ewell trying to find some pace as well. What I will say though about the junior results in particular, if you are the kind of individual who likes to pore over the stats and everything, I would take FP4's timings with a pinch of salt. From what the drivers have told me, a lot of them really, really struggling with not necessarily pace relative to one another, but set up and trying to find how on earth can you get round the problems with all the heat this weekend. I mean, that is one way, and James will take advantage of that one. We'll have a little chat with Nat Johnston, if that's okay. He's just having a look over with Max Ewell's kart. Nat, you've done some filming for us today, which we'll see on the live stream, on the live broadcast tomorrow. But anything else found out since you were last out on circuit? Or is it still really tricky conditions out there?
So yeah, still really tricky, like as in it's 33 degrees, so it's so hot, especially, I mean, not just for the kart handling, but to drive in, it's so, like, you sweat so much. It's a very tricky day, to be honest, but yeah, we'll keep at it, try and find some more pace for qualies. Yeah, we've still got time, so.
And this circuit in particular, even in just fairly normal conditions, it's one that really does test a driver. I'm thinking particularly when you come off the bridge and you've got those negative cambers, trying to get the front turned in, the hairpins being big stops as well. It's a place where kart setup is really important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tricky track, and I think, yeah, if you haven't got the setup dialed in, you won't be that fast, and I think it's a very specific driving style. I think we found out today that it's not necessarily the right one today, so I think maybe today we'd back it off on the entry and sort of find some time through the rest of the corner, but I mean, we still haven't found the optimum, so we'll see. But then again, it's such a tricky track, so like you say, so yeah. And
it's the same for everyone, isn't it? So I'm sure you'll find the pace.
Same boat, so yeah. So we were quick here last week, so we'll see what we can do. But yeah.
Good stuff, Nat. Thanks for your time. So we'll see the MBRs out later on, and that is the thing. I know it's a bit of a cliche to say it, but it is the same for everybody. These conditions. I mean, today it's all about, you know, the temperature out there on track. Everyone's feeling fresh. The other aspect that we need to think about this is how are these drivers going to feel by the time they get to Sunday afternoon? They're going to have to conserve energy. That's not conserving energy from Hayden Donnelly. Let's talk about some of the Brennan Tech crew who are here this weekend. There's been some good stuff good to see more drivers from the Emerald Isle here with us in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Jack McLaughlin here, just trying to find where Jack was in juniors. Top 20 for Jack earlier on. Keep an eye on Ada O'Brien and Danny Dempsey as well from this awning. Excel Motorsport, let's have a little bit of a review of how they've got on today. They've of course got one of the championship leaders going into this weekend in the shape of Albie J. Stubbs in the IAME Waterswift restricted category. So that's of course the cadet category. Running through, let's actually talk about their drivers, because I think once again, well, we're talking about MBR looking good in the juniors. I think these guys are looking strong for that cadet category. Bodie Batch was your club round winner here last week and was then fastest in FP4 earlier on today. Third in the other timed one, and then also for Stubbs in the top 4. Mason Brooks is back this weekend in the top 20 for both of his results. A plethora, of course, of the IAME Waterswift category here with us again this weekend. I think most of them are out on track at the moment, but just to give you a flavour of their results, probably Charlie Clough is the best position for them so far in the top 8. And again, we talked about it earlier with Jarlath Sayer. Well, Jarlath's kart is here. Makes me feel very old. See Jarlath now up in the full-size kart. This really could be a weekend because of these temperatures that the Euro drivers come to the fore. Charlie Clough, or Charles Clough as he is when he races out on the continent, looking very good so far this weekend. Just trying to see if there's any others that we should note from Excel Motorsport. Probably not for this moment. I'm going to get some one-word interviews with some of our IAME Waterswift restricted drivers. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hot is it?
100.
100. Albie, what's the thoughts for the weekend? Are you going to take the win this weekend?
Yeah, I'm going to win. But for temperature, it's not that bad considering, like, compared to the bar, I'd put it at about 7.
I was going to say, we have got some drivers in this awning that have raced out in the Middle East. Bodie, you feeling good after last week's club round win?
Yeah. I definitely think we can take the win this weekend, but it'll be a challenge in the heat.
Is there anything that you can take from last weekend as well? Because it was very bad conditions last week, the weekend of the other kind. It was very wet, wasn't it?
I don't think there's anything there.
Good stuff. And what's going to be the favourite snack of the day to keep yourself cool this weekend?
Chips.
Chips. Okay, well there we go. That's the thoughts from Excel Motorsport with some one-question answers. We'll head back out into the paddock. It's a very good point that Albie's made there, actually, about drivers who are, it's an increasing thing amongst the British karting scene, that you've got a number of drivers, families who've located out to the Middle East. They're actually quite used to this one. I hope I've not got a bee in my hair that just flew through, especially considering I've not got that much hair left. Let's carry on as the rest of the Excel Motorsport team dive into LBJ Stubbs' truck for some much needed refreshment. We talked about Danny Dempsey and Ada O'Brien. I want to have a chat as well, because we've got a good number of privateers here this weekend. I don't know if they're still around at the moment, but we have got Harry Murphy, another one of our novices there in the number 65. And I think just through the awning there as well, we've got Logan Hodgetts in the number 74. Logan up in the top 10 earlier on today in one of the IAME Waterswift restricted category practices. Have we got any of the drivers around? Have they run around? I think they've run around into the truck. We'll see if we can have a little chat with Hodgetts and Murphy. Come on out. How's the practice been so far for you today?
It's going all right. We're doing my fastest lap times. We're getting into the 106s, but not at the front grid. I'm happy with what we're doing though.
Who's on the spanners for you this weekend? Is it Dad?
Yeah.
Is Dad doing a good job?
Amazing job.
He's doing an amazing job. That's good to hear. Let's have a chat with Logan as well. Logan, if you spin round here. Logan, a really good practice session earlier on today for you, up in the top 10.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good for this weekend? Are you ready to take on the heat?
Yeah.
And who do you think is going to be your biggest rival this weekend? Who are you looking forward to racing against?
I think Freddie and Patrick.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see. Of course, there's IAME Waterswift restricted drivers. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Harry, for your time. We'll see them later on in the weekend. Of course, IPK racing back once again. Joao Castro in for them. Needing to find a little bit of pace. 25th in the third practice earlier on today. Let's have a chat with another couple of our Honda drivers for the folks at home. Tell us who you are.
Jack Cope.
So, Jack, you raced with us for the first time at Lark Hall. You're now back in at PF International. Two very different circuits. How are you finding it?
It's hard, but we're getting there.
And what are you hoping for in terms of the weekend? Are you in with the Ambition Motorsport team again this weekend, or are you in with a different awning?
No, we're just by ourselves this weekend.
So, are you ready to take on? There's quite a few privateers in that class. Do you want to be the top privateer, do you reckon?
Hopefully, I'm going to try my best.
Good stuff. Oh, well, another one of our privateers, of course, is Harry Grant. Harry, a really tough week last week at Lark Hall, but you ready to bounce back?
Yeah. I'm really happy that this round's a double header because the practice has been actually going pretty well. We made it up to top 6 last practice, so yeah, because this is a double header, I think we can redeem what we lost in Lark Hall.
And you were talking to me earlier about how, it was a tough time last week, but you found what all the issues were last week, you fixed them, and that's almost given you a bit of a bounce, hasn't it, to know, right, well, last week wasn't representative of what we can do, let's take a big step forward.
Yeah, I was really happy going into this weekend because, we knew what was wrong at Lark Hall, and we know we have the pace, just we have to have the right setup at the right time. Yeah, that's it, really.
Is your dad putting the new tools to good use?
Yeah, we love them. They're really good.
Good stuff. That's, of course, from last week. Harry and his dad were the recipients of a brand new set of Wera tools. Big thanks to Wera tools for those prizes for the Excellence Award. You can get your nominations in for last weekend at Lark Hall and for this weekend as well. Right, let's continue on. Let's talk BMR. Here they are. Archie Owen in juniors, very quick earlier earlier on today, second in FP4. Lewis Bird definitely one to keep an eye on this weekend, not just because he's the number 5 seed, but because he was your winner in the club round last week. So we know that Lewis is in good form for this weekend. And of course, got Finlay Lyons in here as well. I want to say Finlay was fastest in one of his sessions as well. Yes, early on today. Sorry, guys. That's me getting in the way. Yeah, Max Endicott back as well. There's some big runners in this weekend for these guys. So, yeah, there could be a good result coming this weekend from the BMR boys. They're clearly about to head out for a practice session. Finley's on the camera. Finley, are you starting to take on even more talents now?
Trying to, I guess.
You've had some good results recently. You've moved around a little bit. I think you've settled now, haven't you, on Team BMR? You had some decent results out in Europe, Max as well. Have you found like you've got into your groove?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely in the right place. I mean, I was quickest in the last session, which is good. I mean, I've been quite quick today, so hopefully we can just carry the momentum onto tomorrow and hopefully get a podium, get some wins. I need some points, to be fair.
And you've always been a driver who's liked the grippy conditions. So similarly, is this going to be a good weekend for you? Is it one of those that almost is a bit too much grip and temperature out there?
Hopefully we have a good weekend, obviously, but I'd definitely want it to be like this than in the cold.
Good stuff. We'll let you get to your next session. As I say, I think quite a few of the drivers getting ready for their next sessions. How much time have we got? We'll head further on round. We'll skip past a couple of the honours that we've already talked about. Harry Grant's awning that we talked about as well with him earlier. On the next side, I think we've got premium karting. I think we'll kind of skip through because we've still got a lot of paddock to cover, but we should mention Freddie Lloyd, of course. Freddie Lloyd goes into this weekend as your senior X30 points leader. Third and fourth today for Fast Freddie. And the awning's empty anyway, so we'll carry on. MightE, Bambinos and Cadets, as we mentioned, we'll talk more about them as the weekend goes on. Ambition Motorsport are next, and hopefully they've had time to tidy up since we saw Paul Janes around our media HQ before we came out to report on this. Good weekend for Ambition Motorsport last week, of course, at Lark Hall. Took the race victory 2 years in a row. They've had round victories at Lark Hall. I see a number of the drivers just doing a little bit of watching of the video, watching of some of the footage from earlier. And as I say, with Archie Loveridge in good form, they're looking to continue that. Archie was second in the free practice earlier on today. The Duffeys are back this weekend as well, Jerry and Reggie. Top 10 for Jerry in the second of those transponder on sessions. So some good stuff for Ambition Motorsport, looking to get strong results in the Honda Cadet category. Once again, I think they've got a couple of drivers in the MightE categories as well. Also in this part of the paddock, you've got Harrison Morrow for the Klassen Motorsports team. 31st and 33rd, though, a bit of pace to be found, perhaps. Oh, thank you very much, Paul. Ice gems for the weekend. That's absolutely what we needed. I'll sneak them into my back pocket for later. Daily Motorsport, very strong season for them so far, as I just try and find my notes. I think of particular note, again, IAME Waterswift restricted. They've got two drivers sharing third place at the moment in that category, Corey Lyons and Jaden McElhenney, and both looking very equal again, floating around the outskirts of the top 10. So best of luck to them across the course of the weekend. Also for them, Ethan Robinson, Sophie Campbell and John Foley Jr. On board once again. Fusion, of course, are always going to be a big story in these categories. And as the season goes on, juniors, they've got the championship leader in this awning in the form of Riley Cranham. Harrison Mackey's been getting quicker and quicker all the time as well. We should note there is one driver who we were hoping to see here this weekend who is not here. Apologies at the time of recording. I've not got the full story yet on why the O-plate of Harry Williams will not race this weekend, which is a real shame because that's been one of the fast-running karts in the Inter category. But sadly, we will not see Harry this weekend. Do hope he's okay. But in this team, Inter is still going to be a big story for them. They had some good pace today with the likes of Mason Hibbert, Club Round winner here last week. Christian Kobe in the top 10 as well. We'll have a little quick chat with Christian. Christian, another one of our drivers who's very experienced on the European scene. So this is exactly the kind of conditions that could really play into your hands, Christian. Are you happy with the session today, or is there a bit more pace to be found, do you reckon?
There definitely is a good bit more pace to be found. Not on the money yet, but we'll get there eventually. What's been the biggest
hurdle, should we say, today? What's been the most tricky bit about the track?
Definitely the last sector and bobs. I just find it really hard. Even after that last one, still have a good bit to work on. Yeah, and also the bowl is quite hard.
And we mentioned no Harry this weekend, but still plenty of you in this team. We saw a good performance from you at GYG. Do you reckon as a team you can do it again?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at PF International for Event 6 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. This is Heat 2 for IAME Waterswift. Let's take you through the grid. George House and Christian Kobe on the front row. Austin Newstead and Colby Patterson on row 2. Oscar Kenny and Alfie Davidson on row 3. Night Measures and Henry Clark on row 4. Henry, problems for one of your drivers on row 5.
Yes, the day goes from bad to worse for Chester Forks, out of the race, running towards a Marshall post. DNF in race 1, DNS in race 2. Mason Hibbert rounds out your top 10, followed by Austin Gibson and George Clark. Then we have Joseph Davis and Mason Brooks, Daniel Ferguson and Margaris Kovetskis.
Row number 9 is Ilya Sami and Andy Stewart. Ryan Meta and Nathaniel Hodges completes the top 20. Ethan Robinson and Johnson Stewart go from 11. James Roots and Jensen Ackerman on 12, quickly wrapping through the rest of them. Charlie Clough and Jack Harney, row 13. Ethan Owen and Luca Narrow, row 14. Sophie Campbell and Alessandro Salas, row 15. Ruben Sagu and Danny Dempsey, row 16. Ada O'Brien completes the 33 due runners, but we're already down to 32 with a non-start for Forks. A reminder from earlier, it was Austin Newstead who took the win from Patterson, Ferguson, Kenny and Clark. Let's go racing once again here at PF International in a moment's time, because it's going to be an extra formation lap.
Does give us a chance to quickly catch up. Yeah, Harry Williams not here, injury.
Not medically clear.
Not medically clear to race. So if you're watching back home, Harry, hope you get better soon. Who else have we got? Also, look out for the all-black number 193 kart, Nathaniel Hodges, from 20th on the grid, finishing inside the top 10 pre-penalty.
Yeah, had a penalty which dropped the number 193 down to 24th place. Similarly, Henry Clark, James Roots, George House and Johnston Stewart all receiving post race adjustments for their race time. Also keep an eye on the likes of Jensen Ackerman up 11th place and Luca Narroway. Luca Narroway in the end was your biggest mover in heat number 1.
Yeah,
up 18 spots from the 14th row of the grid.
Yeah, the Evolve Motorsport driver on the Falcon chassis. Just looking down, you've got, okay, so we've got, lots of Fusion drivers, lots of XL drivers, now you've got the OMS drivers as well, but look at that Energy chassis, KR, Paralin. You've got obviously you've got the Falcon kart as well. You've got a Birrell ART or 3 in there. There's even Margaris Kovetskis on a Zip Apollo. Not to mention a number of different engine builders: Shocks, Aventus, Velocity, Grice, S-Sport, IAME themselves, which is really, really good. And yet the racing remains so competitive as the lights go out. Now we are off and racing. George House leads them into turn number 1 for the first time. One of the OMS karts over the grass carries on, going in a straight line, lose a few positions, but it is not a complete calamity as the field head over the bridge down towards hairpin number 1. House under pressure, however. Slim Shady before we've even got to the corner, round the outside.
Well, I was about to say, Austin Newstead was probably going to be quite happy to work with George House. He knows he's not a threat in the intermediate classification. Newstead's response to House going defensive is, well, if you're going to do that, I will take track position round the outside. Brilliant stuff from the baby-faced assassin. Into the lead goes Austin Newstead. Now, we should remember as well, the results from heat number 1 combined with this one don't just set the grid for today's final, it also sets the order for the next batch of championship points. So as things stand, Austin Newstead would extend his championship lead. It'd be another haul of 65 from a possible 65. Meanwhile, a little bit further back on the Fusions, it's a half round. It's Kobe. It's Christian Kobe who's got together there with Oscar Kenny in the 148. That was in a battle over 4th place. It's a wide piece of circuit, Henry, going out under the bridge, but there's very much one line through that part of the circuit. 3 into 1 simply didn't go.
It is. Let's have a look at the action replay. And you can see there were 2 OMS karts trying to make a move. Unfortunately, both, he's not going to realise this, but I think that Kobe there, giving a bit of a gesticulation to the OMS karts directly behind him, to Oscar Kenny. It was the second of the OMS karts that was sort of pushing Kenny into things. So both the drivers there were sort of victims of, that sort of, it's a wide track, but when there's 3 karts aiming for the same portion of it, it can get narrow in a hurry. There is the remaining OMS kart. That's Night Measures side by side briefly side by side with the number 177 kart of our pole sitter George House, who is going backwards again.
Yeah, we've not seen this much from George House so far this year. He's had a tremendous season, particularly out in Europe. That's more like it from George House. Back down the inside of Measures, back up to P4. And Ozzie Gibson is on the scene as well, number 5C from last year. Coming through the field, Mason Brooks. Keep an eye on Mason Brooks. Was a bit unlucky earlier on in heat number 1, had a retirement. But of course had a very good run here last year in the double header on the Saturday. If my memory serves me correctly, which it does, on this occasion. Mason Brooks did fly through the field in the final, up 13 spots. So even if Mason Brooks is seemingly marooned in that middle part of the field, form from 2024, particularly on a Saturday, would suggest that he could still be a factor.
Yes, indeed. And also, just behind Mason Brooks was that ominous all-black kart of Nathaniel Hodges. Again, whose finishing position in heat number 1 does not reflect his performance. Marshall running onto the bridge, driver stranded on the banking, outside turn number 2. Is that Alessandro Salas? Oh, the Jade Racing driver out of the race. Oh dear. And that was, number 133, the Fusion Motorsport kart of Mason Hibbert. Sort of had a little look to his left, didn't like the OMS kart alongside him, decided to do something about it, which the OMS driver wasn't wonderfully complimentary about. That was the number 119 kart of Night Measures. But of course Mason, who's got family watching from Cape Verde while they're on holiday, still, I wonder if Mason's grandparents, what temperature is it? Is it warmer here or in Cape Verde at the moment? We played this game at Campios last week, and at one point it was warmer in Campios than it was in Death Valley, California. So let's have a little play the game. How hot is it in Cape Verde versus Lincolnshire?
Patterson trying to go around the outside of Newstead there. This is for the race lead now. This could be key as well in terms of intermediate classification. At the moment, Newstead on a perfect 0 from these two racers so far. Patterson is on 4. If they were to swap positions, they would draw level on 2 points apiece.
Yes.
Then we would go back to TQ early this morning. Now, Newstead is always going to win that tiebreaker, narrowly, but he will win it. Started this race 3rd on the grid. Patterson started it 4th. But if Patterson can get ahead, that's part A of the mission, then try and back Austin Newstead up into that group behind. Alfie Davidson,
Does he
Ozzie
want
Gibson.
to? Does he want
I
to
would
back?
say if he wants to be if he wants to be on pole position, he does. But I take your point there, Henry, that it would be backing into another 2 fusions. 3 fusions versus 1 would, in the Excel Motorsport camp, be a bit of a tough proposition.
Yes, we just saw who was that moving up just behind them into 7th position. Trying to see who that was. It was that Mason Hibbert there picking up a position further back. Daniel Ferguson, the BMR restart kart, is in 10th, but we've sort of split away into 2. Well, apart from Measures in 5th, you've got 2 working together, Newstead and Patterson. Then you've got Davidson and Gibson. Then you've got Measures on his own. Oh dear, that is Daniel Ferguson, the BMR restart kart, restarting at the back of the field after a spin. The two, the duo of slipstreaming karts, they seem to work very well together. Any more than 2, and you're starting to, there's potential issues. Don't forget, the driver who is pushing needs to have a different skill set than the driver is being pushed. 2 very different disciplines. Some drivers are better at being the pusher, others are better at being the pushee. Someone has put an Alpha Live
who's done
a poll up on the thing there. Will it rain today?
Well, it will somewhere in the world.
What? Yeah, but not here. Yeah. Very
Not
good
here.
point, Andrew. Very
Anything
good
for the
point.
engagement.
It might be raining in Greenland, or as we now call it, America land. No, not doing
Let's
that.
not
No.
go there. 45 seconds to go. Austin Newstead leads from Colby Patterson. Ozzie Gibson still there in 3rd place ahead of Alfie Davidson. It's a bit of a quieter heat for IAME Waterswift. Well, it is at the front of the field. It's definitely not in the mid-pack. Jensen Ackerman's up 11 places. That's a good gain at the moment for one of the privateer runners. So Ackerman up to P13. Likewise, Sophie Campbell. She's on the move for the DMS team, up 11 and into the top 20. Yeah. Back at the front, though. What would you say about the pace for Gibson and Davidson? Do they look like they're closing in? Well, at the moment, it looks like they're being caught by night measures, Henry.
And they're being caught by night measures without the aid of a slipstream for measures. And I think that Davidson has realised this. He passes Gibson for 3rd position. He can obviously sense that Measures is closing in. Gibson fights back. That allows Measures to just simply follow him through. Davidson has a little look over towards the grandstand there just to see what his mechanic is saying. His mechanic is probably saying, right, push. We got to go now. The clock has struck 0. There is poor old
might be Luca Narroway.
Narroway out of the race in the number 117 kart. Didn't quite see how far up the order Luca had got before it all went wrong.
Change will be coming for night measures, plus 5-second penalty.
Yes, that would be
now, I had seen that Oscar Kenny was under investigation, 148. Nothing else has come through from the for the 148, but of course night measures was the other driver, the other OMS involved in that incident.
Yeah, Kenny was the driver that sort of made the C word contact with Christian Kobe. That's why Kenny would be under investigation, but then the officials and the cameras have seen that Kenny was indeed being helped into that situation by night measures, and night measures has been given the penalty.
Final lap board has been shown then. Austin Newstead is a matter of a few corners away from taking another 65 championship points and continuing to strengthen his position in this championship. He did pretty much everything right back at GYG. This has been a very, very good round for Austin Newstead so far, and he's going to be on pole for the final. Colby Patterson will be alongside him on that front row. 0 points for Newstead from the 2 rounds of heats. 4 for Patterson. Both of them are well clear of the rest of the pack.
Yep.
On the road in this one, it's Gibson third, Davidson fourth, Measures fifth before penalties are applied. Hibbert sixth, again showing he's got good pace round here.
Yes,
the winner
indeed.
of the clubby last week. George Howe seventh in that one, decent points, but he won't feature in the first 4 rows for the final later on today. George Clark in 8th ahead of Mason Brooks and Ilyas Sami in the top 10. How that leaves things in the FIC: Newstead and Patterson we've mentioned, Measures and Gibson row 2, Clark and Hibbert row 3, Davidson and Kenny row 4, Joseph Davies and Ilyas Sami row 5, but again that is before penalties are applied,
so Measures
will move down. Rest of the running order: Margus Kovetskis, great drive there on the Apollo, continuing the developments on that chassis. P11, 12th for Nathaniel Hodges, a good drive again. Kobe, Davies and Kenny all in the top 15. Roots, Ackerman, Andy Stewart, Henry Clark and Charlie Clough all in the top 20. It was then Ethan Robinson, P21, ahead of Johnston Stewart, Orion Meta, Danny Dempsey, Ethan Owen, Jack Harney, Ada O'Brien up 5 places in that race. Ruben Sagu and Daniel Ferguson the last of the finishers. 3 retirements in that race. Luca Narroway, Alessandro Salas and Chester Fawkes. We've got to go down though once again to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, the threat for the race lead was absolutely on, but Newstead once again wasn't challenged within that one. The challenges were going on more so in that mid-pack section, so let's look at some of the best bits of those moments.
Well, a busy start to Waterswift, as you can see. The first major move, that was a fantastic move from Austin Newstead. There is the incident that sort of took out or delayed Kobe and Kenny. Mason Hibbert getting aggressive on night measures. But this battle, Andrew, you thought at one point that Kobe Patterson might sort of try and make the pass on Austin Newstead, but he just couldn't quite get close enough to him to even think about bringing him back. But we've had an answer officially, and I bet this one isn't on your bingo card for today. It is hotter at PFI than it is at Cape Verde.
There it is, and next up of course, Senior X30. Second heat time for Senior X30. This is your grid of drivers for this one. Gus Lawrence on pole position again. Morgan Moore again is not showing us out on circuit, so there'll be a vacant spot for P2, or everybody else will move up one. Tristan Powell and Harrison Mackey up next on row 2. Freddie Lloyd and Gabriel Stilp on row 3. Aaron Brown and William Antrobus go from row number 4.
Zach Green and Harry Cottrell go from row number 5. Reese Newburn and Harrison Whitacombe on row 6, followed by Jack Buckley and CJ Bennett, Joey Brown, excellent mullet, and Theo Lestrange.
Otter Pickenham needs a good one here. He's joined by Sam Lewis on row number 9. Laith Khan and Archie Tillett complete the top 20. It's then Thomas Gray and Liam Carabello on row 11. Jack Nettleship and João Castro go from row 12.
Luca Mann and Mohamed Hilal, Harrison Morrow and Michael Gray. Your top 14 rows: Oliver Harris, Dylan Patel. Then at the back of the field, Sam Branston, No Lewis Bird, and Roxanne Latinga. Mason Hibbert's grandparents were saying that, it's hotter here than it is at Cape Verde, but they've got a swimming pool. Well, we'll one-up you on that as well, Lisa. We have got an entire lake here at PFI. Hopefully, none of the drivers fancy a bit of skinny dipping in this one as we go through turn number 1, under the bridge, around the bowl with the lake to your right-hand side, and on to the bridge with Gus Lawrence leading the way.
Good start there from the reigning British champion. Downhill once again. Oh, a couple of drivers getting him out on the curb on drivers' riders. Here goes a big send in there from the 342 of Gabriel Stilp. Can they all make it through hairpin 1? Just about. It's 3 wide though in the last third of the field. Remember from the first race, it was Mackey from Lloyd, Lawrence, Powell and Green, your top 5. But with a fast start here from Gabriel Stilp, that could all change. Battle for third place going on as Tristan Powell for the MDL team gets down the inside of Harrison Mackie. Mackie shuffled down to 5th place as they go through the Mike Wilson complex. Harrison Whitcomb, dominant at Warden Law, looking to get back into his stride. It took him a little bit of a while at GYG last time out, but he seems to be on better form on the Saturday round here at PFI. There's João Castro coming through your screen in the Praga IPK machines. João at the moment flying the flag for Brazil. Is up to P25.
Doesn't the purple and silver chrome on that Praga chassis look beautiful in the sunshine? That graphics kit, it's my favourite. I will make no bones about it. 'Tis my favourite. It does look beautiful. There are the mean green machines, the TV karts, and dropping back there. Now the black kart, I'm noticing there the Vismo International kart, the Aaron Brown driven number 7. It's got some nice fancy graphics kits on the side, but the nose cone is different. So of course we know that the Brown Power is Aaron Brown, engine tuner extraordinaire. He's been working away, getting plenty of waft, but in his search for waft, he's forgotten to buy an extra nose cone that matches the graphics kit. But there we go. It's trifling, I know, but there we go.
5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Here's a few scraps. Whitcomb defending from green, just ahead as well. You've got Powell and Antrobus going at it. Antrobus, who of course was in action last weekend at Lark Hall. So look at that. Now, is that the first sign of drivers having trouble with tyres as the 320 has been in? That's of course Jack Buckley now has gone into the repair area. Although it doesn't look like any repairs are being done in too much of a hurry. But I'm just interested there at Tristan Powell weaving almost like it was a formation lap there. Oh, it's out. Is that Sam Branston?
Yeah, for the back of the field. Why is
is
he looking at his tyre? You mentioned that. Now, is that the rear axle seems to have locked up somehow? When you say tyre, well, obviously, the amount, are we saying that because it's so hot and because there's so much rubber laid down, the tyres are wearing at a much higher rate? Or are we just simply cannot? I mean, it's.
I think it could be a combo of factors.
I'm not sure that is it possible to not have enough grip on the kart in this weather?
It's almost a case, and this is where we talk about the track almost driving. I'm thinking of somewhere like Lonato, for example, where you've got a lot of big stops, hairpins, fast sweeping turns. Yep. When you're there in like the height of summer, you get so much rubber going down, it almost becomes like a squidgy cake on top of it. Oh, it's out of the race, the 335.
CJ Bennett.
CJ Bennett will go no further in this one. And it's the most bizarre scenario where you get so much grip down on the circuit. I don't think we're quite there at this stage, but just yet. But a wearing or mid-wear tyre can just slide on top of the surface and be very, very tricky to drive upon. Let's head down to the pits. Nicole Sutherland, what do you have for us?
Retirement then for the 320 of Buckley. Buckley's chain guard wasn't actually put on properly. The mechanic tried to fit it back to the kart, but it's too late. Retirement, out of the race.
Wow, thank you very much, Nicole. There is another driver. We're looking at the MDL kart, the driver of CJ Bennett standing at the side of the car. It's a very interesting point you make about sort of tyres, where because so much rubber, it's almost like it's almost like a slippery surface. There's so much rubber laid down. Interested to see. Well, maybe we'll chat in the Paddock show this evening about how the drivers are coping. Now we've had a third place: Gus Lawrence, Freddie Lloyd, Gabriel Stilp. Then a big gap back to Heat 1 winner Harrison Mackie, who's sort of all on his own in fourth position. Now you're looking at the fifth place train being led by Harrison Whitcomb in the Argenti Motorsport colours, but obviously running with premium karting now. He's got Zach Green, William Antrobus, Aaron Brown, the Vismo International, Brown Power. That's not the colour of his race suit. There's almost a code brown there, but Harrison Whitcomb as Zach Green dived at the inside. But Aaron Brown, Joey Brown and Archie Tillett in the top 10. This is the type of race, this is the type of day, rather, where a veteran driver like Archie Tillett will be at an advantage as the day progresses, because he knows this place well. He will know how to manage himself, his kart, his tyres, and the track surface as the day progresses.
Just a note again on tyre talk. The interesting one, I think, will be the juniors next up, because it was at this time of the day yesterday as Green tries to go round the outside of Whitcomb. What a move that is. We've already seen some contenders for overtake of the weekend put that one in the highlight reel as Antrobus closes the door on Aaron Brown in the battle for 7th place. But Zach Green, that was magnificent.
That was absolutely to maintain momentum, to pin Whitcomb down, but not force Whitcomb up into him, to not sort of like, you know, fly wide, as it were. Look at that screen there, great shot there. The surface is almost like, you can see the marbles. There's not that many marbles because, okay, the track crew and the marshals are always sweeping the track. But a lot of the rubber, it isn't being balled up and spat off to the outside. It's staying on the racing line when it comes off the tyres.
And as I say, this time of the day, yesterday, particularly for the juniors, in their second practice on a set of tyres, the one that we had our onboard shot with Nat Johnson earlier.
Yes.
And a lot of the drivers after that point were saying to me, mate, it felt horrible out there because you were just everybody. It was the same for everybody. And it's the drivers who will take to the conditions best who are going to do well here this weekend. But now I do think we are seeing a little bit of that for the drivers out there. Not for these guys though. Very experienced drivers at the front of the field. Gus Lawrence looking to get his title campaign going. He's always been in the top 6 so far this season, but it hasn't really been the set of results that perhaps Gus Lawrence would have expected at the start of the season. He's got to use his home field advantage here this weekend. He actually lost a good number of his points opportunities when we visited for the first weekend of the 2024 season. He was able to bounce back and take the championship by the end of the season. He needs a similar kind of performance between now and the end of the year, Henry, if he's going to keep hold of that number 1 plate.
Yeah, he's enjoyed his experience, which is going to continue on later this summer. So he's racing for the Rollerson Performance Group in the United States and earning some big bucks as well. Fast Freddie Lloyd, though, is about to make a move. He's looking good there. Now he's sort of saying, why are you defending, Gus? I was going to say the move that we saw by William Antrobus early on about that one change of direction. Well, he made one change of direction, but it was a very, very sudden change of direction. And it was a reactionary change of direction. He turned around, saw the drive behind making the move, and then defended. And we'll see how that pans out as we begin the final lap of the race. Don't count Gabriel Stilp out either.
Over the bridge then for the final time. At the moment, Lawrence would be on pole position for the final. This is exactly the kind of performance he needs. It would be another big haul of points.
Wow.
Lloyd trying to go around the outside. Didn't get it right. Here comes Stilp. Stilp gets both of them.
Can we replay the volume?
Stilp winds it up and sends it. What brilliant stuff there from Gabriel Stilp. Now he is a little bit further down in the intermediate classification. He's not an immediate threat to Gus Lawrence, so Gus Lawrence might still be good here. We're going to have to wait till all the points come in. But what a move from Gabriel Stilp. Lawrence and Lloyd went toe-to-toe. Gabriel Stilp, well, I'll have both of you lads round the final corner. Gabriel Stilp will take Heat 2 in Senior X30. Lawrence P2, no, will not hold on to pole because Harrison Mackie sitting there in 4th leapfrogs Gus Lawrence in the intermediate classification. It'll be Mackie on pole, Lawrence alongside on the front row. Lloyd drops to 3rd. With that move at the end, Zach Green will join him on row 2.
Allow me to stroke my ego just momentarily. 2 corners before this, I said, watch out for Gabriel Stilp. Now, are you watching? Lloyd commits. Lawrence, does he open the steering out? No,
Slides.
Lloyd just slides. Lawrence, of course, was defending anyway, so he was naturally going to be slower out of the corner. Stilp sees it happening, thinks, I've been here before. I've been around the block a few times. I know what's going to happen. Plus, I was listening to what Henry said. And yeah, there we go. I love it when a plan comes together.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about with the surface. That
Yes.
even on the rubbered in parts of the track, you can just end up the back end slides out, and you've just got to be so patient.
But then, of course,
in that situation, Lawrence didn't have the time to be patient. Still was through, takes a brilliant victory.
But of course, on the racing line, coming out of the corners as well, you haven't got the kart grippy because it's either bogging down because it's too grippy, or it's sliding around on all that rubber. So yeah, you're up the creek without a paddle. Either way, as you look down the order, Lestrange, Newburn, Cottrell, Tristan Powell from a great result in Heat 1 to 14th in Heat 2. Otto Pikkanen, 15th. But Nicole, what have you got for us down in the pit lane?
Well, I think if you want to see a good fight during a kart race, you've got to look no farther than the number 1 and the number 2 plates of Lawrence and Lloyd. That is going to be the story of this weekend. That is impressive. At this stage in the weekend, then, this is when tyre preservation is going to go into things. But how is that battle going to play out in the final? I know we saw that replay of Stilp's move just a minute ago, but I think we need to throw to some highlights and watch that one again.
Absolutely, because that was a properly good watch for us here in the box. This was earlier in the race, battles between Mackie and Powell. Freddie Lloyd looking quick again. That was a nice move for P2 on Gabriel Stilp. How's Mackie actually did a very professional race there. You can't win them all, but Mackie would bring it home in 4th place. You can see how dark the track is there. That was the end of one of the best moves of the weekend. Zach Green round the outside.
Oh, that was. See, it's a little bit naughty. I got to say that was.
That was Antrobus on Brown, and this was the switchback. Brilliantly done by Gabriel Stilp. That is what Gabriel Stilp is all about in X30 competition. Takes the victory from Gus Lawrence. So again, I should stress, of course, provisional. Mackie and Lawrence will be front row for the final later on today in Senior X30. Lloyd and Green row 2. Whitcomb and Stilp row 3. Antrobus and Brown will resume battle on row 4. Powell and Lestrange. Great driving there from Theo Lestrange breaking the top 10.
It's Kart Masters coming up. Now, we haven't got the Thomas Fleming, cutback or scoring system in place just yet. But on the naughty cutback scale, that was a solid 8.7. We'll get back to the action after this next round of commercial breaks. Don't go away.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. It's event 6 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for 2025. Near silence has fallen over the circuit because it's free practice 4 for the MightE Bambino category here this weekend as a guest round alongside our IAME X30 and Honda Cadet classes for their O-Plate meeting here in the Lincolnshire sunshine. A little rundown of the times so far. Felix Tandy currently fastest in this session for the RCE team. 1 minute 21 on the nose. 0.00 for Tandy. Nico Rozlovsky is second, Arthur Thompson third, and then Zane Sofroglu in 4th place for the M Sports karting team. Those are the early pace setters in this session. This is the last free practice session that the drivers have before their timed qualifying session. So I think quite a few of these drivers will probably be doing what we call a qualifying simulation, trying to use this this session of 7 minutes to give themselves as good an idea as any of what qualifying is going to be like. That qualifying session will be at 20 minutes past 3, so you don't have to wait too long before we get the competitive action underway for this MightE Bambino O-Plate meeting. Andrew Mather and Henry Burdett on commentary duties for you this afternoon. If you're just joining us, particular welcome for our MightE Bambino followers. I know you've been having some great races so far this season in the Kart Championship that Henry's been busily working on earlier on in the season. But here within the Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock, it's the first time we've enjoyed them this year. And of course, if you're wondering, hang on a minute, what's happened to the sound? These are electric karts.
I thought you meant because I stepped out of the comedy box to have a chat with some of my paddock spies.
Indeed. But
sorry,
yeah, these electric powertrains, Henry, something that also we didn't really touch on when we talked about over FP3 earlier. And where's the piece of wood? There it is. I'm going to tap it there. The reliability.
Is that to touch it? Ah,
yeah. The reliability.
We do actually have a piece of wood here in the commentary box to touch the wood, you know, to make sure that it's okay. To make sure it's okay.
I've been really impressed.
Yes.
Not just today, but I say remember back to September last year when we had these young drivers at Wilton Mill for another guest round. I mean, in some ways, it's one of the advantages of the electric powertrain. I remember talking to some of the parents who were doing MightE Bambinos alongside the Coma C50s.
Yes.
Chassis the same, but you would swap the powertrains, and actually...
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, that you can do that.
Yeah.
And that's always been the issue with electric karting, is the power units, batteries, have always been the wrong shape, wrong size,
wrong weight,
too heavy. Now, certainly, and there's a spin there. If you're watching on the live stream on the Alpha Live YouTube channel or the Karting UK channel, don't be triggered. We're not just whittering on during the middle of a race. This is only free practice. It's free practice for the MightE Bambino O-Plates. That's the British Open champion. So please, we are whittering, but we're whittering for a reason, because this isn't racing.
And another thing in terms of the reliability of the platform as well.
More wood touching, carrying on.
As, Motorsport's seeing a massive boom of interest, and interest from families who maybe haven't watched motorsport before. I'm thinking of things like the Drive to Survive series, the F1 Academy documentary on Netflix, and that kind of thing.
They have no mechanical knowledge whatsoever. and maybe they haven't got the wherewithal, i.e. the finances, to go to a team and get Glyn Griffiths, the chief marshal here at Trent Valley Car Club, has just appeared with an ice cream with a double scoop of ice cream on it.
Is that a mint and
I mean,
chocolate?
we have. It looks like a mint chip ice cream. Excuse us, ladies and gentlemen. We're on ice cream watch here now. We haven't had any cake or any ice cream here in the commentary box at all. It's very warm in here.
It's melted all in the paddock.
It's very, very warm. I will just say that. Yes, as you say, go-karting. Yes, so the ease, you can't really tune, an electric powertrain. So it's much easier to maintain and work on. What are you going to do? I'm going to say something that will upset some people, but I don't mean it in this way, and bear with me. In the MightE Bambino Championship, now we were talking about the ease of use. There are at least half a dozen mums who do the mechanicking.
Yep.
Mums and then sisters and female who are mums doing the mechanicking because it's again it could be. I'm stuttering because I don't want to get into trouble. However, it is far friendlier to people who have not grown up with a mechanical engineering racing background. Phew. My point is that there's a lot more mums mechanicking, which is great to see in the paddock. Phew. I think we're okay on that one. Oh,
shall we head down to Nicole?
Please do.
Yes,
Please
Nicole,
do.
over
Any
to
minute
you.
now, God.
Another good practice session then from our drivers in the MightE class, electric, of course, out there, really showing us some good kart control, I would say. The youngest drivers joining us here this weekend at Paul Fletcher International. One of those drivers is Zane, who's just to my right. See if I can catch up with Zane without getting myself run over. Zane, are you enjoying your weekend so far? And what do you think of the track? Is it fun out there?
Good.
Yeah, you enjoying? And okay, the track, good track for these drivers to be learning on.
No problem.
Okay, good to try and catch up with Zane then, a driver who new to this championship, but looking like he's improving in that mid-pack section so far within the MightE Racing. We'll let Zane put the karts up on the trolley, and then we'll just pan round Parc Fermé then to see who else we've got in there. Like we mentioned earlier on this weekend, RCE, a team that compete in the British Kart Championships already in various cadet classes. Out in the electric category this weekend, various drivers sporting for Dave's name, pushing that RC livery forward. These drivers then, like we said, youngest out here this weekend. We'll see how they progress, because that is something that this weekend is all about for them. It's all about getting that kart control in, improving those lap times and improving that all-important racecraft. We'll head back up then, because we've got more racing and practice sessions coming up soon.
Zayn Sofawoglu,
yes,
who just turned 6 about 3 months ago, from Turkey, lives in Turkey. Maybe we should have warned Nicole that he doesn't speak a word of English. Maybe. Nah, it's all good fun, all good on the job training. She's doing fine. She's absolutely fine. Yes, Zayn Sof. If you're familiar with the Sofawoglu name, yes, he is the son of multiple World Superbike winner, champion, Kenan Sofawoglu, who may or may not be racing World Superbikes in Donington Park this weekend.
We'll get the entry list out.
We'll have a look. But yeah, that's the reason why, Zayn, if you're a fan of social media, and you remember about 2-3 years ago, there were lots of little social media clips of a very, very, very small driver in a Mario Kart helmet, doing lots of tricks in karts, like reversing into pit garages.
J-turns and things like that.
Yeah, J-turns. That was Zayn. So he's been in a kart for, well, he's only 6. He's been in a kart for 3 years already. Have a little look on various Instagram pages. As you were saying,
nearly 5 million followers on Instagram.
Well, then
4.7 at the moment.
Right then, so if we don't get 4.7 million viewers, plus all the viewers that would tune in anyway, I'm going to be very, very cross with you, audience. I will be. I'll be very cross indeed. I'll be very, very, very cross.
MightE Cadets coming up in the not too distant future for, again, one of their free practice sessions. That's up after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back to live pictures here at PF International. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you today. Free practice 4 underway for the MightE Cadet category. Quick run down the fastest times from the Bambinos that we just saw a few moments ago. So Tandy fastest, 1 minute 21.0. Jack Harper, who was fastest in FP3, looks to have good consistency, was second on a 21.3. Rezlovsky on a 21.4, exactly matched by Frank Pearson. Alfred Thompson 5th, Zayn Spoglu 6th, ahead of Logan Edwards, Oakley Howlett, Heath Smith and Teddy Smith. That was the top 10. Luca Pede, Briella Stevens, Sam Tester, Elliot Hitch and Urshin Owen.
So, for those of you that have just joined us, as we got a yellow flag waving for a stopped wagon now, Andrew.
That's my fault.
Yes, I mean, just go and have a quiet word with yourself. A long, hard word with yourself. You talked about reliability, and then that wagon stops. It's the number 17 Kart off the side of the circuit.
Freddie Dye.
Freddie Dye. So, we talked about the obviously I mentioned about the amount of mums and mechanicking in MightE Bambinos, but obviously these are still, go-karts. They still need tyre pressures. They still need all those things. There's lots of transferable skills between them. The MightE Bambinos, they're the first step on the electric karting ladder. This would be when it gets, and I'm sure it will get, official Motorsport UK approval as a complete class. This will be the second step.
Yes.
Now, okay, you've got, it might be Rotax, but they have got the senior Rotax. They do have the junior E10. No, the E10 is the mini kart. Then you have the E20 kart, and they have that in junior form and senior form. But it's a specific. It was built as a senior engine. Now, when will we get our first karting driver anywhere, to go through their entire karting career from the first time they step into a go-kart as a Bambino till the time they reach 16 or 15 and can move into seniors, have done an entire career at national level racing without using an internal combustion engine?
I think it'll be one of the drivers that we've just seen in the Bambinos.
It could well be.
Because if you think they're 6 now, 10 years to get all the way up to a senior level at 15, 16.
And of course,
one of those.
Yeah, but of course, and within that group of drivers in the MightE Bambino Championship, both here at PFI and in other classes and in other championships, the official Motorsport UK Championship runs in, there will be families who are, again, younger families who are, they've grown up being aware of the environment, and environmental impact is something that, it matters. We all care about it, as he says, travelling around the world. My carbon footprint is probably bigger than my stomach, which is quite big at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. But there will be family there who are only in it because of the environmental impact. Okay, the tyres are still made but we don't, Small steps. So yeah, it might be in their interest to say, look, we want to do racing, but we want to do it in a sustainable way.
Absolutely, and I always say this with motorsport, but with my engineering background, you think of all the different things over the years. I always like to trot this one out.
Okay.
Would we have disc brakes if it wasn't for Jaguar running them as a first time ever at Le Mans in the 1950s?
Yes, would we
possibly not?
Would we have disc brakes without their test driver and legend Norman Dewis?
Yeah. And it's that kind of aspects as well, with motorsport continuing to build the electric revolution. That all filters down into road technology as well. Another thing I just wanted to point on with maybe those looking at these MightE powertrains and not just thinking of it in terms of the powertrain. We touched on it earlier about them being arguably simpler to get going than an internal combustion engine powered kart.
you touched on it a little bit earlier, Henry. You know, the stepping into karting, stepping into any kind of motorsport, is a bit of a minefield if you've not got the mechanical, if you've not got a dad who did it, or a grandpa who did it, or a mum or a grandma, or whatever it may be.
Or enough money to say, there you go,
you
team,
deal with it.
You deal with it, yes.
You know, you can still come in at this level, not have to worry about the piston bit that goes up and down.
Yes.
And get learning with, right, what am I doing with tyre pressures?
Yes.
What am I doing with caster angle?
Yep.
What am I doing with seating position, pedal position, getting your driver comfortable?
Yep.
These are all things that you can learn
Muito importante.
in MightE categories. And it's not like you've then got to learn it all over again. If you move to, you know, an IAME Waterswift restricted, it's all what we call carryover, transferable skills into a wider world of karting. I would hope we want more karts, more drivers, more teams, more parents, more families involved in the sport, Henry, because we love this sport. My genuine hope with this is not just that it's the environmental impact, but this could actually be the thing that really boosts numbers in terms of particularly privateers.
It stops
back up in our other categories because it gives them the platform to learn.
It removes some of the fear factor.
Exactly.
Because karting is a minefield to get into. I've got an 8-year-old son or stroke daughter, and we want to go karting.
Yeah.
Let's go to a local karting track. Let's speak to the person at the kart shop there. Right, we want to go racing. Certainly, sir. Would you like to go IAME, Honda, Waterswift Restricted? Would you like to go Rotax? Would you like to go electric?
Yep.
What? And that's just this year.
Yeah.
Next year, you're able to move up into Inter. You could do TKM. You could do this. And by that time, your head's exploded and you've walked out the door.
Yeah.
You know, it can be a bit intimidating to get into, which is why, of course, we instruct everybody who knows somebody who is thinking about karting, tune in to the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship on Alpha Live and Karting UK. Look at the videos that Motorsport UK produced to how to get into karting. Listen to our advice. As the number 99, Chase Wilmington there, his session ends early. And then go and, yes, lots of people have vested interests, but yeah, you know, the word electric, okay, we know that's only one class at the moment. That's easy to get into. There we go. We know where we are with that.
Checkered flag out. Noah Wilco went fastest in that session.
Wicklow, he gets very upset.
Not like the shop.
No.
Wicklow
which
for MJR Racing, and that's another good one of the points. MJR Racing, we've been talking about them this season in Honda Cadet. So you come in and you do the MightE with MJR.
Yep.
You know, growing team, and there's that natural progression back into the internal combustion.
Same size chassis. I'm sure there's obviously the engine mount stroke power unit mounts, but maybe that'll be something.
You had an idea.
The Paddock. I've had an idea. The Paddock show. Let's see how quickly we can get. Let's see if we can. Live on the Paddock show, persuade. Maybe if we go down to MJR Racing, to Martin Jackson Racing. Are you watching? You know, we'll go there. We'll have a look at your new race suits, but then we'll see how quickly you can change the MightE electric powertrain in a Honda powertrain, the same chassis. See how quick and easy it is. Hello,
Indeed.
MJR. Yes.
Hello.
We'll say nice things about your race suits if we can come and abuse your awning later on during the power show.
They've got a whole garage this weekend.
Oh, they've got a garage. Yeah. Even better. Even better, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. Just go through those times.
Yes.
So Wicklow, 1 minute 6.06. Ansel Murray quick again, 1 minute 6.14. Harry Stinson, 1 minute 6.3. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
More electric power completed by our MightE drivers then. This time, of course, the Cadets, who are around about 14 seconds faster than our MightE Bambino. So it does really show, you know, the difference in pace, the difference in speed for the drivers in those different age categories. In this age category, in Cadets, we've got Ted Fry. He's one of the drivers out there having a good time. Ted just currently there talking to mechanic just to say, you know, how the car is performing. Lando Norris, livery reed kart for Ted this weekend, OTK product. So similar product used by drivers in both the IAME and Rotax paddocks. The electric power unit can be fitted to this machinery, really shows the level of engineering that has been pushed into this. We'll see if we can catch up with Ted really quickly. Ted, Are you enjoying the driving out there on the track?
Yeah, quite a bit.
What's good about it? What are you enjoying?
How like the car responds a lot faster, and stuff like that.
So when you put your foot down on the power, would you say it really goes for it on the pace?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Ted, good to hear from you and good to hear that you're enjoying yourself out there on the track. We'll head back up into the commentary box then, because that's it for our MITs for the time being. We'll turn our attention back to some racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, we get going again with our sets of heats. And we've also got their timed qualifying later on for the MightE classes as well. So keep with us for that. Race number 8 of the weekend up next. It's the second heat for Junior X30. Track conditions still very, very hot here. Air temperature 27 degrees. Track temperature will be in far excess of that. Because the rubber keeps going down. We had a lot of dry running yesterday, of course, as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the juniors deal with this.
Yes, I knew it was Junior X30 coming up next because the Nat Johnson fan club have once again settled into the live chat. Unfortunately, we don't have a picture of the PFI pigeon with us. We will get one for Kart Masters. Anthony Jordan has now left the building and is gallivanting off somewhere else.
In his helicopter.
In his helicopter. It's not his helicopter, ladies
Somebody
and
else's
gentlemen.
helicopter.
Somebody else allowed Anthony Jordan to sit in their helicopter to go to Goodwood yesterday. Dear, how far he's come. Now, Archie Owen, starting from pole position again. He learnt a very important lesson, Archie, who's been on the podium this year. Qualifying is one thing, racing quite another. Riley Cranham, the cranny, he's our man, says Adam Disley. So obviously a Riley Cranham fan. Obviously a Riley Cranham fan. Aaron Richardson as well up at the front. George Edgar. What a performance last time from George Edgar. Championship situation at the moment. George has been all the way through his time in Waterswift or Cadet IAME. He was top 3, top 4, top 2. The nearly man. Could he be number 1? Nicole Sutherland, what have you got for us down on the grid?
Down on the pre-grid then, and behind me is Nat Johnstone and Archie Owen. In Heat 1 then, we saw Owen struggled a bit in the racing aspect of things, dropped down to that mid-pack section and couldn't quite pick off those places. These two drivers starting at the front really are under some pressure by the likes of Riley Cranham. We've got Richardson in there as well, but keep an eye on the Argenti livery driver of Finley Lines back there as well on that 5th row. This is going to be a feisty one. Mechanics will shortly be able to clear the grid from these drivers. That leaves these drivers with that opportunity to get in the zone, get that game plan together of how they're really going to tackle it, how they're really going to apply the pressure to those quick drivers like Archie Owen, like Riley Cranham. Johnstone then, successful qualifying session earlier on in the weekend. A driver that has good pace, sometimes makes those small mistakes, but this is a circuit that Mick Barrett Racing team know well. So I'm sure Nat within this race will be looking for a good one. Dan Ashton, then Deputy Race Director, just giving our drivers those last-minute signals saying, nice and steady, you can't win that race before we've started. Focus on that race start. Everybody needs to be formed up out of that last corner. We'll head back up then because I need to clear the grid as well shortly. Henry and Andrew, over to you.
Heat 2 then for X30 Junior. Who's going to be on the pole for the final? Let's take you through the grid for this one first. Archie Owen and Nat Johnston on the front row of the grid. Riley Cranham and Aaron Richardson will charge for Fusion from row number 2. Sukmani Kira had a quiet first heat, goes from row 3 in this one, is joined by George Edgar, Mayan Patel and Harley Musk are on row 4.
Rounding out your top 10 are the Argenti-backed drivers Finley Lines and Singapore's Isaac Sayre, Tithe Buckley and Maisie Creed on row 6. Max Ewell, Archie Rogers Tyler with a Nigel Mansell crash helmet. Then Kian Bernard and Oliver Meek, the next 2 two drivers.
Jacob Backlow and Jarlath Sayer go from row 9. It's Rocket Leon Shenton and Rory Armstrong for the DMS team on row 10. Max Endicott and Zach McDonald on row 11. Charlie Wolfett with Henry Gregory on the tools is on row 12 with John Foley Jr.
Then it's Alfie Brown, Oliver Vogt, Jack McLaughlin and Aaron Meta. The final two drivers, Rashid Hilal and Aryan Nayar. Had a brief chat, Rocco Shenton. We saw him exit proceedings during race number 1. A little review of the camera Rocco showed me. There was him and Charlie Wolfett going for the same piece of tarmac. Rocco in front, Charlie behind, and it ended badly for Rocco. But you know, he'll be back. He is back, fighting fit and ready to go, as only Rocco knows how to. The privateer driver flying the flag for the privateers in this class as always.
So the results from earlier, Cranham from Edgar, from Johnston, from Richardson. What is going to happen across the course of the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap? We're about to find out, or not, no, because we're going to go round for an extra formation lap. That race starts not to the satisfaction of our race director this weekend, Nigel Edwards.
And Nat Johnson appeared to be in front of Archie Owen, so Nat Johnson, although he might be frustrated now, come the end of the race, after the officials look at that could be a blessing in disguise. Of course, the pole sitter must cross the line first. They're the whole point of sort of doing a qualifying session to earn the pole. That means you get to start the race first, even if it's by a whisker. You know, so of course you can't get a penalty for jumping the start. Finger wagging from Daniel Ashton. What was that? Was that to Nat Johnson, or was that to Archie?
I think it might have been to a bit of both of them. To say, think about it, guys. Let's get this right. Second time of asking. It is an encouraging bit of tarmac for the drivers. They come out of the final corner and it's a long run down to the formal yellow acceleration line marked with the
accelerator pedal going, push me,
do it now. Press me, do it now. But they need to resist those temptations, do our juniors. So we'll go for that second go at this race start. Still 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Can Archie Owen and Nat Johnston get it right this time? Lights are out. We are racing for heat number 2 in Junior X30. Very even start for those across the front row. As off the road goes Johnston in the second phase of the race start. Cranham is up to P2. Make that P1, maybe wrapping round onto the bridge as Cranham does indeed take the lead. Where did Nat Johnston fall down to in all of that? I think he's round to about 7th or 8th place. Cranham leads into hairpin 1.
Spinning backwards. Sorry, Andrew. Somebody spinning backwards into the tyres. It's the barriers coming down towards hairpin number 1. There's Kim Bernard on the outside. The 244 of Sumani Kira runs a little bit wide. And I've got to say that Archie Owen, third place, defending that third place from Maya Patel, he just lost out.
Edgar in trouble. Sorry, Henry. George Edgar falling down the order there and also trying to scrub his tyres a little bit. It was Oliver Meek, the other driver involved in the incident off of the bridge, the 267.
Yes, the orange crash helmet. Archie Owen loses out, and this is not meant as a criticism of Riley Cranham, it's actually a supportive comment. Archie Owen, in those situations where you've got to be a bit cutthroat, you've got to be a bit nasty, Riley Cranham beats Archie Owen 2 times out of 2. Cranham's just got that extra bit of experience behind him. You know, no friends, but I cannot give you even a quarter of an inch. That cutthroat instinct on the first lap, it's worked well for Cranham. Owen, still in 4th place, has got far less experience than Cranham, but of course it's there's the 695 Kart. Charlie Wolfett, Henry Gregory. If in the TV car, if that team is not renamed Uncle Tyrone Motorsport by tomorrow, I'm going to be upset.
Olivo was the other driver involved, and I'm afraid Olivo's race will be over because he lost one of his side pods. If he does continue round, I wouldn't be surprised if the mechanical flag comes out. Olivo, who had a big off yesterday, has been some great work by the team to get that kart, that machine back into things, but it's been a bit of a difficult day, and indeed, I think Olivo has
come into pit lane is out of this one. There's no threat of a cut-off today, but Olivo is going to have to start the final towards the back of the field.
I mean, at least he did damage the actual brackets. That looks still perfectly straight, you know, which is, you know, one thing that is, you know, take positives where you can. There, the beautiful deep blue, the Team Modena, the Lambo F1 blue livery that we saw. Nicole Sutherland, I imagine, is with a very unhappy Vo.
Retirement then for Oliver Vo. Like you can see, the driver's left has damage, that side pod is gone, and there's a slight bend in the radiator as well.
Yeah, that's going to be some more work for the Fusion Motorsport team across the course this afternoon to get that kart ready for the final. This one's whipped on by pretty quickly. We've only got 4.5 minutes of this one to go. It's Mayan Patel down the inside, takes second place away from Aaron Richardson. Archie Owen goes through as well into third. That's a nice move there from the number 10 seed.
And again, you see what I said earlier about Owen versus Cranham. Owen is just as fast as Riley Cranham, hasn't got that level of lap 1 aggression just yet, but now he's moved back into contention. He has got a lot of pace in that BMR restart kart. You know, it's just those critical moments, the first couple of corners, and then maybe the last lap of the main event. You know, Archie will have to, and of course the only way you learn is by trying and it going wrong, which is the painful part of it. Mayan Patel, though, excellent performance from the MDL Motorsport driver. Owen and Richardson there. Sukmani Kira, after running a little bit wide in the open up, she is there in 5th position, and there's Mayan Patel to the race lead. Cranham obviously thinking big picture, thinking championship, thinking grid position for the final, realizes, okay, I can allow this to happen. This doesn't affect my starting position or grid for the final, or how many championship points I take when the 2 heat races are combined. That's when you get, you know, the overall order for 1 set of championship points.
It does indeed. So 3 minutes of this one to go. And as you say there, the championship points won't change because the FIC still looks like this. Cranham on 2. He's got a 5-point advantage over Aaron Richardson. So at the moment it would be Cranham and Richardson on the front row. Patel and Owen on row number 2. As things stand, Cranham could even drop back behind Richardson and still be. He could well be a Fusion block out of the front row. Just looking a little bit further down the order, Henry, who we've got coming through. Jack Coughlin.
Charlie Wolfett, fastest lap of the race. So for the Henry Gregory Motorsport team, first time in action. That is very good indeed. You know, even though he's at the back of the field, he's got plenty of pace.
That's a kart that's had a little bit of a moment and a little bit of an off. That means whoever's put it together on the spanners, we know who's put it together on the spanners, has done a very robust job.
Yes, and who has put it together on the spanners? Henry Gregory.
Henry Gregory.
Well done, Greg's on legs. Let's have a look at the parents, the families, the team members watching. If you are watching, you fancy a day out tomorrow, if you're in the UK, we're racing all day tomorrow. This is one day's racing. Mayan Patel loses the race lead. Please come down to PF International and watch. There's restaurants, there's big screens, there's all sorts. There's a bar, serving all sorts of
wood-fired pizza.
Wood-fired pizza. There's a coffee house here. You know, come down and watch a day's karting. It's only a couple of quid to get in.
Less than 90 seconds to go on the clock then. New race leader, Riley Cranham at the front of the order. Apologies for the little blip there on your timing. George Edgar's a little bit further down the field at the moment, which is a bit of a setback for the driver who did so brilliantly, of course, at Glanny Gores. Riley Cranham has had 5 maximum championship scores so far this season. Could it be on for number 6? If he is, he's got to hold off this chasing pack. Mayan Patel has not given this one up. Mayan Patel knows if he can win this race, he could be on the second row of the grid. He could be grid 3 for the final. That would be a very, very useful place for Mayan Patel to start, as back is that Nat Johnson's back in the scene, and Sukmani Kira.
Yeah, Sukmani Kira made a great move there. Round the outside, tries to go Patel. Cranham parks it on the apex. One line defence. That's good. Doesn't jink about the place. That's good. There, Nat Johnson back into the picture. Hard to believe that, it went so well in qualifying for the Mick Barrett Racing team. Went very badly at the start of that. Let's try and piece together where are the MBR drivers. We got 15 seconds to go because we have the best placed of them is Johnson in 6th. Ty Buckley is 7th. Rogers Tyler is 9th. Max Ewell is 12th. And then Edgar only 17th. I'm not going to call him Johnny Edgar. George Edgar down in 17th position. The Daily Motorsport Kart, Rory Armstrong. And side by side, Patel almost losing P2. And here comes Sukmani Kira. Have a bit of that. She is taking no prisoners, and that puts Sukmani into P3.
Very good stuff there from the Alpine Race Her Academy driver. Meanwhile, we've had another change for the race lead. Through has gone Mayan Patel ahead of Riley Cranham. Cranham's lead in the intermediate classification for this round today is still safe. He's still on for a 6th top score in the championship so far this season. He's been no lower than 4th in any of the points awarding stages so far in 2025. One more lap to go then. Patel will lead at the start of it. Will he lead at the end of it? The result now means that Patel would be on the front row. That would be more championship points for Mayan Patel as well. So is this going to be the fight that we'll see in the final? Onto the bridge for the final time in heat number 2. Sukmani Kira is still there as well. He's currently the fastest driver on the circuit, down towards hairpin number 1 for the last time. Cranham looking to the outside. Patel's got to get his exit right and has done. Sukmani Kira still there. Does she go for the move into hairpin 2? No. Patel's trying to win this as slowly as possible. Will drive down the middle of the road here towards the Fullerton Essers. Get back on the racing line at the last possible moment. This is really well dealt with by Mayan Patel. The rest of the field closing in. Aaron Richardson still there in 4th. Through the Mike Wilson complex. Can Mayan Patel get on the front row for the final? Yes, Mayan Patel can. Brilliant drive for NDL Motorsport. Patel wins from Cranham. That is pole in the final today for Cranham, and another maximum haul of championship points for the O-Plate holder. Sukmani Kira is home in 3rd place in that heat. She will start on the outside of row number 3, and based on that race pace, Henry, could be a dark horse perhaps for the win here today.
I mean, firstly, excellent drive, Mayan Patel. My only caveat to that is that we didn't see a full assault from Riley Cranham.
True.
Cranham knew he had more to lose than to gain. Could Mayan Patel have withstood an all-out assault from Riley Cranham with both barrels? But that's not to take anything away from his performance. He is a legitimate contender for the win, as is Sukmani Kira. On the opening lap, coming out of hairpin number 2, Sukmani was forced wide onto the curb, lost ground. The way she drove back up, and again, she didn't challenge Riley on the closing laps too much. However, she did very, very much challenge and took no prisoners when she passed Aaron Richardson, her own teammate, coming off the bridge. That was aggression 101 from Sukmani Kira. But we've got Waterswift restricted coming up next.
Last heat for IAME Waterswift restricted in their 5th round of the season. Albie J. Stubbs will be on pole position for this one with Bodie Batch alongside on the front row. Harry Chapman and Dimitar Uzanov, they form up the 2nd row on this grid. Corey Lyons and Jaden McElhenney form up an all-Irish DMS row number 3, ahead of Ollie West and Arthur Bowers on row 4.
Row number 5, Toby Biggs and Logan Hodgetts, Freddie Baker and Benjamin Schliever. On row 6, Patrick Wood, Louis Williams Mabs, Reggie Peters, whose baby sisters are watching back home, and Harry Murphy. On row number 8, Frank Morris, whose sister used to paint his go-karts. Big Frank, well, not Big Frank, Frank the Tank is there in P17. Andrew, do you know who's next to us?
I don't know. Oh, my goodness.
She's looking very nervous. Producer James Fitzhugh had to go to the bathroom. So he's left Motorsport UK's communications officer, Minna Lane.
That means we can say anything, right?
We can say anything we want. It's okay. Because Minna's on the controls, and if we can get away with it, we can do anything we want. She's doing a great job.
A little bit of an update on from earlier. This is the 10 o'clock news bit, match of the day.
Yeah, yes.
Close your ears now if you don't want to know the Heat 1 results. Dimitar Uzanov won it from Albert J. Stubbs, Harry Chapman, Bodie Batch, Jaden McElhenney, Patrick Wood, Ollie West, Freddie Baker. A really good run to 9th place on debut for Arthur Bowers and Toby Biggs.
Bodie Batch
was your top 10, and of course is your top 10 in the FIC as things stand.
Now, this year has seen a number of firsts. Bodie Batch, the first Austrian driver in the modern era to take a podium. We also had Zev Gottschalk, who's from Curacao, but racing under the American flag. He was the first American driver to take a podium. We've had Isaac Sayer becoming the first Singapore-based driver to finish on the podium. Zain Sofawoglu in the MightE Championship. He became the first Turkish driver to take a Motorsport UK British Championship podium. It has been a year of international drivers coming over here and finding success, because it's not always been the case in recent years.
No.
But a lot of celebrated foreign names, say foreign I sound... Oh dear, no.
I have a theory on this. It might be a bit of a tangential theory.
Tangent away.
This meeting last year was a little bit earlier in the year. It was May.
Yes, it was.
And
it was
we
my son's
had,
birthday.
particularly in Junior X30, an absolute influx of, I'm thinking like your Nicholas Schauflers, your James Anagnostiadis.
Yes.
Now, that was all in preparation for the World Championships, which were held, obviously, in September.
Fat lot of did them all.
Because the weather was foul. Particularly on finals day.
Yes.
But I do wonder if that got a lot of eyes from the rest of Europe on the championships to go, hang on a minute, some of the world's best have headed into that championship, and they didn't necessarily do that well. I remember Dries van Langendonk, McLaren driver now, really, really having a tough time with things. And as I say, you've got all these different nations being represented now because they've looked at it and gone, okay, we're not quite ready for European full-blown, like OK Junior or something like that. But if we come here, it'll get us very well prepped.
Well, you and I both travel the world covering this wonderful sport, and wherever we go, certainly wherever I go, when I talk to drivers, be it in the United Arab Emirates, be it in the United States, be it, where else I've been, be it in Latvia, be it in Romania, always say the same thing. Oh, those drivers in the UK, they're super aggressive. And I say, look, if you want to do a one-off, come to Kartmasters. It's a one-off championship round. Now we can do a wild card race in the British Championship. People from all over the world come here to get their aggression levels up, because no other domestic championship is like this in terms of its racing style and the level of aggression.
Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. Hello, Kathy Watson.
Hello, Kathy, the #1 curtain saleswoman.
Oh, yes.
In her shop. Will you say hello to John and Shay Watson? Well, I will, Kathy. And I'm sorry I missed you the last couple of rounds. I did your dad did FaceTime you when I was there at Dunk as well. But I was very, very poorly at Dunk as well and couldn't really speak. But I'm better now, so I will see you later. But and tell me how many pairs of curtains have you sold? I think you're #1 sales lady in the shop that you're working in.
Yeah, we had to keep you away with all. It was like being back to the dark times. Keep him away with a 6-foot pole.
I was not contagious. However,
we didn't know that.
However, first time I've ever been into an ambulance at a kart circuit in all my years. I was that ill, and it did give me a huge level of respect for the work the ambulance crew did, because they sorted me out and sent me on my way on the road to recovery. But do you know how ill I was?
Go on.
I distinctly remember when I got here. somebody gave me a bottle of Iron Brew as a present, and I left it in the commentary box. That's how ill I was. I left an unopened bottle of Iron Brew, which, you know, but
I'm
hey,
trying to think where that went now.
pardon? Well, I mean, I would hope that someone drunk it, because
In
it's
your
obviously the Lord's nectar. I mean, a proper Glashki Gerdas. Anyway, please, keep your comments coming in. Why is there a brief lull in the action? Well, it's just because we're giving the marshals a chance to refresh themselves. Alpha Live have gone soft. They've even given their camera operatives an umbrella. One of the camera operatives has an umbrella. Obviously, maybe to keep the camera cool. That's where it is. Must be to keep the camera cool. There we are.
I just actually wanted to say you appeared behind us today. It is the kind of day for the Anthony Jordan style of being on a camera.
Oh, yeah, just send him out to
Super Prix a couple of years ago, sat down at Stratford Corner.
And had a doze.
He had a parasol and a cool box next to him. I'm not going to lie, he did well. He did pretty well.
He did
that
very,
weekend.
very well indeed.
Mentioned Super Prix, Alpha Live have got that next weekend.
Yes.
Myself on comms, so that'll be good to pop up the road.
Yes, indeed. Yes, please. On the Alpha Live YouTube channel, we have got the Shannington Super Prix coming up in 1 week's time. In 3 weeks' time, we have the Kart Masters, British Motorsport UK, British Kart Grand Prix. The next round of the Wera Tours British Championship would be at Kimbolton. I'm not there for that. I'm in Dallas. Whoever thought of running a go-kart race in Dallas in August needs to be lined up against a wall and given a good
They tried to
kicking.
do that in Formula One, didn't they, in the 1980s?
They did. They
It
haven't
didn't go
learned from
well.
1984. On the Karting UK YouTube channel, you can watch this. You can see highlights of all the Motorsport UK Wera Tours. You can see the race, or Alpha Live's race of the week coming up next weekend. Andrew, the Super Prix is on Sunday, isn't it?
It is Super Prix, and we've got the Historics on as well
and
for their demo run. I always enjoy that.
And they are great fun. Took them to the Bahamas one year. That was they could drink. On the Friday and the Saturday, before you tune into the Senate Super, you can watch a lot of British drivers on another YouTube channel at Le Mans, the Road Tax International Trophy. So you've got no excuses. I know the weather's nice, but you know, Monday through Thursday, go out, get a nice tan, have a chilled weekend, watch karting. More and more people are tuning into karting around the world than ever before this year. I know this.
You're keeping the stats.
I do. I keep the stats. It's really, really important to the drivers, because sooner or later we're going to get to the numbers where simply on live viewing figures alone, drivers can actually go to sponsors to say, look, for this budget, you can have an advert on my go-kart or even on the actual live stream, itself, because advertising spaces are available. You have to go through Motorsport UK to make sure that you are in compliance with them and you're not, a direct competitor to any of our current advertisers. But they're getting to the point now where viewing figures, there was a round of the Super 1 Championship earlier this year. One day of karting watched live by 40,000 people. Last weekend, Saudi World Series International Finals, 3 days of coverage. At the moment, 78,000 people live. Those aren't insignificant numbers. No. We live in an era now where it's very rare that you say, it's 7:30, the whole nation sits down to watch Program X, because you could just watch it on iPlayer or, other streaming devices. Platforms. So a live, not to mention the subsequent viewing figures on the social media, but actual live viewing figures in karting are improving to the point where drivers can go and take the data from Alpha Live and say, look, these how many people are watching our racing, and it's comparable to, say, for example, my hometown of Barry. One newspaper, the Barry District News. It's read by 12,000 people a week.
Yep.
That's half of what is watching, of who will watch today.
Another number we'll throw out as well, because I had a look. YouTube often works on the basis of watch hours. Watch hours for Alpha Live is in the millions.
Millions.
Now, of course, that's across all of the different brilliant things that they do this weekend, and you have every weekend. So if you've not subscribed already, do it now.
Yeah.
But no, you're absolutely right, Henry, that the exposure and the availability of exposure that broadcasts such as this do give our sports and the drivers and those who support the drivers continues to grow and grow.
Devon Clowitter. He's not allowed to have his volume on currently. Is there anything happening? No, Devon, there isn't. It's okay.
all good.
Yeah, we'll shout because you haven't got your volume on. No, I'm joking.
No, it's as I say, we just had a pause at the circuit with the remaining races. If you've just tuned in, Waterswift restricted heat number 2.
I mean, James Fitzhugh
had
to go to I mean, should we start making stuff up about where he's gone? Well, he's not here.
Oh, I mean, yes. That is absolutely fair, Henry, because we were doing that for the whole weekend of Dunk as well. You were up on a plane, you were here, you were there, you were everywhere but the Commons box.
Yes, yeah. Well, I think James, he might be using the facilities here. I wouldn't say, but James Fitzhugh, he's probably running around doing something, panicking. Don't panic, Captain Manring. Just gives us another chance. The drivers, please keep the drivers hydrated. I can see Rocco Shenton's dad has got an Oasis bucket hat on, very stylish. Apparently
very apt.
Yeah, very apt. You know, hello, Mr. Shenton, with your camouflage bucket hat on. He's down there watching now. Oasis. I was young.
Yes.
I'm old enough to remember the first time round. Nebworth '96, fantastic. You know, but they chose Cardiff, obviously, to come back. You know, and of course we are here in the sunshine. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, not all my gags land quite as nicely.
We had all the Oasis stuff last weekend. If you missed any of last weekend, go back and watch it on the
always. Kuya Pahal, Dia Pahal's dad is watching. Says hello, everybody. James is back from. He has to nip over to fullback to get a camera.
Right,
fullback. Yeah, that's where he was. He was nipped to fullback.
A quick run through the results that we've had so far today. If you've missed any of the action, again, if you don't want any spoilers, close your ears now.
Go on.
In IAME Waterswift, race 1, Austin Newstead from Colby Patterson, Daniel Ferguson, Oscar Kenny, George Clark. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heat 2 result, which is now confirmed. Newstead won again from Patterson. Austin Gibson, Alfie Davidson and George House that time. That means the grid for the final will look like this. Newstead from Patterson, Clark and Gibson, Measures and Davidson. Let's whip through the others. IAME Waterswift restricted, we're about to see. Uzanov from Stubbs, Chapman, Batch and McElhenney, the top 5 in that one. Into juniors, we've not had the confirmed results through from heat number 2 yet, so we'll just give you the one for heat number 1 at this moment. So obviously those drivers from that previous junior race will be going through post-race scrutineering.
Can we have a quick round of applause?
Go for it.
A quick round of applause. Number 1, this is going out on the big screen, so we'll have a quick round of applause to the paramedic having a little doze outside their ambulance at turn number 1. Well done. Thank you very much. There she is. Well done.
Good to know someone's listening.
And a quick round of applause for our new assistant producer, Mina Lane, who managed to not press any wrong buttons while we were whittering along. So congratulations. There we go. So again, please, tomorrow, and I will get this, the cost to come in and watch tomorrow is, we'll find out what the cost is. Hello. We'll find out what the cost is. There's James Fitzhugh, who's back from fullback. And there's Mina Lane, behind him. You can see Mina Lane.
Oh, no, she's
assistant producer. There we go, indeed. If you're in the UK, please come to PF International, Stragglethorpe, Grantham. Watch the racing tomorrow.
I want to see the bowl, bring a parasol, as full as it was for World Championships, which genuinely was so good to see. But as we mentioned already, the weather was awful on that Sunday. But it proves it can be done. We can pull a crowd for karting in the UK that fills this place.
And of course, if you can't come tomorrow, Kart Masters the first weekend of August. That's usually a big spectator event as well. So there we are. Thank you very much. Now you can see here this. I mean, behind the scenes look. Obviously, our commentary box, motorsport-timing.co.uk's room is next to us, along with the Alpha Live studio. James Fitzhugh producing, what have you. The amount of screens, have you? This was built in 2010 for the extension for the CIK, which started coming here in 2010, 2011. You know. That's where George Russell, took his first European podium. Max Verstappen didn't win. As we are now ready to go back racing, ladies and gentlemen.
We are
Excellent.
Indeed.
Glad you put the right T-shirt on this time, Andrew.
At least one of them. IAME Waterswift restricted out on their formation lap. So just another quick run down the grid. Stubbs from Batch, Chapman from Uzanov. That's your first two rows. Lyons and McElhenney on row 3. West and Bowers on row 4. Biggs and Hodgetts on row 5. Baker and Schlivar on row 6. Wood and Williams-Mabs on row 7. Peters and Murphy on row 8. Frank Morris completes the 17-strong field.
I'm looking to see if Frank Morris, has he still got the kart that his sister designed?
I think so.
I believe he has.
GYG.
Yes. Frank, fellow Welshman, Frank Morris. I'm just looking to see down there now. Has he got the
there
one?
He is,
yes,
number 55.
Yes, I think the green, the black and the green there on the number 65 car. I think that's his sister's artwork. Very, very proud he is as well.
Sorry, Henry. Unfortunately, we're missing one. Reggie Peters, I don't think is out of the circuit. So I think we're down to 16 for this second heat. Remember,
that is a shame. That's a real shame because Reggie, his mum was watching, his baby sisters were watching earlier. Fingers crossed you'll be okay for the final.
This is hopefully one of those moments where it's just a transponder that needs a little bit of like, come on, I know
Yes,
we've had a bit of a wait, but like, come on, time to work.
Right, let's get ready for it then. Heat number 2 for IAME Waterswift Restricted. Into the tram lines go the Excel Motorsport drivers to lead us towards the Bruno Ferrari S's as Reggie Peters emerges from the pit lane. Oh, it's off and into the wall is Solly West. Another one of the Evolve Motorsport runners. Ollie's got going again. That's really good to see. That was a bit of a hit into the padded barriers on driver's right, but Ollie has continued on. Credit to the safety of these karts.
And I wonder who was the other kart involved. Obviously, Ollie didn't just, I'm not saying, but is there another kart carrying a little bit of damage out there? We will see. LBJ Stubbs leads. Fantastic battle with him and leading privateer driver Harry Chapman earlier on. Dimitar Uzanov. He's down racing with the Jade Racing team. He also drives with Jason Dredge, or JPD UK. I'm not quite sure what the setup is this weekend. I've seen Jason here, so we'll find out there. But yeah, LBJ Stubbs, really, really impressive season. It shows how much, that initial O-Plate win gave him the confidence to move on. The third place kart, that Daily Motorsport livery, Corey Lyons. He came to Orlando for the Rotax Winter Trophy at the start of the year and was miles off the pace just because he was starting out. How much has that young Irishman improved? Shane Daly, the Daily Motorsport team, the karts look outstanding in that Lambo F1 Modena deep blue, which is glinting in the sunshine at the moment, as is the Argenti livery sticker kit of Bodie Batch. Remind me, who's Bodie Batch running with XL Motorsport?
Yeah, made the move into the XL awning earlier on in the year, but as we've noted, there's one Argenti back driver in each of these categories that run in that blue and black livery. Harry Chapman back at the front of the order, looking to get things going here. Was so close to a race victory earlier on today. Could still be on pole position for the final, but has got to find a way past Stubbs. Stubbs at the moment on 2 intermediate points, 5 for Chapman, 5 for Uzanov as well. This is where a tiebreaker comes in. Chapman's better timed qualifying performance would at the moment give him second place on the grid. Batch is on 7 points at the moment. McElhenney and Baker 11 and 15.
I just want to say hello very quickly to Luke Moore,
hello,
watching
Luke.
At home. Luke's mum Kelly and dad Tom, they run the Moore Racing stable in KZ. I've managed to single-handedly miss all the KZ rounds this year. Not through design, just by one of those things. But yeah, hope that Luke, you're okay. I hope you're using that Manchester City top you've got as a dishcloth or something like that. Get it off. You could do better than that. Top 5 in a row. In fact, I hope you're commentating on this race, Luke, because I know that you used to commentate on your PlayStation games. That's a really good way of practicing to get into the world of commentary. And if Luke was commentating right now, he would be saying that Harry Chapman in the number 32 kart is trying to push LBJ Stubbs away. Will he make the move going into the bowl? 4.5 minutes to go. Probably a bit too early at the moment, but even though he's trying to push Stubbs away, Batch, Lyons and Uzanov aren't falling away. And in 6th position, it's the number 77 Kart of Jaden McElhenney. I'm going to get through. I'm not going to call him Rob McElhenney. No, I watch Welcome to Wrexham as well. But Jaden McElhenney into 6th position, and he's not too far off these four. But Uzanov, the Heat 1 winner, sitting as he did pretty much during most of the first heat, sitting at the back of this lead group.
I think the key for Uzanov, though, might be trying to get past Corey Lyons in the next few moments, because the Stubbs, Chapman and Batch group are starting to edge away again. That was a good couple of corners from Stubbs and Chapman. They've put Batch into a little bit of no driver's land there in 3rd place. Chapman, new fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 5.44 that time around. Good stuff there. With his dad Michael on the spanners once again. Stubbs sliding through. Uzanov through as well into 4th place.
Yeah, sorry. Uzanov dispatched Lyons there going through turn 3. Now we got a 3-way battle for the lead. Bodie, Batch, 2 for 1 special offer. 3rd to 1st up the inside. Is he going to lose the lead into hairpin number 2? Yes. Is he going to lose 2nd place as well? Well, that hardly seems fair. Batch put on a superb move and has come out of half a lap later. Well, he's still in 2nd, so net gain. And now Lyons, even though Lyons has just been sort of, pushed backwards a little bit, has got a teammate in the form of Jaden McElhenney. 2.5 minutes to go. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, Andrew. The two daily motorsport drivers can hook up and bring the Irish contingent towards the front.
Yeah, they'll definitely try and work together. They had a little bit of a run-in with one another back at GYG, but I'm sure they've patched that all up now. Just over 2 minutes of this one to go. LBJ Stubbs, if he wants to win this race, is going to have to channel some of that Alfie Davidson spirit we saw in this category last year. A lot of moments like this. Batch down the inside. He takes the race lead away from LBJ Stubbs. It's still an Excel Motorsport 1-2. Stubbs replies back down the inside into hairpin number 2, and that opens the door for Chapman to now step in. And this is and Chapman's going to go all the way down the inside.
Great
takes
move.
the race lead. I was about to say this is what Davidson did a lot of last year, lose the lead, immediately get back into it. But Chapman has ripped up the script here and taken the race lead. Now, he did do this in heat number 1. 90 seconds remaining on the clock. This is a really important lap now for Harry Chapman, Henry. If he can break away, leave the others fighting for 2nd place, he could be on for a heat win and pole.
I've got to say, Harry Chapman is a plucky, gutsy young driver. Privateer entry. He's got that distinctive sort of, almost, it's like a camouflage pattern, but it's, black and luminous yellow. He knows he's got no teammates, so he has to work with whoever he possibly can. And he won't be intimidated. But, of course, thinking of LBJ Stubbs, don't panic now, Albie. That's the key. You're never going to lead the entire race in a class like this, all from start to finish.
Not indeed. 30 seconds on the clock to go. Chapman still leads as they head through Bobby Game Corner. This is lap number 7. That is a tiebreaker scenario at the moment for the lead in the final intermediate classification for today's round. Remember, we do it all again tomorrow here at PF International. I think actually the biggest danger for Chapman's pole right now, or one of the big dangers for his first place, is Uzanov there in 3rd place. If Uzanov can find a way through past Stubbs, it doesn't matter what Chapman does. It would put Uzanov back to an unrivaled 2 points in the FIC. Just to know a little bit further down the order. We'll come back to that. That's not great between Uzanov and Bodie Batch, and well, it's probably going to put pay to Uzanov's chances of pole. Chapman and Stubbs are now gone. They're away at the front of the field. Chapman is turning I said this lap would be key. He is turning a really good
turn of pace right now, breaking away from Stubbs. Stubbs has got no support from behind, but that was a little bit too close into hairpin one, Henry.
Well, you know, I think back to the O plate at Wilton Mill, and Usanov was the first driver to fall foul of the one defensive manoeuvre rule. That was one very late, but then of course the problem I had is that he then moved back out to take the apex, the corner, and again, you know, it's whether you agree with it or not, it's just a rule. Now that is the number 78 Kart. That is Benjamin Schlever, the SFR Motorsport Screed Flooring Racing. Nathan Rawlings' team back at its own entity this year for the first time in several years. And there's a bit of how's your father into turn hairpin number 1. Harry Chapman, I said he's plucky and gutsy. He is not afraid to get aggressive. Now Stubbs, I was saying earlier, you know, you're never going to lead a race like this from start to finish. The key thing is how you react and what you do when you lose the position. What you do to minimise your track position loss, and then what you do to get back into a position where you can retake the lead as quickly as possible. They are coming to the last lap board now, and to the surprise of nobody in the commentary box, I have to say, last lap board goes out. The checkered flag has come out. Sorry, penalty for Usanov as they cross the line.
Stubbs wins it then and takes pole position, and for the 6th time this season, that is a 65-point championship score for Stubbs. Extends his championship lead and does it by 0.16 of a second in that one. Chapman P2, Usanov P3, but you're absolutely right, Henry. I don't think this is a huge surprise to us.
Sorry.
Plus 5-second penalty for Dimitar Usanov. To be confirmed officially, of course, but we pretty much think it's for that moment there with Bodie Batch down into hairpin 1. That drops Usanov down to 8th place. It'll drop him just behind Toby Biggs. So Batch, Schlivar, Lyons, McElhenney, Biggs, they all go up one spot and get the points retrospectively. Freddie Baker P9 and Patrick Wood in the top 10 there.
Logan Hodgetts, Arthur Bowers, Frank Morris, Louis Williams-Mabs, Harry Murphy, Ollie West. Sadly, Reggie Peters did take the start and finished at the back of the field. Now, it'd be interesting to find out, did Usanov get the penalty for the move that pushed Bodie Batch half onto the grass, or did he get the penalty for then moving back across the track in a second movement to take the racing line to go into hairpin number 3? Race is coming thick and fast. Next up, race 10, Honda Cadet.
Last qualifying heat of the day then it's qualifying practices for the Mighties and finals to take us through to the end of the day. Here's your grid for Honda Cadet GX200 heat number 2. Archie Loveridge, Riley Blakemore, both on the front row looking to go again. Elliot Bork and Luke McGall will start on row number 2. It's Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon going from row number 3. Edward Rye and Harry Grant start on row 4.
Edward Rye getting plenty of support online. Jerry Duffy and Sam Dixon round out your top 10 ahead of Aidan Donnelly and Luke Jardine, with row 7 comprising Reggie Duffy and J.M. Prakash. Luca Bikocki and Jack Cope are on row number 8, with Kyle Kerr, Oliver Ratton, very, very smart livery car for Oliver Ratton, and then Shailen Trikantan, who I've got to say I've interviewed several times, is one of the most engaging, funny and likeable young drivers I've met in a long time. He's superb on the microphone. I'm so good, I'm a bit worried about my future employment prospects. But yeah, Oliver Ratton, cameraman challenge number 2. He's penultimate position on the grid at some point. Again, he's just got a very smart privateer livery. Stands out nicely, especially in the sunshine. Lots of ambition, motorsport karts here as well.
Just a note as well.
Okay,
our pole sitter, Archie Loveridge, was our latest
competitor in the Rear Tools Wheel Change Challenge
last
week at Lark Hall.
Okay, how did Archie do?
If you are in the paddock and you want to be on the Paddock Show tonight,
yes, I do.
The most guaranteed way of doing so is win the race to be today's competitor for the Rear Tools Wheel Change Challenge. See if you can go top of the leaderboard as well.
Oh, right, okay.
That will happen down at the race centre after we finish our broadcast here today.
Brilliant.
More on that later. We're ready for race number 10 here today. It's the second heat for Honda Cadet GX200. It's Loveridge on the left-hand side of your screens. Blakemore on the right. The lights will come on one by one to get us going again here at PF International. Heat 2 for Honda Cadet GX200 has 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Away we go then for the decider of who's going to be on pole position. It's another good start for Riley Blakemore, who may lead out of the Bruno Ferrari S's on this first lap. Loveridge was alongside as they head under the bridge. It is Riley Blakemore who will go on top of the bridge in P1 in the early stages of this race. Luke McGall's had a good start. McGall in the Senna helmet is up to P3. Down towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Is there going to be a move from Archie Loveridge? Not on this occasion. Decent start as well for Elliot Bourke, as held in P4.
Yes, indeed. Behind Bourke, Ronnie Jones, then Archie Cannon, then the MS Kart of Edward Rye. The whole field virtually nose to tail. There is that privateer livery number 22 of Oliver Ratton. Now, sadly, back in last position, but at least he looks good whilst doing it. I'm sure he won't be there for long. Out of the Mike Wilson complex through the final chicane. Blakemore. Loveridge gets a good run, but then chooses not to try and get past Blakemore, just to run with him and pushing along. Brilliant, brilliant view of the slipstream effect in these Honda karts. And have we got a new leader? Archie Loveridge?
Not quite.
Not quite. Thought about it. Think about
did.
it. Put that one in the back burner for later on.
So, Blakemore leads from Loveridge, McGall, Bourke, Ronnie Jones still there in P5. Ronnie Jones has a little look into hairpin 1. Archie Cannon with the bright green helmet there and the S plate. The Scottish champion is in P6. Edward Rye having a decent run up in P7. A little bit further down, keep an eye on Luke Jardine, another one of the Ambition Motorsport runners. In the number 11, has gained 3 places so far. Also, likewise, Carl Kerr up 4 spots for the, well, it's a privateer effort, but
yes,
it's kind of being named now as Boom Racing.
Oh,
you'll like this one, Henry. We'll go have a look at it later on. It's Carl Kerr and Aidan Donnelly.
Here comes
those
the
two
boom.
Share a truck.
Excellent.
Go all over the country.
Why
racing
not?
In their Honda Cadet machinery.
Brilliant.
So 10th and 13th for them at the moment.
Love that. You know, there's a 3 dads a long time. I'm telling you, Brett Ward, Seth James, and Adam Gleer all decided to put together. They called themselves the 3 Amigos. 3 dads, 3 drivers. And they would just drive around together. Yeah, the 3 Amigos. Again, 3 different families, just combining efforts as privateers, having fun while they were doing this sport. Remember them, yeah. And that's, great to see as we look into hairpin number 2 now. I had a point that I was going to make, and now I've forgotten it, which is absolutely fine. It's the first sign of senility, everybody. Now, there's a move from Archie Loveridge to the inside. Does he make the move stick? Yes, he does. And there is the problem that you're going to get, is that you get freight trained to the back of the field.
This field now, having raced last weekend at Lark Hall, they had their first round of the year at Waterloo.
Yes.
They know who all the big competitors are now. They know who the danger drivers are for their each respective hopes and dreams, whether it's getting a first win, getting on the podium, getting back in the top 5. All of these drivers will have their targets here today. Just over 4 minutes of this one to go. Loveridge still leads from McGall. Bourke back to where he finished in the final at Lark Hall, P3. Ronnie Jones again having another look into hairpin 1, but holding now in 5th.
Yes, Ambition Motorsport at Lark Hall secured their 20th podium in the British Championship modern era. They become the 16th different team to score at least 20 podiums. All 20 of Ambition Motorsports podiums have come in this category, Honda Cadet. Now, there's only one team in the modern era in any class that has only scored podiums in one category, but has scored more than Ambition Motorsport. So Ambition Motorsport, 20 podiums, all in Honda Cadet. How about this, boys and girls? What is the team in one class that has only scored podiums in the British Championship in a single class, but has scored more than 20 podiums? Answers in the live chat.
Indeed.
And even my colleague, Mr. Mather, is thinking about this.
I think I've got an answer, but I won't say it yet.
Yes. So have a little look at there. Which team is the only team in the British Championship that has scored more than 20 podiums in a single class, but it hasn't scored any podiums in any other class? So they're a one-class team, and they've scored 35 podiums in the modern era.
I'm incorrect. Is the I've got it right. Oh, but it is in that class.
Yeah, yes. SFR Motorsports is you in race 26. Nope. They've scored podiums in several different classes. They haven't even got 20 podiums yet, but they've got podiums in several different classes. My learned friend and colleague, Mr. Mather, has guessed twice wrong already, and our other colleague, Mr. Fitzhugh, is now eating a Magnum.
Where's that?
A white chocolate Magnum.
How rude.
I mean, we've had Glyn Griffiths, the head marshal here at Trent Valley Car Club, stand outside our commentary box on one side, eating a double cone of mint choc chip ice cream. And now we've got our own producer, James Fitzhugh, who we didn't even lie about where he'd been. We could have made up all sorts of rumours about where he went. He's now eating, directly through the glass window to the side, a white chocolate Magnum. Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag justice for the commentators. Strawberry Racing. No, Strawberry Racing have taken podiums in multiple categories.
Lots of different categories.
Yes.
More than one.
Ambition Motorsport. Archie Loveridge, meanwhile, while we've been chatting away about ice creams and the lack thereof in this commentary box, Archie Loveridge has continued to lead. Riley Blakemore, fastest lap, has slipped to 4th position. We still have 7 drivers within a second and a half of the race lead. 90 seconds to go.
This is nicely poised, this race. A bit of an update in terms of what this is doing to the intermediate classification. Loveridge would extend his championship lead, because right now he's at the top of the intermediate points, just 2 of them. 3-point gap to Ronnie Jones. Virtue of Ronnie having that 5th place on in this race at the moment, would drop to 2nd on the grid, but still takes 62 championship points. McGall, at the moment, is 3rd ahead of Blakemore, and then Bork is completing the top 5 as things stand. Into hairpin 1 go the race leaders. Nice and calm at the moment for Archie Loveridge. He's been in this position many times before. That last tour of the circuit was a 1:06 dead, right on the nose to the hundredths of a second. We haven't got thousandths of a second timing here today. 30 seconds to go. Out of the Fullerton S's and down towards Bobby Game Corner. Where does Luke McGall make his move? Luke McGall was very strong through the heats last time out. He was very shrewd with when he made the moves. I was very impressed with the race reading from Luke McGall. That's what we always say about Honda Cadet. It really tests a driver's young brain.
It does indeed. Jones with that Motorsport UK pooled engine drawing up to the back of this lead group. The clock strikes 0 now. There is still time for any one of the top 5 drivers to win this race. 6th and 7th, Cannon and Edward Rye. They're just a little bit far back at the moment. Well, it depends. How quickly do things break loose? There's the first move. Luke McGall. Archie Loveridge doesn't defend as McGall takes the lead. But Blakemore and Jones did not have a chance to follow McGall through. Loveridge smart. Hey, I could lose 4 positions. Do you know what? I won't play. I will only lose 1. I won't fight, and that means I just lose 1. If I fought, then I might have lost 2 or 3 or more.
I think at the moment as well that he's going to keep the lead in the intermediate classification as well. Now McGall did this last week as well, made these moves, like to be at the front of the order going on to the final lap. So we are now 1 tour of the circuit away from finding who's going to be on pole position for Honda Cadet today. At the moment, yes, it would still be Loveridge. It's a tie on points
between the top two. But again, we go back to the time qualifying performances. Elliot Bork's trying to find a way through past Archie Loveridge now. Loveridge trying to take another haul of 65 championship points. Knows he's got to keep at least in this position, if not get up another position. McGall goes to the outside. Has that left the door open? Yes, it has for Loveridge. They're still side by side, axle to axle. Can Loveridge get across? Yes, he can.
And smart.
Brilliant.
He waited. Loveridge waited until he knew he was clear of McGall. If he'd moved earlier, he would have forced McGall onto the grass, potentially risked an accident or a penalty. That was great driving. Very, very aware from Archie Loveridge.
Into the Mike Wilson complex then. Final lap of this race. Is it going to be Archie Loveridge's win out of the final corner? Yes, it is. What a performance from Archie Loveridge. He's going to extend his advantage in the championship and will be on pole for the final later on this afternoon. Luke McGall will be directly behind him on the inside of row number 2. Not as big an advantage on a standing start, of course, but still a decent place to be. Elliot Bork, third in that race, will be the next kart behind on the driver's right-hand side on row number 3. Ronnie Jones's fourth place means he will be on the front row, but on the outside. Should note, though, that for Riley Blakemore, who's been starting P2 so far today in those heats, it's been a pretty good run to the Bruno Ferrari S's for him. Mentioning Blakemore, fifth. For the driver, the number 68 there. Archie Cannon, Edward Wright, Harry Grant, Luke Jardine and Sam Dixon all in the top 10. Jayan Prakash up to 11th place. That's a gain of 3. Carl Kerr was your joint biggest mover in that race, up 5 spots to 12th. Jerry Dufficy, 13th, ahead of the next driver who gained 5. That was Shailen Srikantan in the number 23. Aidan Donnelly, Oliver Ratton, Luca Bicocchi, Jack Cope and Reggie Dufficy mean once again all 19 drivers who started the race finished the race.
Now, I mean, I don't know whether we have time to go to the call or whether that happens or whether we have time for any highlights, but if we don't, then look back at the last lap of that race. The move that Loveridge put on McGall. Watch it for 2 reasons. Number 1, good track positioning rightly from Loveridge to make the move. Secondly, good from McGall. We'll have a little look now. We'll look back at this at the closing moments. First of all, great. You know, to make a good move happen, sometimes you need the cooperation of 2 drivers. There's Loveridge passing early leader Blakemore. McGall following him through. The number 26 kart of Elliot Bork was also right there as well. But you can see here, so McGall, the crossover. I don't think this is not the last lap. Now we're getting down to the closing stages. So there's the move from Loveridge, but he didn't squeeze. He didn't, coming out of the first hairpin, but likewise he didn't cut across and take the racing line until he knew his rear bumper was clear, only by an inch, but it only needs to be an inch. Now, oh dear, there is one driver in the MightE Bambino qualifying session that has
just started,
that has a spin coming out of the pit lane. Now, question time.
Have I 3-putted?
I think Andrew Mather has 3-putted. So, the only team in the modern era of the British Championship to have only scored podiums in a single class, but has done that more than 20 times, is Rush Performance. They have scored 35 KZ2 podiums. They only competed the KZ2 class. And so they are the only team, more than Ambition Motorsport, with a single class who have scored podiums more than 20 times. There we are. There we go. Thank you for those that guessed.
KZ2
for those that
fans,
didn't, now you know. Now you know.
KZ2 fans, they will be back in action at Bolton.
And I managed to miss that one as well. Are they at Wilton at the end of August?
No, I think in Bolton's then done.
Oh wow, I've managed to miss every single round of the KZ2 Championship.
You just have to watch it back.
And I do.
As I say, qualifying practice underway for the mighty Bambino. So they will have their heats tomorrow, but we'll stick with this qualifying session because this is their first
competitive action of the day. No more free practice for the drivers. First lap times coming in, or are all in. It's Logan Edwards who's currently fastest on a 1:23.77. Now that is not fully representative of what these drivers and what these karts can do. I'm just going to refer myself back to what we saw in the free practice sessions earlier on today. So anything kind of low 1:21s, if we see anything into the 1:20s, that's definitely good. We did, in fact, see a 1:20.3 from Jack Harper in FP3. I think I'm right in saying that is the fastest time across all of the practice sessions that we've had. We've had 4 rounds of practice sessions for the Bambinos.
Yeah, and
to
of course,
speed. That is the benchmark from all those sessions.
And a lot of these drivers were here about 3-4 weeks ago.
Yes.
For a round of the Motorsport UK British Championship, which runs as part of the Kart Championship. So they have had experience here. For some of the they haven't quite yet grasped the whole time qualifying ethos yet, which is work together like these two Richardson Chassis Engineering Richardson Chassis Engineering teammates are doing. You don't want to be battling side by side. You don't want to be slowing each other down. And of course, just get into the slipstream, push and work together.
That's a reference
in qualifying.
Back to the qualifying session. It was Felix Tandy on pole last time these drivers competed at PF International.
Yes.
1:21.98 now the fastest lap time for Logan Edwards there in the number 21. It's got Heath Smith directly behind. Another one of the runners in the RCE team.
Yeah,
driver from Sutton Coldfield in the West Midlands.
Sutton Coldfield, not far from Burton upon Trent, which is where I used to get my engines built by for when I used to race. Into Bobby Game corner. Bobby Game, one of the inaugural Kart Masters champions back in 1996. Edward Smith and Felix Tanley. Zane Sofawoglu running with Kieran Crawley's M Sport team. He's also got he's sort of being coached or managed, or his British karting is being managed by Richard Bradley, former kart racer, now LMP2 racer, race Le Mans, based out in Hong Kong for some time. As we look, there are 90 seconds to go. Zane Sofawoglu up into P2, and I've got to say, the most popular driver, well, Chase isn't out in this one. Already, the Chase fans are in. That's for Honda. That's for that's for MightE Cadet. This is MightE Bambino. There is the number 54 kart of Zane Sofawoglu.
And we talk about this this Bambino category being about the drivers learning, getting quicker. Sofawoglu has already gone 9/10 quicker than the qualifying pace that we saw for Zane the last time that number 54 machine went around this circuit in the qualifying session. There's the plate holder Felix Tandy just ahead. Won that place, I want to say, probably about 12 months ago.
Yes.
So Felix will be
Shenington. Was it?
Yeah, that would make sense with the Super Prix next week as well. I haven't started the prep for that one yet. That'll be Monday morning's work. 20 seconds of this session to go. So everyone coming across the line now. This is going to be their last lap for qualifying, and Sofawoglu goes pole for a moment. Teddy Smith now takes pole position back over onto a 1:21.6. Round the bowl once again. Elliot Hitch has just improved up to P9 on a 1:22.7. Checkered flag is out. I think we've only got one kart that's coming across the line now.
The driver that spun on the out lap.
So that's Sam Tester in the number 31 is going to be flying the flag for Malta from 15th place on the grid. Sofawoglu goes down the inside of Tandy there. Through hairpin number 1. Now, who's looking quick in the first sector? Sofawoglu's gone personal best through sector number 1. Tandy has as well. Jack Harper, who was very quick in the free practice sessions, is currently 8th in this session, but has just gone PB through sector number 1. Purple sector 2 for Logan Edwards in the number 21 machine. He's got Heath Smith for support, so
and
it's
they
going
swap
to be closer here.
And they swap positions at the start of this lap. The two RCE drivers who are going to cross the line any moment now. There is our checkered flag being waved. I think Sofwoglu and Tandy might have slowed each other down a little bit on the last lap. Any change at all?
No, the third sector's not quite there, so Teddy Smith, unless there is a late effort from the others, which on this occasion there is not. Teddy Smith, pole position for the mighty Bambino O-plates for those first races tomorrow. 1:21.60. Zayn Sofoglu in second place. Luca Pede in third. Logan Edwards in fourth, ahead of the E-plate holder Felix Tandy P5. Nico Ozlowski also on that third row with P6. Jack Harper, Heath Smith, Elliot Hitch and Oakley Howlett all in the top 10. Briella Stevens in 11th place in that qualifying session ahead of Arthur Thompson. Frank Pearson, Ocean Owen and Sam Tester, the 15 drivers all covered by less than 2.5 seconds, which over say a 1:21 1 minute 21 second lap time. That's again shown really good competition up and down the field.
And I've got to say, Sam Tester, don't panic. I mean, Malta's already got one star driving in the British motorsport scene, Nicky Gauci, the original Maltese Falcon from karting. So Sam, it's nice to know that there's now more than one Maltese. Because for years, the only Maltese sports person I could mention was Tony Drago, and now I know more. There we are.
My weird one's Michael Mifsud, who used to play for Coventry City.
Michael Mifsud. He was Maltese, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, there we are.
I used to think he was.
Learn something new every day, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's pass down to Nicole. She's down
things.
in the Park Ferme. Nicole, over to you.
Well then, Teddy Smith, your pole sitter for your mighty Bambino class. There he goes over the weighing scale behind the number 27. Teddy's car is just about to pan in front of me, your pole sitter. Before the session went out for qualifying, all of the other young drivers were stood on the gate, and I've actually never stood at a kart track and heard so many kids shouting on another competitor. Everybody was stood there shouting, "Come on, Teddy," which you can probably hear going on behind me by Teddy's dad. There Teddy is with his pole position trophy. Teddy, show your trophy to the camera. There you go. Well done, mate. That's a great result. Are you happy?
Yeah.
Teddy then is your pole sitter for Bambino. Here he is. Here is the trophy. We'll head back up to you boys to find out who our next MightE pole sitter will be.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I think we've just had one of my favourite moments of the season so far for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. That's what it's about. That's what we love to see. And hopefully we're about to see it again. We've got another qualifying practice session due to begin shortly. This will be for the mighty Cadet category. Let's run you through the drivers that we're going to be looking at out on track over the course of this 6-minute session. So this is in race number order. The number 11 of Junior Wright, the number 12 of Logan Jackson, the 14 of Zachary Parr, the 15 of William Crombie, Freddie Dye in the 17, Ted Fry in the 24, Alfie Hennell in the 49, Noah Wicklow, who was very quick during the last of the free practice sessions, in the number 53, TJ Mackay, Terence Mackay in the number 70, Jacob Amison in the 71, Jack Swong in the 76, Harry Stinson in the 78, Will Beattie in the 91, Ansel Murray flying the flag for India in the number 96, and Chase Woolmington in the 99. So the drivers have 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and they'll look to get their tyres up to temperature, which shouldn't be too big of an issue here today. Air temperature at the moment 26 degrees Celsius at PF International. If you're just joining us, welcome to live coverage of event 6 for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. This is our guest guest appearance for this weekend, the mighty Paddock who normally race with the Kart Championship. This is the MightE Cadet Cup that these drivers are going out for their qualifying for. And so they're all spread out on track at the moment, coming out one by one. There is Junior Wright in the number 11 heading out onto track. We mentioned it earlier during the free practice sessions, a really good array of different chassis manufacturers across this category. So we'll be keeping an eye on whether that is going to come into play. There is the number 71 of Jacob Amis on your screen. Jacob, at least according to my notes, never raced as part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships before. That's another good thing to see.
Yes, there is
a lot of drivers. It's the first time that we've seen them in this paddock.
Yeah, indeed. Chase Wilmington is one. Will Beattie, another new name to be. Like you said, Jacob Amis, TJ McKay. Is it McKay or
TJ
Mackay?
McKay. I think
TJ McKay. Alfie Hennell, Ted Fry, Zach Parr, all getting their first taste of how it's not just the paddock, but it's how the events are run, the structure of where you've got to be and when you have to be there. Which is very, very important because the timetable is very rigid. The clocks, is, you race in club events and other series, and you may not be quite used to the rigidity and to the second of the timetabling. But it's a good learning experience because, of course, if you go and race continentally or at a global level, you are this is a good place to learn where, look, I've got to be there at a certain time, not 2 seconds afterwards, but by then. And if I'm 1 second late, then they'll close the grid gate on me and tell me to go away in the nicest possible way. But that is them's the rules. Them's the rules. Now, Danny Dempsey not in this race, but we've got plenty of cheering for him. We'll wait to see Danny in the next race, the Irishman, in the number 118 car. He's starting 26th in the first final. So this is just a qualifying session for the MightE Cadets. What's the official name of the event? Is it the MightE Cadet Cup?
Yeah.
Yes, MightE Cadet Cup. And of course, a lot of these drivers, they're going to be driving these karts for the first time. Even the mighty Bambino graduates might be driving the cadet-sized kart for the first time. And some of the drivers, like Ansel Murray, who we've seen, racing in Micromax, moving over, Noah Wicklow being another one, racing, driving the MightE powertrain on a cadet-sized go-kart frame for the first time. There is Logan Jackson. Always good to see a number of privateers as well, because for a long time, teams in Bambino racing were not allowed. I think that rule may have slightly changed now, and of course, cadet-sized racing teams are allowed. Yes.
So there were two transponder on free practice sessions earlier on today. So we are getting towards the area where I'm expecting to see a pole time. At the moment, Ansel Murray, a 1 minute 6.28 is the fastest time. But we did see 106.0s from Ansel and Wicklow in the first free practice sessions with transponders on earlier on today. So 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Still time to see that benchmark come down, but it's Murray from Stinson, Crombie, Mackay and Wicklow, your top
and the
five.
question that everybody will be asking is, how do these times on the same size go-kart match up with the Waterswift and Waterswift restricted times? Because getting a direct comparison, of course, is very important indeed. And there is your answer. Well, no, not there's your answer. There is the number 24 card of Ted Fry. But Andrew Mather is about to give you the answer.
1 minute 5.19 was the best three-lap average for Albie J. Stubbs in IAME Waterswift restricted.
So we're within a second.
We're
about a second, just under a second maybe, off Waterswift restricted pace.
And again, it's it's the weather conditions will be playing into things this weekend as we've got drivers just coming over the line. We'll come back to that because I just want to make sure that if they've got anyone crossing the line now, this is going to be their last lap time.
Oh, yes.
It is.
Checkered flag
Checkered
out
flag
now.
is out. So is anyone in this first group going to go up the order? Zachary Parr goes up to 11th. Logan Jackson stays there in 7th. Alfie Hennelston, Harry Stinson over the line has got pole at the moment with a 1 minute 6.00. So those 1 minute 6.0s that we predicted are coming through. Someone's going to have to go sub 1 minute 6 for the first time today to take pole position in MightE Cadet. Out of the final corner over the line, that is Jack Wong. And Murray does go under the 1 minute 6 barrier. 1 minute 5.97 for Ansel Murray may be the time that gives pole position in the MightE Cadet Cup. No, it doesn't. Terence TJ Mackay's gone to the top of the order with a 1 minute 5.94. That means there could be more pace in the track, perhaps. Beatty's still out there. Wickley goes up to P4. That is them all done. What a performance from the Irish driver there. Terence TJ Mackay's there. The number 70, a 1 minute 5.94. is a new best lap time in MightE Cadet here today.
Driving go-karts by day, fighting crime by night. TJ Mackay. He should really have his own theme tune. That would be good. And his own vehicle. Like, because all 80s cop shows, they had great cars. Or all 80s action shows, you know, A-Team, Knight Rider, Airwolf, Street Hawk, you know, all great cars. Like Starsky and Hutch, you know, Hardcastle and McCormick, you know, Miami Vice, the Ferrari Testarossa. So TJ Mackay, well done. Ireland on top in MightE Cadet. Ansel Murray thought he had snatched it. We thought Ansel Murray had snatched it. But to be fair, when the clock struck 0, Harry Stinson was on pole position. He won't even start from the front row of the grid for tomorrow's first race.
600ths of a second covering the top 3. That is the sign of a very, very competitive set of races tomorrow. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Down on the walk to the grid then, and I'm joined by Fusion's driver Christian Kobe. Christian, bit of an up and down day for you so far. Good pace, but maybe not the luck?
Yeah, we've not have a lot of luck this week, but hopefully it can change tomorrow.
And racing then, you know, you've got teammates around you, but you're in a really busy grid, one of the biggest grids in the British Kart Championships. How do you manage that as a driver, make sure that you make those overtakes when you're starting mid-pack?
For me, it's about experience. I've had a lot of experience around this track and around British Kart Championship as well. I think that helps a lot, but I think I manage quite well with pressure and stuff.
And then your experience at the track, the conditions out there, it's hot, there's a lot of grip down there. How are you dealing with that? Because some drivers are saying that it's actually quite slidey.
Yeah, sometimes when there's too much grip, there could be too much grip in the cart and it just doesn't go well together, but I'm finding it quite easy. I like the hot weather as well. It kind of suits me, so yeah.
Okay then, Christian, one more question. Aim for this race, how many positions are you looking to pick off?
11.
11, I like that. We'll move forward then to the drivers and to the spots ahead. We've got Ilyas Sami for the Danny Curl team. There started ahead of Ilyas is Oscar Kenny as well. Then we've got Mason Hibbert. Mason, teammate of Christian Gopi, who we just spoke to, as is Alfie Davidson, who's just to my left. Alfie, before you pop your helmet on then, today so far, performance, what are you thinking?
First heat wasn't very good. Second heat was all right. We got to the front. Didn't get to the front, but got going. And then got to Austin got me, and then battled a bit, and then ended up P4. So pretty good.
And Austin Newstead is very quick round here. He's, you know, not really been challenged so far today. If you're going to be the driver to challenge him, what's it actually going to look like? What's the plan?
Well, hopefully just push away and then battle in the last lap, hopefully.
Well, we'll see if that battle happens then. Alfie, good luck for this final 2 rows of the grid then. We've got more Fusion drivers around here. Austin Gibson is one of those. Austin, we'll pull you over very quickly. Racing so far has been busy, it's been full on, and it's hot out there. How are you finding the conditions?
It's been all right. We've been struggling a bit, but I think we found our pace and I think we'll be really quick.
Struggling then with what, the racing aspect of things or the kart setup?
We've just been struggling overall, but now we found our pace and we're pretty good now.
Well, we'll see how good it can get for you. Austin, good luck for this final. That 1 minute board is about to be shown to the grid. We'll clear, we'll let the drivers concentrate. Good luck to all. We're about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, our first final of the day. And it could be an absolute belter here for the IAME Waterswift category, their 5th final of the year. A bit of a run through the winners so far in 2025. Harry Williams, unfortunately not with us in a racing capacity here this weekend, won the first one at Warden Law. Then the first of 2 for your pole sitter, Austin Newstead. So round 2 at Warden Law on the Sunday. Austin Newstead has not won a final so far this year on a Saturday because the 3rd round of the season at Glanny Gores, that's the Saturday round for that one, went the way of Alfie Davidson. Newstead, of course, won the last final of the year so far at GYG, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Newstead can do what he wasn't able to do, Henry, at GYG. He started on pole position on the Saturday round in North Wales. In the end, he was P7 in that one. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't say this is a race that is must-win for Austin Newstead today. And a nice, solid top 5 would keep his championship tally ticking along.
There are certainly drivers who need the win more than him. Put it that way. Now, one of the things that when Nicole was speaking to Christian Colby, I happened to notice that there was Margaris Covex's kart on the outside of the Apollo karts. Now, Margaris, he's driving a Zip, but it's a Zip Apollo. Apollo Motorsports, they a very, very successful senior Honda sort of pro kart team, so they make pro kart chassis. We'll get back to that very shortly. The first final of the day, Waterswift, is coming right up. And of course, you can vote in the online poll which team is going to emerge victorious from this event. You've got 3 to choose from: Fusion, XL or OMS. Here's your starting lineup.
Austin Newstead has pole position for the round 5 final. Colby Patterson alongside on the front row. George Clark, can he do it again, was very high up the order at GYG. Starts on the inside of row number 2, is joined by teammate Austin Gibson. Knight Medgers, the first of the OMS runners, is on row 3, is joined by Alfie Davidson, Oscar Kenny and Mason Hibbert on row 4. Hibbert won here on Sunday during the clubby.
Ilias Sami and Joseph Davis go from row number 5. Row 6, Christian Colby and Margaris Kovetskis. Then it's Jensen Ackerman and Mason Brooks who will be fast. Daniel Ferguson is quicker than his starting position suggests, with Nathaniel Hodges leading privateer up next.
Row 9, Andy Stewart and Charlie Clough. George House needs some heroics. From row 10 is joined by Ethan Robinson. Luca Narroway has done a lot of overtaking so far today, goes from row 11, is joined by Sophie Campbell. James Roots and Henry Clark go from row 12.
Efan Owen and Danny Dempsey with an awful lot of support online. The 13th row starters, followed by Orion Meta, and alongside Orion Meta is Alessandro Salas.
Ruben Sagu, Johnston Stewart, Jack Harney, Ada O'Brien and Chester Fawkes.
Watch for Chester to be making some serious moves. No luck so far, and that start looks...
Go around again.
Yes, in the great view there. Is that Laura down there, our roaming camera woman? Well, Laura is always good at showing us some art,
absolutely,
I have to say. Alicia Barrett, I noticed, mechanicking for one of the top drivers on the grid, one of the Fusion drivers. She's mechanicking for George Clark, who has moved over from OMS last year with Alicia to Fusion this year.
Yeah, and Alicia's done some fantastic work there. George Clark, it's the old buses analogy, had never had a podium in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships before GYG, then got 2 in the same weekend. Can he continue that form here
at PF International. Quick run down the championship scores, because
Yes,
we have had
please.
another round of another load of points come in. Austin Newstead is your new championship leader. We should remember, did not have a very good round one, so his lead is only 5 points from the driver he's sharing this front row of the grid with. That is, of course, Colby Patterson. Clark is third in the points right now, so 532, 527, 512 for George Clark. George House is next, fourth on 502. Ozzie Gibson completing the top 5 on 501. The next group headed up by Harry Williams, who will not score points here today.
Oh, and the baby-faced assassin is not happy by being pushed along, telling everyone behind him to slow down. Now the signal's given, now we're off and racing. You get a spectator's eye view of the starts here from our Alpha Live camera crew. Now onto the bowl for the first time. Are they all going to get round cleanly? Just about. Oh, sharp intakes of breath from all concerned. You can vote as to which one of the 3 major teams are going to win this race. I've got to say, all 3 of the contenders, Fusion, XL and OMS, are well represented up at the front. Keep your votes coming in.
I've got to say, testament to the whole OMS crew of the turnaround that they've had in the middle part of this season, that they are now firmly part of that conversation.
Yep.
That was definitely not the case at the start of the year. Oh, one of the stewards is in trouble towards the back of the field. That may have been Johnston Stewart, yeah, and Jack Harney, the 181. So 2 of Excel Motorsports runners involved there from the Emerald Isle. 11 minutes to go in this one. Newstead lead to the end of lap 1, and it's the familiar sight of George Clark now in this IAME Waterswift category there in second place. Knight Measures has had a good start, up 2 spots into third. Knight Measures not really a championship contender because he wasn't at the rounds at GYG. Colby Patterson definitely is a championship contender, though. That was a nice move from Patterson down the inside over the bridge. Is now back up to third, but for how much longer? Because back comes Measures into hairpin 1. Retakes third, but he's got Alfie Davidson now for company. The top 2 are running away with it at the front of the field. This is easy as you like for Newstead and Clark. Through goes Measures back into third. Patterson on the inside of Davidson now, and here's Ozzie Gibson now part of the play. Gibson in the number 5, up to P5 now. Through comes Mason Hibbert. Hibbert didn't have a good first round of the heat, but we know he's got good pace around this circuit. Christian Kobe's going to fight his way through, though. Kobe up to P6, and this is what we've been seeing with the Fusion drivers so far this season. Just because they're teammates doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily fully work together.
Yeah, they don't always play nice. Rashid Al-Mamari there watching on amongst the mechanics. Driver I know very well from the Middle East, has represented Bahrain a number of times in international competitions. The rest of the field come through. Now, of course, yeah, you know, they don't always play nice, do the teammates. Christian Kobe being on the being on the receiving end earlier on, I think he was certainly the aggressor there. Now, Measures, Patterson have swapped places. Knight Measures had worked his way to the front of the group, chasing the 2 leaders, side by side, wheel to wheel contact going into the Fullerton S's. Oh, and who is that out of the race? That's Ethan Owen, the XL Motorsport driver. But as I looked at there was a Synergy kart getting batted about the place in locked in battle, I think, with
possibly Jensen Ackerman, the 112.
Yeah, yes, it was, I think, Ackerman. Premium Karting also with Orion Meta, Jamie Green racing down the back of the field with Ruben School. How much ground has Chester Forks made up? The answer is 9 places. 9 places at 24th, just in front of Meta and Danny Dempsey, who started 26th and is still running 26th. According, well, you know, for a lot of the Dempsey supporters online.
Big move down the inside there from Austin Gibson to third place. The pace for Colby Patterson right now for this chasing pack is not quite what they need. The lead 2 have a gap of 1.2 seconds. It's now a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Fusion Motorsport. They have taken this race by storm, but we have seen that in previous finals so far this year. It hasn't always
gone their way. Out of the final corner to complete lap number 4. Austin Newstead is still your race leader. George Clark immediately behind there in second place. Daniel Ferguson is now the fastest driver. He's changed teams, of course. He's gone to the BMR restart squad mid-season, a 1 minute 3.29, looking to get his season back on track. Ferguson is running in 8th place now. That's a gain of 7.
And of course, the advantage for Ferguson is he's now the effective BMR restart team leader. The disadvantage, he doesn't have the amount of teammates around him that he did before. So it's a case of, right, I'm now more competitive. However, I don't have, any teammates to work data with, to compare setups. So I'm doing it all on my own. However, Daniel, he raced well in the Waterswift restricted class last year. So second-year British Championship driver should now be in a bit of a better position to give feedback to things like that. A couple of drivers, James Roots, struggling down. The roots are not on fire. The roots are sort of lightly smouldering. You need to sort of fan the flames a little bit to get the roots back on fire. Forks now 22nd. Salas, who I recall is the last year's Waterswift restricted GP plate holder, down to 28th position at the moment. Luca Narroway up to 16th. We don't know what the problem was as we look at the updated, courtesy of motorsport-timing.co.uk and Alpha Live. We look at the live championship standings. Newstead, well, the baby-faced assassin will be smiling to himself at the moment, extending his advantage over Colby Patterson as things stand.
Yeah, it was 5 points at the start of this race.
Yes.
Up to 12 points now as things stand.
Christian Colby getting a penalty, 5 seconds. Again, he not playing nice in the sandbox with your teammates.
And that could be quite a costly penalty in terms of places and positions in this race. Kobe at the moment in 6th place. That 5 seconds. Oh yeah, we're dropping right down into around the Henry Clark Chester Forks region, around 17th, 18th in this race. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this first final of the weekend here at PF International. Gotta say, Ozzie Gibson doing a brilliant job at pulling both himself and Colby Patterson back into this race. We were talking about that 1.2, 1.3 second gap. Well, it's down to less than half a second now. There's nothing wrong about Newstead and Clark's pace right now. It's solidly in the 1 minute 3.5s. They're setting personal bests as the race goes on, but the pace of Gibson right now, 1 minute 3.1 last time around. 1, 2, 3, 4 at the front of the field with just over 4.5 minutes to go. This could be a good one. Oh, that wasn't the greatest of exits for George Clark. George Clark might be under a bit of pressure here as they end lap number 7. Newstead has got to go now, you feel. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Gibson. Gibson looking to the inside, up the ball. No opportunity there, says George Clark. The door is not going to be opened for the number 5 seed driver from last year's championship, but now there might be an opportunity into hairpin 1. Clark's going to go for the lead here. Clark goes on the attack. Brilliant stuff from George Clark. And Austin Newstead shuffled down to 4th, Henry.
And excellent work from Colby Patterson. Night measures. Oh, now the baby-faced assassin is going to have to get his sniper rifle out because he's got work to do. I was going to say, Colby Patterson has been pushing Ozzie Gibson, he almost didn't want to make a potential move going off into the bowl section, but Patterson was slipstreaming and drafting him so well that he almost didn't have a choice. Patterson has driven this one perfectly so far. He'll be looking back. He's still got a Fusion car behind him. Measures is up into P4. Clark was first briefly, now 3rd. But Patterson will be thinking, okay, here comes Night Measures. What a move. Great move there from Night Measures. Mirror signal maneuver. And now, well, I don't know how you're voting in the poll, the Alpha Live poll, but the 3 options are now running 1st, 2nd and 3rd. No, now they're running 1st, 2nd and 6th. That's how quickly it can all change.
Can indeed. This is also why I think this title picture is going to run and run and run across the course of this season. No single driver has had what you would say is consistent 100% running in the top 5 of these results. They've all had a bad one, at least so far this season.
Measures.
There's a really, really big scrap going on now.
Gone.
9 Measures is being shuffled down the order now. It's got Alfie Davidson for company there. Measures fights back on the left-hand King through the Mike Wilson complex. 2.5 minutes to go.
You're going to see...
End of lap 9. Gibson and Patterson are clear. They are gone. 1.8 seconds is the advantage over George Clark, trying to get his 3rd podium in a row, Henry.
Colby Patterson has played this one so well indeed. Night Measures, within the space of half a lap, he goes from potential winner to struggling to stay in the top 10. But crucially now, look at that gap. They're not going to lose that gap with 2 minutes to go. It's going to be a head-to-head fight between Ozzie Gibson, Colby Patterson for the win. Who will come home 3rd? Well, that's anyone's guess. There are, Newstead already back to 4th. We call him the babyface assassin because he is ruthless. He's got a smile that butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, but he is an animal when it comes up, to getting back into contention, as proved in this last lap. He goes from the lead to 6th, back to 3rd.
And particularly his strength later in races. It's often my big plaudit for him, whether it's here in Waterswift or out in Europe for Mini X30. He is a strong, strong finisher in this category. He's got to have a really big finish, though, if he's going to win this race. 3rd might do him for today. He will still be in the championship leaders. Things stand as George Clark's fighting back against Mason Hibbert. This is for 4th place. Hibbert has got 4th place back. Christian Kobe's also now in play once again. Clark looking down the inside of Hibbert into hairpin 1, assisted by Kobe. That's a pretty compliant set of overtakes for the trio of Fusions. 40 seconds to go, Henry. We're still not done at the front yet. You've got to be...
that's gone wrong.
Davidson off the road. It was one of the OMS runners who was with him.
Been the one, it was Ilias Sami, I think that was. Ilias Sami going off with Alfie Davison. But of course, Christian Kobe in kart number 199 has a 5-second penalty. He wants to just push it. He wants everyone to play nice, to pull away. No fighting helps Kobe. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to push his teammates as far away from possible. Patterson looks for the lead. Patterson takes the lead. On the ball, the clock strikes 0. He's looked so strong. Now Ozzie Gibson's going to have to fight back. What can Colby do? Gibson tries the crossover. He'll make the crossover. Can he now cut back in for a brilliant crossover move from Gibson? Doesn't cost either of them too much time. It actually benefits Gibson. He's pulled out a little gap. Pressure on Colby Patterson. This is as far behind Gibson's rear bump that he's been in some time.
Indeed, time is up. There's going to be one more lap of this one. Neither of these drivers, Gibson or Patterson, have won a round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship so far this year. On the basis of the 12 laps so far, one of them is going to get a 65-point championship haul for the first time in 2025. Gibson leads, but look at how quickly Patterson is closing through and round the bowl. Can Gibson control the pace? He checks over the shoulder and sees that Patterson is right there on his shoulder. Hairpin 1 is surely going to be a key corner in this battle for the race lead in Waterswift. Gibson goes right. Patterson's going to try and throw it round the outside on the brakes. Can he switch back? Yes, he can. Alongside, but Gibson's still going to have the inside for the next corner. Patterson's got it done. Patterson gets back ahead, but he runs deep. He runs deep. It's like a repeat of the World Championship final in the wet. Earlier on in the autumn, Gibson has got back ahead, but we know from many races around this circuit, it is not done yet. It's not done for Newstead. Newstead's there in 3rd place.
Is Patterson going to throw a move?
Bring it to the line through the Mike Wilson complex, through the last couple of corners. Ozzie Gibson, for the first time in 2025, if he can run it to the line, Gibson wins in Waterswift. And is that a turning point for his championship bid? He has not been on the podium since round 1 at Warden Law. He takes round 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in IAME Waterswift, and it was a nail-biter. Colby Patterson P2, Austin Newstead, very good points there, Henry, in third.
The first Waterswift restricted British champion of this new Waterswift era. Ozzie Gibson stands on top of the main Waterswift class in like you said, an absolute nail-biter. George Clark, Mason Hibbert round out your top 5. Christian Colby P6 on the road. When you add his 5-second penalty, oh, that's a painful one. 18th overall, provisionally. Night measures, Daniel Ferguson, Oscar Kenny and George House complete your top 10 finishers on the road. Moving up into the P10 position when Colby's penalty is applied will be the remarkable Chester Fawkes. What a drive from Chester Fawkes.
That shows what he can do. As apologies, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it during the race. I hope you forgive us, because that was a race at the front where everything was going on. 22 positions for Chester Fawkes. That will please OMS Racing. And this is, again, what we like about a double-header, don't we, Henry?
Do it all
that
again
is
tomorrow.
Now, we could do it all again tomorrow, and Chester Fawkes will know that he can race through, may not need to race through if he can continue that form into qualifying tomorrow.
Some
Rest
of the
running order.
Hard luck stories. Alfie Davidson, 22nd after that incident. Ilias Sami down to 20th. Mason Brooks didn't really make the progress that we thought we would do. We saw Luca Naraway and Margaret Kovetskis in the top 13. Charlie Clough. Nathaniel Hodges, 15th, wasn't the leading privateer home. Brooks, Roots, Sammy, 18th, 19th, 20th. Danny Dempsey, 21st. Alfie Davidson, 22nd. And without further ado, Nicole Sutherland is going to chat to the big boys. It's time for Senior X30.
That was a lap and a half, was it not, for that last lap?
It was hard. It was a really good race. Kobe did well with the push in. We managed to get away and it was good last lap. Hard race, yeah.
You said on the grid that you knew it was going to be a hard race, but you looked confident then, and you must be on top of the world with such a good win.
Yeah, it's been a while now. Can't believe it. Pulling out the bag like that. It's a very hard race. It's amazing, yeah.
It is amazing. Well done, Austin. And another opportunity tomorrow as well, don't forget. Let's see some of Austin's best moments within the race then. Let's watch the highlights.
Yes, indeed. This was, of course, the early stages of the race. It was the case of Austin Newstead and George Clark breaking away in the early stages. That was a really important move for me, Henry. That move from Ozzie Gibson to get past Colby Patterson, who didn't really quite have the pace in the early stages.
Yeah, but there was a breakaway at the start between Clark and Newstead that Patterson really worked. I think Ozzie Gibson there in that interview, he's sort of giving credit, giving Colby his flowers, as it were, because Colby really pushed Ozzie all the way up to the front. There was one move going into the bowl where I think Ozzie Gibson didn't want to make a move, but Patterson was so far planted on his rear bump that he didn't have an option. That was the incident that dropped Davidson down to 22nd. Patterson makes the move. So this is the penultimate lap. Patterson takes the lead. This is now, he does the crossover again, but Gibson fights back to take the victory at the end of the day. Now, I said earlier that Nicole was going to talk to the big boys. Oh, my dearie me. Ladies and gentlemen, standing like an absolute peasant on the front. Next behind Daniel Ashton, Anthony Jordan.
Who let him there?
Just because someone let him ride in a helicopter. He's got his aviator sunglasses on. He's got cart mums fainting in the heat over him because he's just put a new Facebook profile picture up. Nicole Sutherland, stop this madness. Get the camera away from DJ. Talk to a driver. Thank you, Nicole.
Grid walk then. Fred, coming off a big win out in Germany a couple of weeks ago in the IAME Euro, must give you confidence going into this race.
I mean, yeah, it gave me quite a bit of confidence because we wasn't that fast all weekend, but then in the final we made something happened. Came from 10th, and going into this should be good because I'm starting behind first, so it should get all right.
Should be all right. Good luck then, Fred. That clear the board grid has gone out, and it was shown actually by Anthony Jordan. He's now apparently one of the track staff. I'll clear the grid then. Good luck to our seniors. We're about to head off.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Looking forward to this one, Henry, this Senior X30 final.
Yes, indeed. The second final of the day coming right up.
Let's get ready for it then. The first of two finals this weekend in Senior X30, and Harrison Mackie starts on pole position. Gus Lawrence alongside on the front row. Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green have good chances to win there from row 2. Harrison Whitcomb does as well from the inside of row 3, is joined by Gabriel Stilp. Those two got together in the final at GYG last time out. On row 4, William Antrobus and Aaron Brown.
Row number 5, Archie Tillett and Tristan Powell. Theo Lestrange and Sam Lewis go from row number 6. Roxanne Latinga and Jack Nettleship on row 7. Reese Newburn and Liam Karabelov are next.
CJ Bennett and Otto Pukkinen, one of the international wildcards, starting there on row 9. Joey Brown and Laith Khan, what an effort by Laith Khan after his big shunt yesterday, that's row 10. Luca Mann, decent qualifying through the heats, is on row 11 alongside Harry Cottrell. Thomas Gray and Dylan Patel go from row 12.
Row number 13, Jack Buckley and Michael Gray. Then Harrison Morrow and Oliver Harris. And the final few rows, Mohamed Hilal from Bahrain, João Castro from Brazil, Sam Branston and Morgan Moore will be racing tomorrow, but not today.
Indeed. So it once again will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for our seniors. Harrison Whitcomb took the first 2 finals of the season. At GYG, it was the clean sweep for Freddie Lloyd. Are we going to see a first win of the year for Mackie? Or for Lawrence, perhaps on the front row?
And I'm going to say the black and yellow car, Archie Tillett. He is a dark horse for this one. As the lights go out, we are off and racing.
Good start for those on the inside line. Mackie will lead. Lloyd has got the jump on Lawrence in the early stages. Oh, a bit of a wobble there for Zach Green, and Harrison Whitcomb is nearly there in the bright red helmet. The unmistakable Harrison Whitcomb trying to move through. Oh, there's a big moment towards the back of the field.
That was
several drivers involved. Do hope everybody is okay there. Coming off of the bridge.
Green assaults there. One of the TB carts going through the air. Driver up and out. Both drivers up and out of the cart, just off camera. Several others caught up there. There's going to be damage for a number of them. We'll get the number checks next time by the TB cart.
I think it was Thomas Gray.
Out.
Oh, and I think Roxanne Lantinga was involved as well, because Roxanne has not come through sector number 1. Has now come through sector number 1. That is a real shame. But at least we'll get another run in the final tomorrow. But the hopes of another Lantinga overtaking charge in this final are done. Roxanne is off the back of the field. So Mackie leads to the end of lap 1. Lloyd P2, Lawrence, then Green, then Whitcomb. Stilp inside the top 6. Good start for Jack Nettleship, as down the inside goes Freddie Lloyd for the race lead, like he did twice at GYG. Freddie Lloyd, but how much longer? Because Mackie has a go down the inside into hairpin number 2. They're all going to stack up now. Lloyd
Freddie
gets
again,
the elbows
moving.
out. Oh, and Aaron Brown's off the road.
There we go, engine tuner and team driver Aaron Brown. I've got to say, Freddie Lloyd there. I mean, considering the new rules about one defensive manoeuvre, we will have to wait and see. Now, I was going to say Harrison Whitcomb and could have taken the championship lead outright at Gladagos. Got involved with an incident with Gabriel Stilp. Now, Whitcomb, therefore, of course, Whitcomb and Stilp have been virtually locked together. Wherever they've been on the track, it's together.
Yep.
You know, what Harrison, and Gabriel, both need to remember, don't cost yourselves a British title because of a battle, a grudge
rivalry
between an other driver. It happens so often that you get drivers that they spend so much time sort of, you did me last time, so I'm going to I do you this time, and they forget about the bigger picture. Bigger picture at the moment is that Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence are first and second in the championship. Lloyd leads the race, but Lawrence is faded down to P6 at the moment. Now, it's a long race, 12 minutes. There's plenty of time. CJ Bennett for the MDL team makes sets the fastest lap of the race. Talking about the MDL waft this week. Good work by the whole Mark Dave Litchfield team. As we look down, who else has been sort of delayed by the early race issues? Oliver Harris has dropped back.
Picken's dropped back as well by 9 places
Lantinga
to 27th. As here goes Mackie down the inside, takes the race lead once again from his good friend. They have a little bit of a chat with one another between Mackie and Lloyd. Gabe Stilp's going to get involved down the inside. Zach Green takes 3rd place. Harrison Whitcomb tries to follow through there, but Green shuts the door for P6. 8 minutes to go. New race leader Harrison Mackie, as we have news from Nicole Sutherland.
After great pace in practice, disaster in quali, Roxanne Lantinga picked it up in the heats, picked off 18 places in Heat 1 and another smattering of positions in Heat 2. But now in the final for the driver that's joined us from the Netherlands this weekend, it ends in disaster.
Yeah, is out of this race, as is Thomas Gray. Morgan Moore and Lewis Bird didn't take the race start. It's on again between Mackie and Lloyd here through hairpin number 2. Mackie's trying to hold it up. They're having a discussion with one another again.
When you say good friends, you do mean arch rivals, yes?
They spend a lot of time in the paddock together. They have a conversation. Through goes Freddie Lloyd. And wow, Gabriel Stilp goes in there from P4 to P2 in a few moments. There through the Mike Wilson complex, out of the final corner. Still a long way to go in this one. Freddie Lloyd has the race lead. You can see him pushing himself on there.
How quickly did Harrison Mackie have to react? He had to go from being pushed wide to diving back up the inside. There was exactly a Kart's width. New leader, Gabriel Stilp. That move there from Harrison Mackie. High risk, high reward at this stage of the season, though. Here comes fast Freddie Lloyd back there. Now, we haven't mentioned Gus Lawrence's name. There's Joao Castro, the Praga, as beautiful as it looks, has broken down. Lloyd Stilp. Things are getting naughty. No. And that is a pair of them have slowed down. Lloyd continues. Mackie second. Whitcomb third. Lawrence minding his own business now up to 4th. And we've got a 78 Kart back of the race lead, it looks like. 3 wide coming through the middle of the Mike Wilson complex. They all managed to stay out of the tyres. But, we reached boiling point, I think is what we're going to try and say.
Warning flag for the number 2. That's Freddie Lloyd. That was a few moments ago. Side by side between Whitcomb and Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence trying to keep a cool, calm head in these hot conditions. It is boiling over a little bit here in Senior X30 as Tristan Powell's trying to go around the outside of Harrison Whitcomb this time. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Through hairpin 2 go the race leaders. Where has Gabriel Stilp done all the way down to P10? I had a gasp there when he made that move for the race lead on the same corner where he had his season-ending and World Championship-ending crash in the autumn of 2024 in the preparations for that World Championships. That shows that he's not afraid of this PF International circuit. 5 minutes. There it is. Plus 5 second penalty for Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd is going to need a gargantuan effort to win this race today as Tristan Powell has the nose down the inside of Whitcomb into the Bruno Ferrari S's. This is high-risk play. Has anyone told these drivers they've still got another full day of racing to go? Gabriel Stilp is now under investigation. He's off the road, completely off the road. Jack Nettleship's coming into play with this as well in the 375. He's been flying through the order once again. There he is with the green front fairing. What a drive from Nettleship. He's got Powell for company. I think that's all in around the top 5. William Antremus has got...
Tillet's getting involved in the black and yellow cart there. Sorry, Andrew. Just looking, and, you know, this has not been a very well-behaved race by a lot of people. We've had a penalty for Harrison Morrow, the Klassen Motorsport driver. I'm just looking at the way it's not the defensive, it's the late cutting. It's the suddenly the looking over and just then jinking somebody onto the grass. That is just, that's not good. And, you know, you can defend, but then I think it's because it's you try and solve a problem by making the move one defensive maneuver. You create a problem because that defensive maneuver then comes at the last possible minute and is as aggressive as possible. You know, somebody else has gone out at the top of the screen.
Might be Oliver Harris.
That's Oliver Harris. You know, we've had several retirements from this race, a number of other penalties. We haven't hardly mentioned Gus Lawrence.
No.
And this is where triple British champion, the older, wiser head prevails. Because where is Gus Lawrence running now, Andrew Mather, pray tell?
Well, he's running there in 3rd place, directly behind Freddie Lloyd, who we know has a +5 second penalty. I reckon Gus Lawrence could be championship leader by the end of play here today. He's not on the live scores, but that again is because Lloyd has got that 5 second penalty to be applied. Down the inside goes Tristan Powell. Great move there on Jack Nettleship. That's the fight for 5th place, but it's on now at the front now. What has happened here? Lloyd has got through back again past Mackie, and Lawrence has got down the inside as well.
So that's Lawrence leading the race.
Yeah, effectively leading the race now.
Yep, Lawrence says think. So all the chaos, all the argy-bargy and the people getting annoyed at each other, and Gus Lawrence, who has avoided all that, could end up, possibly will end up, either definitely leading the championship at the end of the race, possibly winning the race as well. And therein lies the story, because there's going to be plenty of... and you've got to have a bit of aggression nonetheless, Augustus, but... you know, at the end of this race, there'll be loads complaining. So-and-so did this to me, so-and-so did that to me, you know, and all sorts. And yet all those drivers complaining, they won't be leading the championship. The driver who's just been overtaken, but didn't then suddenly decide to chop the nose off Harrison Mackie, will be.
1 minute and 45 seconds of a very dramatic, at times controversial, Senior X30 final. The first of the weekend for round 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships is coming to its conclusion now. Don't count out Harrison Whitcomb as well. He's been fighting hard today. He's been on the back foot a little bit, it would seem, but he's there in 4th place. He's on his own at the moment, but you've got to think that this top 3 at some stage over the next few laps are going to fight even harder. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's once again. Mackie continues to hold the race lead. Lawrence quite happy at the moment just to sit there in 2nd place. The points are tied up at the moment between Lloyd and Lawrence, but remember that is before the 5 second penalty for the number 2 has been applied. Right now it would drop him down to around 13th, 14th place. Mackie gets it stopped on the brakes into hairpin 1 again. No opportunity there for Gus Lawrence. 3 drivers not just at the top of their game in the British Kart Championships. They all raced here as part of the World Championships in September last year. They had contrasting fortunes in that weekend. Whitcomb is on the charge. Whitcomb's going to join these 3. We're going to have 2 laps to go here, Henry. This is going to be a grandstand finish.
Okay, now Gus Lawrence needs to have a look round. I wouldn't be surprised if he chooses this moment to make the move. He can see now there are 4 drivers in this lead battle. Freddie Lloyd's in between a rock and a hard place. He signalled to Gus, no, I'll follow you. He knows he's got a penalty. Harrison Mackie is trying to back everybody up and drive as slowly as possible to create the bigger battle pack behind so he can escape. So Lloyd really is going to have to go, well, there's one way of dealing with it, trying to pass 3 people around the outside at once. Here comes Whitcomb. Now Lawrence has the lead. Mackie squeezes him, gives him a little bit of elbow grease as they head wide. Mackie leads. Lloyd trying to get out of everybody's way, but whilst not losing too much time. Here comes Zach Green. Whitcomb in there as well. Green goes round the outside at Bobby Game Corner? Surely he can't. No, Gus Lawrence sees to it that he doesn't. And the two MDL teammates now getting involved. Great stuff. Last lap board goes out. Mackie has suddenly emerged. Lawrence, Whitcomb, Green, and then Powell and Bennett.
This has been a very dramatic race. Harrison Mackie may have made the key move. Oh, there's a touch there between Lawrence and Whitcomb. Through goes Zach Green into P3. This is a titanic battle for the podium today. Lawrence gets over on the inside.
One defensive line there from Lawrence. He's going to be slow coming out of this corner, and Whitcomb repasses him.
Into hairpin number 2 now. Mackie is gone. Mackie is going to break into the list of winners in the British Kart Championships in Senior X30. It's still all going on in the midfield. That was all William Antrobus, Joey Brown, Rhys Newburn all in there. Rhys Newburn, who was part of things down at this part of the circuit less than 24 hours ago. But Harrison Mackie is going to take the final here. He was second in the club meeting here last week, but that is his first win in Senior X30 in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Well,
and it is a testament to just how strong this field is. It's not his first win in Senior X30. He got that in the IAME Euro Series a few weeks ago.
We've already established that this is the harder championship, Andrew.
And that is a win by 2 seconds ahead of the driver that he is hoping to replace as the senior British champion in the IAME X30 championship. He's going to have to wait a while, though, because right now that result, Mackie from Lawrence from Whitcomb, will leave Gus Lawrence as championship leader heading into tomorrow's round, but only by 3 points from Freddie Lloyd.
Have a little look at the top 10 on your screens. I very much doubt, well, it won't be because Freddie Lloyd's got a 5-second penalty. I don't think that's going to be the top 10.
Well,
several.
David Whitehouse in delivering the stats reckons it's going to be P21 for Freddie Lloyd. Now, yes, that could well be a dropped score at the end of the season, but that it could also be a costly moment for the runner-up in Senior X30 last year. Mackie from Lawrence and Whitcomb, Tristan Powell P4, brilliant stuff once again from the MDL Motorsport man. Zach Green 5th, Freddie Lloyd 6th on the road, but before penalties are applied. Joey Brown, decent run there. Joey's needed that, up 12 places to P7. William Antrobus P8 ahead of Gabe Stilpen, Rhys Newburn. Credit to the S8 Racing team. They've taken a big step today. Sam Branston as well, just pointing out there on the screen, Henry. From last on the grid, 16 places gained in everything that was going on out there into the top 15.
Yes, and of course some of these drivers, it might even be more than that because other drivers will have penalties as well. Nanny June is going to be very happy indeed. Harrison Mackie, he's not quite the championship leader, but there is nothing. I mean, the top 4 in the championship standings at the moment, Lloyd's going to lose a bit, but I mean, Lawrence, Lloyd, Whitcomb, Mackie, there's only about a dozen points between them.
And it's where the drop scores could come into play, because we shouldn't forget that Mackie did not have a good round 3 at GYG.
Sometimes
if he keeps on this form,
it's better to have a bad round.
Nice and early on. And
or just have a bad
mind.
round, as long as you only have one.
Yep.
Because then when it comes to drop scores, in the last round of the season, you've got more places to play with. You know, if you're dropping a 10th place finish, well then you can finish anywhere in the top 9. If you're consistent all the way through the season, top 3s, top 4s, top 5s, you've then got to finish in the top 2, top 3 in the last round to add to your championship tally. And of course, that gets difficult. There's some clouds in the sky. Haven't seen those for a while. But I think Nicole is going to be trying to get a word with Harrison Mackie. Take it away, Nicole, after a great race.
Harrison, that was a race and a half.
Yeah, it was a hard race. Long race as well. It kept going and going. Everyone was quick, and it was just fight till the end, and whoever best wins.
And I think the main fight between you, Lloyd, and Lawrence, you know, it really was going on. Tell us about how you actually got ahead of both and the scrapping that was going on corner by corner.
Yeah, me and Lloyd had a fair scrap. It was actually quite good, and I enjoyed it. Luckily came out of that on top, and then Gus wanted to race as well. Obviously, he's older than all of them. He should know how to race clean, but if that's how he wants to drive, that's how he can drive.
Well, congratulations on a senior final win. Another one maybe to come tomorrow, Harrison. Well done. That's Harrison Mackie then for his number one driver interview. What a race. If you want to see how a race is done, I think we should watch those highlights.
Well, here's our 16-minute highlights package of that last race. Well, it started off all fair enough. Freddie Lloyd taking the race lead. Harrison Mackie, Zach Green also getting involved. Now, Gabriel Stilp, where did Gabriel Stilp? Well, that went wrong a little bit later for Gabriel, but he did briefly take the lead with a patented Gabriel Stilp. This is where it started going wrong for Stilp, and it continued. Harrison Whitcomb had to make several positions, and he had to make his kart very wide. Now, the half TB kart, half MDL Motorsport graphics kit there. Is that the rocket ship of Jack Neckleship?
That is the rocket ship of Neckleship.
And this is where Freddie Lloyd, now by this point, he had been given a 5-second penalty. So he's not battling too much, and in fact, I'm not sure if we'll see it, but we'll see there was one point where he sort of signalled to Gus Lawrence, I got to work with you. But then it all started slowing down, so we thought, well, maybe I'll try and win the race overall. No, that didn't work. Then he's trying to get out of everyone's way, because the last thing he wants is another 5-second penalty. This is where it all started getting a little bit tight, shall we say, towards the end. There was a little bit of contact there between Whitcomb, I think, trying the undercut to Lawrence when Lawrence is already on the inside line, and it all results in Harrison Mackie having a fairly easy run to the line. Now, earlier on, Nicole Sutherland called me Baldylocks.
What?
Well, she called me Baldylocks.
How rude.
How rude. So we'll go down to Goldilocks on the grid very soon.
Yes, I can see Nicole making her way
no,
down
Goldilocks.
to the...
Goldilocks.
Okay.
I'm Baldylocks, she's Goldilocks.
What am I then?
Pardon?
We'll pass down to Nicole Sutherland.
Goldilocks.
Thank you, boys. On the grid then with Nat. Nat, last time we were both on the track, it was yesterday playing tennis, and you actually ended up with the ball on top of the roof. This time, though, it's back to karting. So going into this race, how are you feeling? Feeling good?
Yeah, well, let's hope my karting's better than my tennis, but...
Yeah, let's hope so, I think. The racing then, it's going to be busy in the front. I don't know if you watched that senior race, but there was a lot going on, and we expect pretty similar stuff from our juniors. How are you going to try and keep the momentum up, especially in this heat?
Yeah, I reckon so, yeah. Like you say, it's important to keep the momentum. I'll just keep taking my opportunities when I can, try and get moving. So, yeah, should be a good race, hopefully.
And opportunities around this track, where do they happen? Where are those hot spots on the track where you can really, go for moves and pull off, good overtakes as well?
To be honest, this track's such a good track for overtaking and battling. So, to be honest with you, it's anywhere. But I mean, the main place would probably be the hairpins.
Nat, good to hear from you. Like you said, hopefully your race is better than your tennis. We'll head back up then to the front row of things where Riley Cranham's kart is. Cranham has had numerous heat and finals wins this year, hunting down another one here at PFI after George Edgar took those at GYG. Riley, good pace, as we always see from here. You've been driving around this track for a while. Does it, feel like home?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I come this track quite a lot, so... Yeah.
And the race then, Riley, starting at the front row, if you can jump it and get into the lead early on, how are you going to, try and control things?
Well, we'll see how the start goes, and then I'll just plan it from there.
And any maybe teammate help expected within this one? We saw a bit of that at GYG, but in the final here at PF, any of that going to come into play?
Yeah, it should do, hopefully.
Riley, good to hear from you. Then we'll let you sit in the seat. I think a little bit more time until that board goes out. And Riley then starting alongside Amayan Patel. This is going to be a busy race. We saw from our seniors there was a lot going on. So we will head off. We'll let the drivers concentrate. Let's go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Really looking forward to this one, this fifth final of the year for the Junior X30 category in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. A little bit of a recap. What have we seen so far this season? Well, it was total domination from your pole sitter in this final. Riley Cranham took the clean sweep of all championship points through the heats and the finals at Warden Law. It looked like that was continuing at GYG until his resistance was broken by George Edgar, who took
both final wins in North Wales. So similarly, again, it's two drivers who've got race wins in the finals on their scorecards so far this year. But in both of the races that we've seen this afternoon, Henry, we've had a third winner in Waterswift and Seniors. Are we going to see a hat-trick in that regard?
Well, I wouldn't place a bet against the driver starting on the outside of row number 1. Mayan Patel has been superb, but Riley Cranham, looks, for all intents and purposes, well, he's not cruising towards a title, but he's doing everything that he needs to do in the early stages of the season to make things very, very difficult for the closing stages of for the final few rounds for everybody else. He's done a lot of winning, and now it's about consolidation for Riley. Of course, he's still going to be aggressive, but it's everyone's job to catch him. Let's go. It's Junior X30 final time now.
Time for the 5th time this year to talk you through the Junior X30 final. Here is your grid. Riley Cranham, championship leader, starts on pole position with Mayan Patel for company on the front row. Aaron Richardson, looking to be back on the podium, starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Nat Johnston. A lot of support in the comments on the outside of row number 2. Archie Owen and Sukhmani Kira on row 3. Kira was on the podium here last year in the Waterswift category. Tyke Buckley and Finley Lines, they go from row 4.
Row number 5, George Edgar and Maisie Creed. She's had a very good day, so have her team. Jarlath Sayer and Rory Armstrong. P12 on a rare appearance in the IAME classes for Armstrong. Zach McDonald and Kian Bernard, Max Ewell and Rocco Leon Shenton are next.
Jack McLaughlin and Harley must go from 9. Archie Rogers, Tyler and Max Endicott on row 10. 11, Jacob Backler and John Foley Jr., Alfie Brown and Aaron Meta on 12. Running out the rest of the field, it's Oliver Meek and Oliver Bowe on row 13. Isaac Sayer, difficult day, row 14 alongside Charlie Wolfett, Arian Nair and Rashid Halal, starts on row 15. 30 drivers ready to go here for 12 minutes plus 1 lap at PFI. No, not yet. That was not what Nigel Edwards was looking for. We'll go round again for an extra formation lap. That gives us just enough time to run you through your championship scores on the doors.
Yes,
Georgie's
please.
doors.
Thank you very much.
573. Riley Cranham leads by 50 points. Yes, you did hear me correctly there. 50 points ahead of Aaron Richardson. It's a tie at the moment for second place with George Edgar, your winner last time out at GYG. Archie Owen is now 4th in the standings in a very tight battle with Tyke Buckley. So 5.14 and 5.13 for them. Nat Johnston could move up the order here with a big final. Is 6th in the points. That's a share of 6th with Isaac Sayer on 487. Sukhmani Kira is 8th on 482. Mayan Patel also, with a big result here, could move up from 9th place in the championship standings on 470. Finley Lines completes the top 10 as things stand.
Josh Cook, the Cookie Monster.
Oh, hello, Josh.
Is on his way to Le Mans to defend his international trophy title this year. He's watching the racing while they're on the way to France. See you in a couple of days. Yes, Andrew, something caught your attention.
You're saying keep an eye on Kian Bernard as well, another one of the Vera Tools Alliance Academy
Absolutely.
drivers. And Zach McDonald as well, who last week was on F1 Kids commentary duty at Silverstone. Are we ready to go then for 12 minutes plus 1 lap? Yes, we are. Very quick start from Cranham, who chops across. Richardson tried to hold through to second place, but no. Great stuff from Mayan Patel. That was not easy for Patel, but he kept his elbows out, Henry, and he holds on to a crucial second place.
Very brave indeed from Mayan Patel, and also a good wherewithal from Aaron Richardson. I think he realised, hang on, if I don't just ease myself wide, things could get interesting in a hurry. But Mayan Patel, I think he had to do that because I think that Riley Cranham, for all intents and purposes, is showing himself to be okay. I'm going to lead. I'm leading from the front. It's up to you lot to do something about it. You know, he's asked no quarter, give no quarter, and there is Nat Stappen himself, Nat Johnson, fifth position at the moment for Nat, but he has got teammates behind him in the shape of Ty Buckley and George Edgar, although Ty Buckley says, well, I want to be leading this 3-Kart McBarrett train, then gets pushed a little bit wide by George Edgar. Nat Johnson continues to lead this little group for how much longer? The answer is, well, at least one more corner. No, he runs a bit wide, and this isn't helping the McBarrett Racing trio. There's a move, Archie Owen. Well done, Archie. Up in to 4th position now, or 3rd position. He lost out to Riley Cranham in terms of aggression stakes in the first couple of corners of both heat races, but the race pace is good now for Archie. But Patel is driving a stormer at the moment. Is he making a move? He is making a move, takes the race lead, and quite sensibly Riley Cranham at this stage says, okay, I'll follow you for a bit.
Yeah, Riley Cranham knows at the moment he's got a big advantage in the championship points. He'd love to win this race. Of course, he would love to be on the top step again. He's also got to think about tomorrow. There's no point wrapping your cart around something when you've still got a whole day of point scoring to go here at PF International. You'll be able to watch every single race live here on your Alpha Live and Karting UK platform. Ooh. Oh, shoulders out there between Nat Johnston and Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani goes through, and there's the 627 of Jarlath Say. We've not talked too much about Jarlath today. Having stepped up to the junior categories. He's been doing a lot of racing out in Europe. He's been racing in the OK Junior categories for the Energy Corsa Works team. Has been stepping back into the British fold for this weekend, racing with Excel Motorsport, of course. We've got a very good working relationship with that Works team. And yeah, it's been good to see Jarlath back. We obviously saw a lot of him in Waterswift last year. Could this be his day to, race through? It was always the thing that he just missed out on last year.
Yeah, he was close but no cigar. Patel now loses the lead he fought so hard for, and in fact he's going to lose first, second and third places. Up to P2. Oh, and there is the retiring number 617.
677, yeah, it's Aaron
677. And
Aaron, understandably, not too happy about that at all. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong for Mayan Patel. Oh, it's also gone wrong for John Foley Jr., who is out of this race. That's on the exit of hairpin 1 on driver's left-hand side. John's back in the cart and back going again. We can see out of our commentary box window. But that is not what the Irish driver for the Daily Motorsport team would have wanted. 8 minutes to go. Big move down the inside. Aaron Richardson in 2025. That's Backler out of the race. And that's Backler. A lot of damage on the rear of that Jamie Green Racing machine. And we've gone for, there's a yellow flag into the Bella Fullerton Edges. I thought for a moment we've gone slow procedure. No, we haven't. It's just localised yellows at the moment.
Backler's out of his cart. The problem that the officials have, well done, Team TVKC.
Brilliant.
Already have the cart, because that is at the exit of the exit of the Mike Wilson complex where there's no runoff. You'll see them now. There's still a marshal diving over the barriers. The cart's out of the way. There is the official, the black T-shirt and the luminous orange crosses on it. We call them the Dan Ashton sort of baby, the toddler straps. But all credit to them. They're the best in the business here at PF International. Sukhmani Kira, 5th. Like Archie Owen, if only Sukhmani Kira could get the start spot on. She tends to lose ground in the opening lap skirmishes, then comes back on race pace. She is at least as fast as Cranham. But the problem is she gives herself, there she goes, through your screen, she's in front of Ty Buckley. Oh, there's Nat Johnson and George Edgar still discussing one of the minor placings. If she gets the starts right, and can run in this front group, she can easily win, but she's given herself too much to do. Mayim Patel's day will not end, I fear, on the top step of the podium. Still 6 minutes to go, so a podium is not out of the question, but he's down in P7 at the moment.
And the other factor for the drivers as well, it's been a hot day, it's been a test of endurance for the materials. How have drivers been able to keep their materials, their tyres, their brakes, their bodies themselves in check for this final, where we've still got the most of 6 minutes remaining in this one. So 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport at the moment. Like we saw at Warden Law, it's Cranham from Richardson. Richardson who's taken this big step forward in 2025. It's been really, really good to see. But now the next test, Aaron. Can you find a way past team leader in this category, Riley Cranham? If he wants to be taking that #1 plate at the awards ceremony at the end of the year, he's going to have to do it. Look at the gap in the championship points, 638 to 585. Now, a big part of that for Richardson were events at GYG on the Saturday, 12th and 7th in the results at GYG. It wasn't the kind of weekend that we saw from Aaron at Warden Law. He's going to have to bounce back strongly here. But Riley Cranham, again, it's the E word, the experience. He looks so calm, so cool, even when he's on a bit of an off day, like he has had a couple of times so far this season. He's always found a way, Henry, for me, to get a big result.
Not beating himself. Well, there's the move. And, of course, Aaron Richardson takes the lead. Can he keep the lead? Will Cranham cross him over? The answer is yes, he will. And, I was going to say, Richardson is going to be looking at the points table thinking, OK, 50 points or not. Actually, Riley's going to be dropping more points than I am. So I think I'm a little bit closer than 50 points. Hey, I'm P2 in the championship. And P2 to P, I would say 5, Ty Buckley, Archie Owen and George Egger. They're quite closely matched together. Richardson's still thinking championship. Richardson's not going to hold back. He's thinking, well, I'm not going to just I know you're leading, but I'm second. You know, no team orders, shall we say. He is still going to go for it. And that will open the door for Archie Owen. But what news do you have for us down in the pits, Nicole Sutherland?
Aaron Meta, it's a retirement for you within this race. What happened?
Unfortunately, it's just racing, it was kind of, I think it was 3 wide going into the back straight, and, contact just happened. To be honest, you never really know. These things always happen in racing, so nothing can be done about it.
Thanks, Aaron. Back to the racing.
Thank you, Nicole. A very mature answer there from Aaron, who we will see again tomorrow
That
for the
means
second
that
round.
he either really doesn't know what happened or it was his fault.
Good points. Good points. 3 minutes of this race to go. Riley Cranham still leads from Aaron Richardson, and Archie Owen still there in third place. Mayim Patel's coming back into this. As Cian Bernard is out. Cian, who has been racing here this weekend, mainly in preparation for another go at Kart Masters. May well be doing double duty. I'll have a little chat with his mum and dad to find out the gossip on that. He's definitely collecting the badges of all the different chassis.
Yes.
He was on a KR last week.
Yes.
He's done most of his racing on an OTK so far this season. Then he's been on a croc promotion this weekend.
Well, why not? Why not? Now, here is a good battle. This is now the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, including Ty Buckley, followed by Finley Lines, Mayim Patel. There goes George Edgar, Jarla Sayers, Shamani Kira, Zach McDonald is in this. What a drive from the privateer, Zach McDonald. Is that Zach?
It is.
Yeah, that is. So here we go. That's 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. McDonald is the second kart in the second batch on the black race suit with a white nose cone. There he goes. A white crash helmet.
Stars as well.
He's good at talking about racing. He's also not bad at doing it.
We're trying to better his result of 9th earlier in the season. That's the best one so far for the driver from London. That was back at round number 1. Finley Lines trying to hold on here for a top 5 with Ty Buckley just behind. Ty Buckley, who had a great run into the top 5 at the IAME Warrior final at the back end of 2024. So we know Ty Buckley's plaudits and his abilities.
Yep.
I do think there's going to be a bit of head scratching though in the Mick Barrett Racing tent tonight, because last week, yes, I know this is the big point, very different conditions. They had a 1-2 in the club meeting here last week. They have not looked at any point today in the heat, Henry, like they were going to repeat that result, unfortunately.
The other problem that Ty Buckley is going to have is if you have a look at how much taller he is on a day like this. I mean, I'm not saying that he's over the weight limit, but he's a lot taller. That means that the Mick Barrett team have got a lot less room to play with in terms of seat positioning. He himself is a lot less aerodynamic because he's sat upright in the kart a lot more. I'm not saying he's over the weight limit, but of course, it's going to be harder for him in these conditions. Now, Cranham, 30 seconds ago, Richardson has had one bite of the cherry and hasn't really looked like he's sort of been in the slipstream. He maybe needs a little bit of a push from Archie Owen, although Archie Owen, I think, has probably decided, I'm not going to do anything to try and make a position until the last lap, and then see what morsels fall my... Archie Owen is like the well-behaved but expected puppy at the table. Richardson, experience or not, sends one to the inside of Cranham, and Owen moves into second place.
Could be a best result of the year so far for Archie Owen, who was on the podium at the first round of the season at Warden Law. Could it be more than a podium? Could it be a first win of the season? The driver who started brilliantly today here in time qualifying. Aaron Richardson's got to go now, and he is doing.
He is.
Aaron Richardson trying to break away here. He wants his first win of the season. We've already seen first winners of the year in the senior category, in the IAME Waterswift category. Are we going to see one here in Junior X30? Final lap board is out. The gap is just around a third of a second. There's an almighty scrap going on for fifth place as well, with Ty Buckley, Finley Lyons, Jarlath Sayer in there as well. Johnston, Kieran, McDonald. Brilliant scrap. Rocket Lee and Shenton, I think, is trying to join the back of this queue as well. Richardson's got over the bridge. That's the first challenge. Owen defends the inside. Cranham's going to have to try and go around the outside, maybe do the undercut. That's well covered off by Archie Owen, but has it gifted the win to Aaron Richardson here? Cranham trying to get the cut back, trying to get alongside on the run towards the Fullerton Essers. Cranham's got a nose down the inside. He's got him. Brilliant stuff from the championship leader. But for Aaron Richardson, into Bobby Game corner. Owen's going to have a little go back down the inside into Bobby Game, but nothing comes of it. Aaron Richardson, what a step forward at the start of the year. Aaron Richardson is now a winner in Junior X30 in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Richardson wins at PFI in a brilliant display. He beats teammates Riley Cranham. Cranham is still a big recipient of points today in the championship.
But he
Archie
can't
Owen,
put his hand on the trophy
just
yet.
Not yet. Archie Owen back on the podium for the first time since Warden Law. A properly good drive there, Henry, to third place.
Yeah, indeed. Mature from Owen. Cranham. Well, that one move from Aaron Richardson. Gillian Bennett will be cheering and cheering because she's always supported Aaron on the live chat. Now he is a winner, and he did it in style. That move forceful enough to delay Cranham, but not so forceful that there was any contact. Sukmani Kira fades to 12th there at the end. George Edgar was 13th. Looking down the order, Isaac Sayer in 17th. He was on the podium at the start of the year, was Isaac Sayer. Also, Max Endicott. I haven't mentioned that. Is Max Endicott Claire Endicott? Does she know her grandmother? Oh, she's going to hate me for saying that. Possibly. Oh, you're in trouble again. I'm in trouble again for saying that. But yeah, Rory Armstrong, P16. I mean, looking right there, Maya Patel fought back to P4. Andrew, that is again. He was fast enough to win, but considering he dropped back to 7th at one point. That is very, very impressive.
Very impressive, and plenty to be positive about overnight going into round 6 tomorrow, and all of those drivers will be back in action for us. For championship scores heading into that round, Cranham 635, Still no results lower than 4th. Richardson 588, Edgar 575. But let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's with our latest winner in Parc Ferme.
There he is then, your Junior X30 winner for the first Junior X30 final of this weekend, Aaron Richardson. Aaron, what a race for you. That was some pretty spectacular stuff. You make yourself the 3rd driver to win for Fusion today. You must be on top of the world.
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought I wasn't going to win the race, to be fair. We were going to the second to last lap and I was in second, and Riley started defending. I was like, oh no, this is not going to happen. And then it happened.
And the overtake, like, tell us how you pulled it off. Tell us, you know, step by step how you made it work.
Oh, well, I mean, when I play on my sim race, and that's a move I always do to win sim races, so, yeah.
So, high risk, high reward. It's absolutely pulled off for you. Aaron, congratulations.
Thank you.
What a race then from our Junior X30s. What a race from Aaron, but let's see how he pulled all of that off.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race. Good start for Cranham. Really, really bold start for Mayan Patel as well. You often see second on the grid drop in the early stages, not on this occasion. Good battles in the midfield as well, involving the likes of Rockley and Shenton. Bit of an off day for the MBRs after their results last week in the club meeting. They would have expected to have been a little bit higher up the field. Buckley the best positioned of them. Patel went for the race lead. Cranham stayed calm throughout. Patel falling down to 7th place in the end. That is how the race ended for Jacob Backler in the wall through the Mike Wilson complex. Richardson then went for a move at first. Cranham was able to respond and get back down the inside. There was also a good scrap going on with Jarlath Sayer, Findlay Lyons all involved. Difficult day for George Edgar, was not able to repeat the win that he had last time out at Glannygore. And then towards the final stages, the scrap for 5th place continuing on. Tyke Buckley trying his best out there, the best positioned of the MBR machines. And then these key moments here, Richardson getting through into the race lead, a battle going on for 2nd place as well between Cranham and Owen, decided at the Fullerton. Essers in the favour of Riley Cranham. Aaron Richardson was away, a first win, not just actually in Junior X30, a first win ever in any category in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Well done to Aaron Richardson. We'll see him again tomorrow. For now, though, let's head down once again to the grid, because next out on circuit are our IAME Waterswift restricted drivers.
Thank you very much then, Andrew. Down on the grid, starting a bit further back for this grid walk, and we've got Louis Williams-Mabs. We'll crouch down next to Louis, see how the driver in the DAP Kart is getting on, the only driver in the British Kart Championships to be sporting the DAP Kart for 2025. Louis, today so far, maybe not the results in the heats for you, but what are you thinking going into the final?
Hopefully I can gain lots of positions and just hopefully make my way into the top 10.
And those positions then, how do you actually plan on pulling that off? How do you plan on gaining them?
Just like making the safe moves, not risk anything, and just, you know, just stay safe.
And you and your dad, Ricky, work as a dad and lad team. What have you been doing this weekend, you know, to push yourself forward and try and improve on pace and on that skill in the racing?
He's just been trying really hard to get the kart going properly and just to make it go faster.
Well, we'll see if you can go faster in this one then, Louis. Good luck to you. Starting a few rows ahead of Louis is Ollie West. Ollie West was one of our Wera Tools Driver of the Days from a previous round, sporting that Evolve livery for 2025. Has been with the Evolve team for a little while now. This weekend has just put on a brand new suit. Ollie, we were talking earlier on about your new suit. Has it brought you any luck so far?
Not really.
Not really. Tell us why not. Was there maybe a couple of incidents in that last race?
I got shot into the wall really hard.
Okay, so in this one, maybe not starting where you'd like to be. How do you plan on picking off places?
Just as soon as I go over the line, just get into the place that I need to be in and make the overtakes.
And the overtakes then, are there any particular spots on the track that you plan on pulling that off?
Hairpin 1, hairpin 2.
Hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. Okay, Ollie, we'll see if the new suit brings you some good luck then. Any last words, or is that it for now?
That's it.
That's it. Good luck to Ollie West. Then we'll keep going up the grid. Then, sea of young drivers. These are some of the youngest drivers in the championship. Of course, we've got the MightE Bambinos as well, but typically you would see the restrictest as your youngest, one of which is Benjamin Slivar, who's just been tapped on the head by his mechanic, Lewis Malin. Benjamin, 7 years old. On this grid, quick driver starting on that third row. We'll see what Benjamin can achieve. The board has gone out then. It's your restricted class that are coming up now.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready for our last final for the IAME X30 categories here today. Penultimate race in total. It is the 5th final of the year for IAME Waterswift Restricted. This is how they line up on the grid. LBJ Stubbs on pole position again as championship leader, looking to repeat what he did last time out at GYG and go from pole lights to flag victory. Harry Chapman joins him on the front row of the grid and is going to be a factor again in this final. Bodie Batch, the Argenti-backed driver in this race, is on the inside of row number 2, joined by Dimitar Uzanov. Jaden McElhenney and Benjamin Slivar there on row 3. Can Slivar get that podium? He's just missed out on at GYG on the Saturday round last time out. Patrick Wood and Toby Biggs there on row 4.
Row number 5, Freddie Baker and Arthur Bowers. Corey Lyons, I think that he will be making plenty of moves. He starts at the inside of row number 6 alongside a very humorous Ollie West. I loved that interview. Logan Hodgetts and Harry Murphy are next. Frank Morris and Lewis Williams Mabs. That's your top 16. Reggie Peters with plenty of support still on his black novice plates, I've just noticed. Reggie, plenty of support in the online chat. Let's see if he can get round on what will be a very physical race for him. Now, they're still trying to get themselves into the correct starting order. I believe, is that Dimitar Uzanov just taking over his position on the second row of the grid. Let's hope we get a nice clean start first time around, although, yes we do.
Away we go then for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Stubbs, good start for Chapman as well, who's going to hold on to second place there under the tunnel for the first time. Uzanov's had a good start as well. It's up to P3 in the early stages as they sweep on to the top of the bridge for the first time. Stubbs, championship leader, advantage is 19 points over his teammate Bodie Batch going into this one. Down into hairpin one for the first time. There is Batch to the inside, takes third place away from Uzanov. One of the DMS machines is also through into fourth. I think it's McElhenney.
Yep, that was Jaden McElhenney sort of following through there, following the number 88 Kart into P3 or P4. Further back, there's the DAP chassis of number 22, Louis Williams Mabs, the famous sort of DAP maroon and yellow that that helped Senator second in the World Championship back in the 70s. And we've got a Kart stopped right on the curb of the second hairpin. Driver working hard to get it. I think that might be Harry Murphy, privateer driver. Has he got himself extricated from the curb? Yes, he has. Good job there, Harry. Up at the front, however, it is a similar story. Stubbs and Chapman. There's Harry Murphy getting going again. Well done.
He's back into the race. Arthur Bowers had a wide moment coming through Bobby Game Corner. There's also news towards the front of the field. Dimitar Uzanov plus 5 second penalty. That came up on the board in front of us whilst they were on the first lap. Now that indicates some form of start infringement.
On the rolling lap, Uzanov was very, very late to get into his grid slot. Past, there is a line on the short straight. You'll see it now. There's a line there. That red line. You have to be in your correct starting position by that point, or don't move up anymore. Dimitar Uzanov, as I was watching it, I was sort of wincing because he wasn't in the correct position at that line. He moved around the outside of another driver to take his position well after that line. So that is why the penalty has come in for Dimitar Uzanov, and combine the fact that he's only 7th, he's in that red and white Birol ART chassis for the Jade Racing team this weekend. It's going to make his job even harder, because 5 seconds at this stage of the game would put him last.
Yeah.
Apart from Harry Murphy, who's had an off, it would put him last but 1. So he now has to get his head down, not engage in any hand-to-hand combat with the drivers around him, and just try and put as much clean air between everyone behind him as possible. He needs 5 seconds of nothing behind him to maintain his position on the racetrack.
Absolutely. 8 minutes and 3/4 to go. Stubbs still leading this one from Chapman. Chapman trying to work that gap to Bodie Batch there in 3rd. This is a similar set of tactics to what we've seen in the heats so far today from these two, but we know from Bodie Batch that he has that deep well of talent that he's got to dig into, pull himself back, may need a bit of help, may get a little bit of help from Jaden McElhenney there in 4th place. Jaden McElhenney was on the podium at GYG in the first final of that doubleheader, so we know that McElhenney and the DMS team can perform. They had some great results with Corey Lyons earlier on in the season as well. It seems to be they like the Saturday finals. That's when both of their podiums have come so far this year, Henry.
Yeah, the DMS team, they've come on. There's a new team. Shay Daly's team looks smart. There's bringing lots of drivers over from the Emerald Isle, I have to say. We just now need to restart the campaign to have this championship go to Nuts Corner.
Oh, yes.
Can we please start that campaign again to reward the support of all the Irish drivers, both from Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, to come over here. Yes, that's going to be that would be amazing. Haven't been to Nuts Corner in so long, and of course, we need to go and pay our respects to John Eastwood as well while we're over there. But that would be very good indeed. There's the rest of the field sort of coming through across the line. There's Frank Morris going through. There at the back there, that was Reggie Peters doing well, hanging on. Arthur Bowers has moved up from the Bambino class. We have a closing of the top 3. Right, Usanov has made one move. He's passed Toby Biggs. Maybe Ollie West's new race suit is finally starting to bring him good fortune, because he is now into P5.
Can I throw another idea into the Nuts Corner thing? You know how we love KZ2?
I love KZ2.
And you know how we loved it when they went to Three Sisters last year and had all the shots over the top of the hill?
I love that.
Can we take KZ2 to Nuts Corner as well and run around the bowl?
Yes, please. There we go. We'll make the booking now. Oh, and there's some tight action, because it doesn't matter if we go with IAME or if we go with Rotax. Just bolt KZ2 onto them. And again, I still get funny feelings when I look at the slow-mos of the KZ2s coming over the crest at Three Sisters last year. Yes,
Meanwhile, there's a race going on, and Harry Chapman's just taking the lead of it. Great move down the inside from Chapman to the front of the order. Bodie Batch up to 2nd place as well, followed in Chapman's wheel tracks. Got a proper scrap on here in IAME Waterswift Restricted, with Jaden McElhenney not too far behind as well there in 4th place. Dimitar Uzanov got the fastest lap of the race. He's there in 6th. How's he getting on in his quest to move up the eventual order once that plus 5 second penalties have been applied? So I think he's cleared Morris, Bowers, Williams, Mabs as well. Yeah, he's around that region of Logan Hodgetts right now once that plus 5 second penalty has been applied. Look at Ollie West go as well, up 7 places so far in this race in that number 24 Evolve Motorsport machine. And what I like with Ollie as well, a big part of when we, at the end of a weekend, we look through all the results, don't we, mate, and we think, right, who do we think needs to go forward as driver of the day nominees?
Yes.
And clean driving is a big part of that. Down the inside goes Batch. That's a nice clean move as well to retake the lead.
Because if you get so much as one penalty for whatever the reason, whether it be tram lines, whether it be nose cone, whether it be qualifying, if you get so much as time deleted through to track limits, then that is a no-go. You can't be nominated if you've had a penalty for on-track issues. We can't reward, penalties for, gaining positions through contact is the official wording that you see on the sheets. But yeah, Ollie West is not a driver that we, have to sort of rule out because he's always clean.
Well, it's a big part of what he got the nomination for, and then went on to win that award for Warden Law. Here's a move for the lead. Oh, between the teammates, and Bodie Batch nearly spins out.
My goodness me!
LBJ Stubbs went for the move, found the space on the inside. Well, I'd be interested in another look at that on a replay, but the effect is that Bodie Batch is out of this battle for the race lead. Harry Chapman's up to P2 now. McElhenney, a DMS kart, is on the podium again on a Saturday round here in IAME Waterswift Restricted, but is that the big dramatic moment in this final? Stubbs retakes the lead, but his closest adversary for this championship is down to 4th place.
Because this could have gone badly wrong in so many different areas. So Stubbs has made the move. Now, it was the wheel-to-wheel contact, and it could have gone so badly wrong. Look at Bodie Batch wheeling that go-kart. Breathe a sigh of relief. I'm so glad we're able to watch that replay again. Great camera work, slow-mo replay from the Alpha Live team here. Now, Corey Lyons got a podium. Did McElhenney get the second of the DMS podiums?
Yes, he did. At GYG last time out for these drivers at event number 4.
But we haven't had third is the best they've done so far.
Third's the best they've done so far. So there's still an opportunity here for something a little bit new for the DMS team. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Stubbs leads from Chapman. McElhenney in third. Bodie Batch needs a bit of a squabble to break out ahead of him to pull that 2.5 seconds
He'll get
back.
one, not to worry.
Uzanov there in 5th place now. Now in 4th place, in fact. That's actually a good thing for Uzanov, because now he can start to try and stretch his legs a little bit, get that 5-second penalty negated in terms of final race positions. At the moment, he would slot down. He's cleared Logan Hodgetts now, but he wants to try and clear Wood, Baker, Schlivar, that kind of group, and still be in the top 10 at the end of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that if these 4 drivers work together for as long as possible, the Usanov will only lose positions in the final order to the drivers in that group, because Toby Biggs is sort of on his own a little bit, so he may drop back as Schlivar, then Patrick Wood, Freddie Baker and Hodgetts are already sort of in the danger zone. So at the moment, a top 10 finish for Usanov is still very, very possible indeed, as we now watch the top 3 come down the back straight into Bobby Game corner. There's the chasing group. And can McElhenney take a 2nd place? Are we going to see a best ever result? I mean, it depends. I mean, we've seen Stubbs and Chapman have, their issues. They've raced very well together, but they Chapman and Stubbs, they're both going to be aggressive because they are still... Well, where is Chapman in the points?
He's a little bit further down, but that's mainly because of a DQ at Warden Law in one of the finals. So, and he will have to carry that 0 as well. I will just remind as well, back to Heat 1 earlier on today, Stubbs and Chapman fighting over the lead, and it was Dimitar Uzanov who was third and was able to take the win on the last couple of corners. So that is a bit of hope. Definitely for Jaden McElhenney, who's moving up to 3rd place in the championship, or an outright 3rd place in the championship. We already had it at the start of the day, but he's now edging a bit of a gap to Corey Lyons.
There's a well-worn phrase: those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Have Stubbs and Chapman learned from this morning? There is a blue flag being shown. The back marker, of course, Harry Murphy, who had that off. He's not down. Going to get lapped because he's that much slower. We're on to the final lap now. Watch for the driver in third. Can Jaden McElhenney stay close enough to pick up any pieces? Chapman will make the move, I am sure. He will try a move on Stubbs. Stubbs already defending. Now, he moves back out. Ooh, that goes out of the way, gets Murphy. Well done. And still McElhenney's not quite close enough yet, but he's getting closer. He's going to be in a position coming out to the Fullerton S's. Stubbs has the lead, but for how much longer?
And we're heading into the part of the circuit where the two of them opened the door for Uzanov during the heats earlier. Stubbs to the middle of the road once again. McElhenney trying to find a route down the outside. Stubbs turns in a little bit early. Chapman's gone for the movement. This time it's worked. That's what he tried to do in Heat 1. It didn't pay off. He's learned the lessons. Harry Chapman out of the final corner is going to win the first of two finals at PFI. Stubbs is not happy about it at all, but Chapman wins round 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And that is a result that has been coming for a while. He was on the podium, of course, in the first round at GYG at Warden Law. He was back at the podium at GYG. He'll be on it again here at PFI. LBJ Stubbs P2. Jaden McElhenney continues the streak of Saturday round podiums for the Daily Motorsport team, but under investigation, kart number 32, Harry Chapman. But again, the O plate is also, both of the top two are under investigation for events earlier in the race.
Let's have a look, Andrew, at why Chapman would be under investigation. So, Stubbs, there's two defensive manoeuvres. That's the reason why he's under investigation. I am 99.9% sure. We go into this corner. There was a little bit of loading, perhaps. That's what Stubbs was not happy about. Well, Jaden McElhenney, he might have done something really good without doing anything at all. By just sitting there, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, that is, you know, the officials could be looking at something else. That is just me speculating. However, the rules are simple. You can make one defensive maneuver. You cannot defend, then cut back out going into a corner. And then obviously, karting's a non-contact sport. So we'll have to see. Obviously, the officials use a different set of cameras. They also use these cameras, but they do use their own set of cameras that are positioned in different places. So we will have to wait and see. Everything that we say up here in the commentary box is always provisional, and the race directors out on circuit make calls and notes as the day progresses. So we got one race to go. It's going to be Honda Cadet. You can see the 4 strokes heading out on the pit lane. That's right, I must see Mr. Tornado about Mr. Tornado Racing Engines has something for me. They're going to come out now. Whether we get to speak to the provisional winner, Harry Chapman, or not, I don't know. But certainly, while we're waiting for Nicole, tomorrow, we'll get. So tonight, we've got the Paddock show that's going to be recorded tonight. That'll be going out later this evening. We've got the tyre change, the Wera Tools tyre change cart ready. I tell you who else is ready, Andrew Mather. It's only Nicole Sutherland.
Harry Chapman, that was a very last-minute move. Tell us about how you pulled it off.
So I was planning, my dad was telling me signals to overtake on the last lap, but before that he was just telling me to push. I tried getting in the hairpins, it didn't work. I weren't close enough going into the chicane, so I tried it down here and it worked. So I'm very happy about that.
There's a lot to be happy about then, Harry. Provisional winner. Going into tomorrow then, we've got another full day of racing. The confidence level going into that must be so high.
Yeah, it is indeed. Where we're, like other classes getting new tyres, we have to stay on these. So we're going to do slower laps and it will be more harder to control the car.
Well, we'll see how it plays out tomorrow, Harry, but for now, provisional winner, well done, congratulations. We'll head back up then to see how Harry pulled off that move and see the rest of the action from the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that IAME Waterswift Restricted final. This was the start of the race. Stubbs and Chapman getting into an early 1-2. That was the moment for Bowers running a little bit wide. We had Harry Murphy in a spot of bother in the early stages of this race as well. Stubbs and Chapman were reeled back in by Bodie Batch. He's done that quite a few times today. This was the move from Chapman down the inside of Stubbs. Very well read by Batch as well to take second place. This was the dramatic moment between the XL Motorsport boys. Gotta say, Bodie Batch did very well to hold on to that.
Yeah,
anyway.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, that could have gone wrong in so many ways. Usanov fighting back. Now, as things cross the line, Usanov's 5-second penalty drops him to 9th. As things stand. Here are the closing moments. You can see Stubbs not happy, Chapman happy for now. The results remain provisional, and we have one race to go. Nicole Sutherland is on her way to speak to a couple of drivers in Honda Cadet. Have we saved the best till last? Well,
potentially.
Certainly, I don't think we're going to get the level of aggression of the issues that we've had in some of the certainly the X30 races, but we'll find out. What have the four-strokes got in store for us? Well, Nicole Sutherland is about to find out. Take it away, Nicole.
Thank you very much, Henry. One last grid walk today then, and we're going to speak to Jayan Prakash, the number 44. Jayan, it was only a couple of days ago that you were out in Scotland at Larkhall. At Larkhall, you had your career best result so far. It was a top 5, which then has given you a nomination for the Driver of the Day last weekend. Heading into this weekend, have you felt confident?
Yeah.
And this race then, Jayan, going into it, have you got any plan? Where would you like to ideally finish?
Top 5 again.
Top 5 again, what about a top 3?
Yeah.
Jayan, good luck to you, because after last week's performance, I think that maybe you could pull that one out the bag. Good luck. We'll just show you the rest of our Honda Cadet grid then. We've got various drivers on various different chassis, and this grid has grown. We've got more drivers out here at PF than we saw at Larkhall. We've got quick drivers, we've got rookie drivers, we've got drivers like the S-plate of Archie Cannon, who you will shortly see on your camera, joining us once more this weekend for a British Kart Championship round. Archie is one of the drivers in this grid that is on a pooled engine, a controlled engine, going into this race. Archie, going into this one then, how are you feeling? So? Not good, not bad?
Yeah.
Archie, then where do you think you can realistically end up in this race? Are you looking for a top 3, a top 5?
Just a top 5.
A top 5 will do. Well, we'll see if you can pull that one off then, Archie. Good luck. We'll head back up then to the boys in the commentary box. Henry and Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Nicole.
you,
Yeah, looking forward once again to another Honda Cadet GX 200 final. We only had one 6 days ago up at Larkhall. It was absolutely tipping it down. It's now a beautiful evening here in Lincolnshire, 26 degrees. Don't go anywhere, as I say. What have you got, Henry? Before we go
I just wanted to say, we get into the end of the day and we usually pay tribute to the marshals and all the volunteers, the safety workers, as well as we normally do. Now, many of you who watch this championship and other championships, you will know Gridman Sam.
Oh, yeah.
Gridman Sam Ellis, is the only Motorsport UK licensed official who has Down syndrome. He has done all his qualifications. He works at Kimbolton. He's worked at Wilton Mill. To help celebrate 75 years of Formula One, Gridman Sam was invited as part of a Motorsport UK delegation to help celebrate 75 years of Formula One. He was invited to 10 Downing Street to meet the Prime Minister, to meet other members of the government. And I just wanted to say how proud I am, and I'm sure we all are here, of not just Gridman Sam, but his family, the entire Ellis family. His brother Charlie, who's not racing this year, his dad Nick, and his mum, and especially I want to thank the people at Kimbolton, at Hunt's Kart Club, for the working with Sam, because that's their home club, and it was fantastic to see not just a member of the karting fraternity, because he is a member of the karting fraternity at 10 Downing Street, but also inspiring so many others who have got maybe Down syndromes or disabilities have, to do that. Likewise, last week I was commentating on a driver from the Faroe Islands who is profoundly deaf, and he is part of an organisation called Deaf Sim Racing. Deaf Sim Racing helps get people with hearing impairments into motorsport, either in karting or in the world of simulator racing. So if anyone knows anybody who is hearing impaired, Deaf Sim Racing is where you can find out a lot more. And likewise, there are loads of opportunities where that doesn't matter, physical ailments, mental disabilities. If you want to get involved in Motorsport UK, go to motorsportuk.org and to find out how you can get involved in motorsport. Do not let anything become a disadvantage for you, as Gridman Sam proves. One race to go. It's Honda Cadet. Let's get to it.
Last race of the day, it is Honda Cadet GX200, their third final of the year. Archie Loveridge looking to repeat what he did 6 days ago at Lark Hall, takes us from P1. Ronnie Jones is alongside on the front row. Luke McGall had good form 6 days ago as well, is joined by Riley Blakemore on the second row of the grid. Elliot Bork and Archie Cannon, they start on row number 3. Harry Grant has had a much stronger day here at PF, starts on row 4 and is joined by Edward Rye.
Row number 5, Luke Jardine and Sam Dixon, Jerry Defasy and Jayan Prakash. On row 6, Shailen Shrikanthan, Kyle Kerr, Aidan Donnelly and Reggie Defasy. The last few drivers, Jack Cope, Oliver Ratton and Luca Bicocchi. 12 minutes of racing to go, Andrew. It's been a warm one, and oh dear, it's been a warm one, but it's still looking, a little bit. Thank you,
looking
Laura.
sharp. So 12 minutes plus 1 lap for our Honda Cadet GX200 drivers, of course. It will be a standing start. Here's your little rundown of what we've seen so far this season. Archie Loveridge is the driver who's taken both finals so far this year, but 6 days ago, a big part of it was because of a post-race penalty for Luke McGall, so he did take the checkered flag first last week. He'll be looking to bounce back and see if he can be the driver to break this run for Loveridge, who is of course championship leader by 16 points over Ronnie Jones. Cannon in third, McGall in fourth, and keep an eye on Riley Blakemore in this race as well. He's had a lot of speed, but not necessarily all the luck to get him to the very front at the end of races so far this season. We're all about set to go then. There is your pole sitter on the left-hand side of your screen, but it's been grid 2 where the early race leaders have come from so far in the heats. We're going to watch for those lights to come on here at PF International. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, ready to go racing in Honda Cadet GX200. Here we go for the final. It's a good start for Loveridge. It's a good start for Jones as well, but this time Loveridge converts pole position into an early race lead. They head round the bowl for the first time. Luke McGall trying to get underneath Ronnie Jones there for second place. Not quite able to do so, and in fact through comes as that Riley Blakemore flying through into third place.
Yes,
Elliot Bork is there as well, up to P4. Not the kind of start that Luke McGall would have wanted.
No, McGall down to 6th or 7th position, and look at that, still 2 by 2 by 2 the second half of the field. That is allowing the front, I'd say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 carts to all get into single file and start to pull away. Everyone else still scrambling for track position. Aidan Donnelly in that very distinctive with the bright luminous yellow wheel rims on his kart there. He's just down towards the back there, but easy to spot for Aidan as they come through to complete lap number 1. The amount of turquoise, white and blue Ambition Motorsport karts is astounding. And one of them leads the way, but it's the it's the black and orange MJR, the new kids on the block. And Ronnie Jones chasing them down, and then a privateer driver, Riley Blakemore in the Project One factory livery, but that's just the graphics kit that comes with the kart. Privateer driver, but with the wise old head of Tim Parrott, who has been in this sport for a long time and knows this place and this class very, very well. And again, not running an entire team, Tim Parrott Motorsport, that's they've been long gone. But you know, yeah, enjoying being in karting, working with young drivers still. Blakemore, so you can't count Blakemore out either. Elliot Bourke in the number 26 car, another privateer driver on the Zip chassis.
9 minutes and 40 seconds to go of this one. Edward Wright having a really good race here, is up to 5th place. We didn't see Edward competing last week at Lark Hall. Rye answered the call from the commentary box up in Scotland. We wanted more Hondas. We've got them here at PF International. At the moment, Edward Rye on for a best result of the season so far in a final. Also on the move further down the order, Shailen Srikantan up 2 spots to 11th. Carl Kerr also up 2 spots to 12th. Jack Cope and Oliver Ratton have gained 4 spots apiece and are up into the top 15.
And Harry Grant, sorry Andrew,
Yeah.
but I'm just looking there, the red and orange livery kart, driver the orange crash helmet. Harry Grant, he's got Archie Cannon behind him, and again, Archie, you know, the Zip factory driver, you know, we can excuse Archie, he was a little bit quiet on the grid,
yeah.
But we said he had a big crash here, you know, about a month ago that required a couple of nights in hospital, you know, some time it was Archie Cannon and Lewis Cacaldi that both had incidents, so you can understand them for being a little bit pensive, shall we say, as the top 3, wow, look at that, just they rumble under the PFI Pigeons perch on the bridge there. That's going to shake poor old Anthony Jordan out of his nest if he's not careful. That's right, he's gone now. We can make fun of him. But good recovery for Luke McGall. We saw him losing out on the opening lap, but he's right there in this lead back. And we've got a new leader, Ronnie Jones, and a new second place driver, Riley Blakemore.
Good stuff there from Ronnie Jones. He's just got to stay calm now if you're in the shoes of Archie Loveridge. A big point forward from Elliot Bourke. Looks like Luke McGall has got through past Edward Rye for 5th place. Rye still there, just the sole driver on an MS kart. Those distinctive red, white and blue check colours.
Yes.
Running through the final couple of corners now. In 6th place, that still would be, well, I'd say if Edward Rye today get that top 10, was just outside of it at Warden Law.
I wonder
that would
what
be a
MS stands for.
I can't remember now.
Motoroj Slovak, something like that, because of course Czechoslovak. I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe we'll ask Jack Dex.
Yeah.
You know, we'll ask Jack Dex what the MS stands for.
7 minutes of this one to go. Down into hairpin one once again. Ronnie Jones leading from Riley Blakemore. Blakemore, who's had the pace to be on the podium so far this season, but hasn't quite been able to have the opportunity to convert that pace into a trip to the top 3. 6th and 8th in the finals so far this season, but this is a nice run at the moment into 2nd place, which is going to close things up as things stand in the championship. Loveridge is still your points leader on 379, but the advantage will be cut to 11 points if Ronnie Jones can hold this position at the front of the field. Other changes down the order. Archie Cannon and Harry Grant are trading 7th place back and forth. Good to see Grant up in the top 10 again. Really difficult weekend 1 week ago in the wet conditions in Scotland, and I think this has almost been a bit of a reset over the last 24 hours of like, okay, we know we can get into the top 5. We did it at Warden Law. But, you know, when you have a bit of a setback, you can't necessarily expect that you're going to be straight back into it. Let's rebuild as the day goes on. And at the moment, Harry Grant running there in 7th place.
Yeah, and again, you one weekend apart is like 2 different worlds. 6 days, but yet, different climates. And Jones, again, looking to rebuild. That's good. Blakemore, Loveridge. Nobody making the move yet. Any one of the... And Rye in 6th position is fading a little bit, but he just wants to keep his head down because you never know what might happen. These 5 drivers, and again, the Martin Jackson racing team, MJR leading, Archie Loveridge, Ambition Motorsport, then Bork, Blakemore, and McGall, all privateers. Really good mix, and this shows that you can, if you engineer the kart well, if you work hard, get the right bit of help, you don't need to be in a good team, but also it does show, the advantages of being in a team as well, because you've got team drivers in 1st and 3rd, and team drivers 1st and 2nd and 3rd in the championship, because Archie Cannon is still P3 in the championship standings at this stage for the Zip Factory team, even though I think it's probably for these young drivers, for Archie, get a clean weekend out of the way, get it under your belt, okay? The fear of PFI has gone, look, because it does have an impact on these drivers. Let's not make any, all these young athletes, Jay and Prakash, coming back from an injury, still a little bit cautious. He obviously did well at Larkhall, but he hasn't quite got back to the level he was before his injury earlier this year. Now, look at that this rumble, 5, 10 weeks, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20 wheels together. 4 times 5, that's 20, isn't it? Yes. 20 wheels working together. Look at the amount of gap they pulled between themselves and Rye in 6th. Still Cannon and Grant next. Then Dixon, Srikanthan, Dufficy. Cope has done well. Jack Cope up to P12. Kyle Kerr. Then Prakash Jardine, Ratton, Reggie Dufficy, Bikoki, and Aidan Donnelly.
It's good stuff at the moment. Plenty of support on the broadcasts for Team MJR.
Well,
Keep your comments coming in.
Look at there's a battle. Sorry, Andrew.
Yep.
I just noticed in the commentary box window the last 8 positions in the race, from 12th back to 19th. They are all in one huge battle. You've got your leading group of 4, then Rye all on his own, and then you see a couple of smaller groups. If we just pan back,
they're going
to be coming out of the top. They're just coming out of the final corner now. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, well, they've split up a little bit now after that last lap, but they're going under the bridge now, and that's a great battle for what is effectively 12th back to last.
Yeah, Jane Prakash has just taken that 12th place, and unfortunately Jack Cope fell down the order a little bit on that last tour of the circuit. Here is the battle between Sam Dixon in the number 76 and Shailen Srikanthan in the number 23. This is for 9th place. Jerry Dufficy not too far behind as well. Sam Dixon, who is another driver. I don't think, no, we did see it at Larkhall, but we didn't see it at Warden Law. But it's having a good run in this one. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Still Ronnie Jones leading this one at the front of the field. This is good tactical play from the top 5. They're not fighting yet, but trust me, they will when they get to 2.5 laps to go, maybe. There's plenty of opportunities to overtake, of course, around this PF International circuit. No other changes further down the order. It's still this scrap between Dixon and Srikanthan, and that's a nice move there from Shailen in the number 23. Past Dixon to P9. Here we go. Right, here is the battle then. 90 seconds to go, and Loveridge trying to move back up the order on Blakemore. It's not worked though. Bork is back down the inside, so Elliot Bork,
who was on the podium 6 days ago, has got back into third place. That has really not gone the way of Archie Loveridge. He's gone for second place there, Henry. Ended up in 5th.
Yeah, and has he got enough time? Well, he's got enough time to get back to this, but they'll all bunch up again in the slipstream. But then we've only got a lap well, we've still got a minute to go. So 2 laps remaining now as they cross the line. Next time by, they'll get the last lap board. Jones, Blakemore. Blakemore tried to push Ronnie Jones away. Now, at this stage, Riley Blakemore's not thinking, oh, let's get enough for gap. You know, he's not thinking of that. He's thinking, I just want enough for gap to make one passing attempt without getting freight trained. Just give me a few kart lengths so that I can sort of try the crossover without getting swamped from behind. And what I'm enjoying looking at on the live stream, okay, so the Hondas race in different championships, and there's several drivers that race against this group that you're watching on screen in different championships that aren't here. Dino Rowlands, Teddy Roberts, they're all cheering and supporting their rivals in other championships. Let's have you at the next round, Dino and Teddy. Let's see if you can help boost the numbers up, because Andrew Mather has asked.
I want more than 20.
Well, exactly, so there we go. So you've got no excuse now. Andrew wants it, so Andrew must have it.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Final lap board is going to be out now. Time is up, and we've got 5 drivers who could all win this race as we go through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the last time here today at PFI. Good driving from Jones, good driving from Blakemore. This is all going to be about timing for Riley Blakemore, trying to get this first podium, maybe even a first win. Remember, it's only Archie Loveridge who's been on the top step of the championship round so far this year. Ronnie Jones needs to have that same spirit that he had at Wilton Mill for the O-Plate when he took that at the start of the karting season. McGall's trying to switch back there. Could be on the outside for hairpin 2. Loveridge is going to step down the inside and take third place
so
as a result of that.
Blakemore now hasn't got what he might do now. He didn't originally when McGall was right behind him. Does he have enough space to make the move? Here he goes, Blakemore. Watch Loveridge on the over-under. Archie Loveridge, third to first, and McGall goes with him.
Brilliant stuff from Archie Loveridge. He'd looked out of it at one stage of this race, down to 5th place. But this is Honda Cadet. This is what we love about it. Archie Loveridge makes it a hat-trick of final victories in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and that could be a pivotal result in this year's Honda Cadet Championship. Archie Loveridge does it again by 1/10 of a second ahead of Luke McGall. Riley Blakemore does make it onto the podium, but it could have been a victory here today. Ronnie Jones, sadly for him, slips from the lead to 4th place on the last lap, but what a drive from Ronnie across those 12 laps. Elliot Bork, strong points again, P5. Archie Cannon, a credible P6 there on his return to PFI. Edward Rye in the top 10. That's a big step forward since Warden Law. Well done to Edward. Harry Grant back in the top 10 as well. Shaylin Srikantan and Sam Dixon had a good scrap there for 9th place. Second page, good drive from Jerry Duffersey into 11th place ahead of Jayan Prakash, continuing to look more and more solid in that Ambition Motorsport number 44. He won out in that big scrap all the way through the rest of the order. Carl Kurth, P13, 14th for Oliver Ratton. Luke Jardine, Reggie Duffersey, Aidan Donnelly, Jack Cope and Luca Picocchi all got to the end of that race. All 19 drivers once again seeing the checkered flag. Henry here with the highlights.
Yes, and it was a race that certainly it bubbled up. We started off, there's a group of 6 at the start, and eventually we dropped to a group of 5. Edward Rye, like you said, extremely impressive compared to his previous appearance in the championship. There he is in kart number 66. Wasn't quite able to hang on to the pace at the front as the race progressed. You can see there, just beginning to fall off the pack, and once you're out of the slipstream in Honda Cadet, then you're a passenger, really. Jones and Blakemore led convincingly, and Blakemore really tried to work with Ronnie Jones. He tried to get a gap that would allow him to attack Jones without suffering what happens exactly at the end, without allowing, make the move where someone can't come and do the switchback on you or the up and under. Loveridge, we thought he'd lost it, but this is a really, really smart drive. Okay, he gets back at Bork. This was a key move because McGall was onside, so Loveridge gets to the inside. That gives him P3. Effectively, that was the winning move.
Yeah.
Why? Because what Blakemore didn't want to happen happened. He made the move on Jones. He didn't have enough gap behind him, and Loveridge was able to sail through and take the win
and if you're new to Honda Cadet racing,
yes,
that's what it's like all the time, particularly when you have those bigger grids. Really, really good to see. Let's head down to Parc Fermé once again. Over to you, Nicole Sutherland.
Archie, it was big success at Larkle and now here at PF for the first final this weekend. It's big success again. Are you happy with the result?
Yeah.
And you've also extended your championship lead. That's success in itself. Going into tomorrow's racing, what are you feeling?
Confident. I just want to get top 3, top 5.
Well, congratulations, Archie. Well done on the racing, and it was a great move round that corner. Well done again. Great to see our Hondas out in action. Like I said, congratulations to Archie Loveridge, who is our last winner of today's racing. Thank you to all of our marshalling team, Motorsport UK, all of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship staff, as well as Alpha Live for putting on such a great show today. Of course, we wouldn't be here without our championship sponsors, which include Wera Tools, PWR, Marsh Insurance. We then have, of course, Steam and Tweaks and Kart Sim as well. Well done to all of the competitors and teams, engine builders, everybody here that's contributed today. Tomorrow, we are live again. Don't forget, 10:05, set your alarms, you cannot miss out. Henry Baudet and Andrew Mather have been in the commentary box. I'm Nicole Sutherland and I've been your eyes and ears down here in the track, in Parc Fermé and on the grid. We'll see you tomorrow.